Chapter 1 God Level Escape System. Beep beep beep. In a daze, Wang picked up the phone next to the pillow and glanced at the incoming call notification. Baby, what's wrong? There was a strange synthesized electronic doll voice on the other end of the phone, accompanied by some noise. You killed someone. If you don't want to be caught by the police, run away. The synthesized voice was sharp and piercing, which made Wang's brain clearer. He checked the caller note on his phone screen again. Baby, is today April Fool's Day? Wang smiled, trying to ease the uneasiness in his heart. But the voice on the phone continued. The body is right under your bed. The police will be here in 5 minutes at most. It's up to you whether to run or not. Beep, beep, beep. Before Wang could reply, the call was hung up. What the hell? A prank? Wang was still thinking when a shrill siren suddenly sounded outside the hotel window. What is going on? Wang felt increasingly uneasy. Etc. Why am I in a hotel? At this time, I should be at my cousin's house, right? Wang's pupils suddenly shrank. He hurriedly turned on his phone. 11:28. 9:10 a.m. Number 28? Wang's mind trembled violently. Why does my memory only stop at the 26th? What happened on the 27th? Why don't I have any impression of it? Just at this moment, the warning from the doll on the phone echoed in Wang's mind again. Corpse, what corpse? Although he still didn't quite believe it, Wang felt inexplicably panicked. As if by some strange coincidence, Wang slowly buried his head under the bed. The next second, his pupils suddenly shrank. Under the bed where he was lying, there was a bloody female corpse. The blood had seeped around the wooden floor of the hotel and had already solidified for a long time. The corpse's eyes were wide open, and it just happened to be looking in the direction where Wang was lowering his head. Wang actually knows this woman. Isn't this his current girlfriend Su Qing? My girlfriend is dead? And he killed himself? How is this possible? Wang raised his cell phone. The phone call just now was from my girlfriend's number. Who was that person who just called? For a moment, Wang felt as if his brain was about to be overwhelmed by all kinds of information and emotions. However, he was not given any time to think. The sounds of sirens around the hotel were getting more and more frequent, and getting closer and closer. The superintendent is coming? If Wang was caught by the police now, he would never be able to clear himself even if he jumped into the Yellow River. But at this moment... Bite. A host that matches the target has been detected. The God-level escape system has been successfully bound. The host is detected to be facing a huge crisis. Please make the following choices quickly. Goal 1. Avoid being caught by the police, escape from Dragon Country and stay at large. Select Target 1 Reward, 1 Dragon Country, a level wanted warrant. Goal 2. Under the pursuit of the police, hide your identity for 18 years and escape the prosecution period of this case. Select Target 2 Reward, lose this system forever. Goal 3. Stay in Dragon Country, find out the truth, prove your innocence, and find the real murderer. Revenge for your ex-girlfriend. Select Target 3 Host Intelligence, calmness attribute always increases by 100%. And get an extra reward, learn God-level analysis. System? A light suddenly burst out in Wang's confused eyes. It's simply a lifesaver. As for the 3 options, whether it is escaping from Dragon Country or hiding from place to place and changing one's identity, these are not what Wang wants. Since I was framed, I must prove my innocence. I choose Target 3. Host selection completed, rewards being calculated. Host intelligence and calmness increased by 100%. Learn God-level analysis. Everything in the world can be analyzed, including the best escape route, the weaknesses of opponents and enemies, and even human emotions. As long as it exists, it can be analyzed. Analysis: you have a photographic memory and can read 10 lines at a glance. You can judge the escape route, interpret a person's emotions, or the other party's vulnerabilities and weaknesses, as well as the origin of all matter. Wang suddenly felt as if there was something extra deep in his mind. All the panic and confusion disappeared in an instant. There was a gleam of light in his eyes suddenly, as if he could see through everything around him. Now release the first task. Escaped from the police blockade outside the Caesars Hotel and temporarily escaped from police surveillance. Complete the mission, reward God-level disguise skill. Note, you may get extra rewards after completing each task. The higher the task completion rating, the greater the chance of getting extra rewards. When Wang Can opened his eyes again, his eyes had become extremely calm. He stood up and looked out the window. Several police cars with flashing lights have arrived downstairs of the hotel. In fact, the superintendent arrived even faster than the man on the phone said. In just a short while, definitely no more than 3 minutes, the huge Caesar Hotel had been surrounded tightly by dozens of police officers. The police superintendent of Longwei is obviously not a vegetarian. Wang Can knew that if he stayed here and waited for the police to come, he would most likely not be cleared of the crime of murder. The body, the dagger, and all the evidence are there. He couldn't explain this matter clearly. Just run. Only by temporarily escaping from police surveillance can he have a chance to overturn the case and prove his innocence. For a moment, 1,000 thoughts began to race through his mind, and then his eyes began to scan the room. Soon, at the foot of the bed, he saw a black dagger with bloodstains. This should be the murder weapon that killed Su Qing. Wang Can quickly picked up the dagger and saw several sets of fingerprints on it with the help of the light. There is no doubt that these fingerprints are definitely mine. It was the person who framed him who deliberately left Wang Can there while he was unconscious. This will be the key physical evidence for the police to convict him. Wang Can quickly put the dagger into a plastic bag and placed it in the wide pocket of his down jacket. He did not leave the room immediately. Instead, he pushed the hotel's bed and the only sofa to a position about an arm's length away from the door. Then he half opened the door and placed a chair on the doorframe. Wang Can closed the door from outside the room, and the chair on the doorframe inside the room fell down and got stuck between the door and the bed. In this way, the sofa and the bedboard block the door through the chair, and a simple door blocker is made. Through the glass in the corridor, one could see a group of uniformed police officers hurriedly walking towards the hotel lobby downstairs. The leading police superintendent seemed to be a woman. If it were an ordinary person, he would probably immediately rush towards the hotel lobby downstairs in panic. After all exits from the Caesar Hotel are on the first floor of the hotel. But in reality, this would be like running into the arms of the superintendent, which would definitely not work. Having just received the blessing of the system, Wang Can's mind was extremely clear. Analysis, with the blessing, in just a few seconds, dozens of escape plans were constantly deduced in his mind. Soon, the most feasible plan came into his mind. Wang Can quickly walked into the emergency passage next to him and then went upstairs. Chapter 2 Disguise. Caesar Hotel has a total of 5 floors. The first floor is the lobby, the 5th floor is the monitoring room, and some employee changing areas. The whole hotel was in a state of panic due to the arrival of a group of police officers downstairs. No one noticed that the fire escape at the corner of the 5th floor was quietly pushed open. A figure flashed in quickly. Monitoring room on the 5th floor. The 2 security guards were staring nervously at the scene of the hotel lobby on the computer monitor. A slightly plump middle-aged man who seemed to be a manager stood behind him. What's going on? Why did Superintendent Jin Cheng suddenly come to our hotel? The slightly plump middle-aged man frowned. For a service industry like the hotel, attracting the police was not a good thing. Even if nothing happened, it would have a significant impact on their reputation. At this moment, the door of the monitoring room was pushed open. Wang Can walked in openly from behind. Who are you? The manager frowned and turned back. This is the staff area, please. Plainclothes superintendent, the captain asked me to retrieve the hotel's surveillance footage. Wang Can said in a smooth and calm voice. Superintendent? The manager looked back at the group of police officers and the real-time surveillance video in the lobby and did not become suspicious. Lies based on a certain reality are often easier to believe. But even for a police superintendent, there are still procedures to retrieve surveillance footage. The manager was about to speak. Wang Can waved his hand to interrupt. The captain wants all the managers and general managers in your hotel to gather in the lobby immediately. She has something to ask you. Seeing that Wang Can's tone was a little anxious, the manager hesitated for a moment and nodded. After sending the manager away, Wang Can looked at the 2 security guards in charge of surveillance who had their backs to him. Please pull up all the surveillance footage from yesterday and today in front of room 311 on the 2nd floor. The 2 security guards did as they were told, and soon the surveillance video appeared on the screen. Wang Can really wanted to take a closer look at these surveillance videos to see what happened yesterday. But he knew better that the tight time he had left did not allow him to do so. Have you been here for the past 2 days? Yes. Wang can thought for a while. And then pull up all the surveillance footage of the entire hotel. Although somewhat puzzled, the two security guards still did as they were told. Delete all these surveillances. Okay, huh? The two security guards were stunned, thinking they had heard wrongly. Deleted? Before anyone could react, Wang Can's palm slammed into someone's neck. Caught off guard, one of the security guards was knocked down by Wang Can. You! The other security guard reacted and was about to stand up, but he was a beat too slow. Don't move! Wang Can bent his fingers, made them into the shape of a gun, and quickly pointed them at the back of the man's head. The other security guard shuddered all over and immediately dared not move at all. Hurry up, I'll ask you to delete it. The security guard was a little scared, but still spoke out. Even if the surveillance video is deleted, the police technical team can still find a way to restore it. Stop talking nonsense. I'm going to say this one last time. Delete these surveillance videos. Wang Can's fingers pressed tighter. Good. The security guard had no choice but to do as he was told and gave the command to delete the video on the computer. Wang Can smiled coldly. Don't play tricks on me. Open your back-end information backup storage space as well. The security guard's eyes flashed with disbelief. How do you know? All security system surveillance videos will be backed up in the computer's background storage space. Seeing that his tricks had been discovered, the security guard could only reluctantly open the backstage and delete the backup of the video again. Seeing that the task was completed, without waiting for the security guard to say anything, Wang Can waved his hand and knocked him unconscious. Afterwards, Wang Can looked at the surveillance camera in the hotel lobby. In the surveillance footage, a team of police inspectors just walked into the elevator in the lobby and pressed the button for the 5th floor. Is the superintendent coming? Wang Can did not panic, but quickly dragged the two security guards who were knocked unconscious into the locker room next door. He chose one of the security uniforms that was similar to his body shape and put it on. Just as Wang Can walked back to the monitoring room, a slight sound came from the elevator entrance on the 5th floor, and then the elevator door slowly opened. A group of police inspectors, 3 in total, walked out of the elevator and went straight to the monitoring room where Wang Can was. Hello. The tall male police inspector in the lead pushed open the door of the monitoring room and spoke in a deep voice to Wang Can, who was sitting in his seat. We want to retrieve all the surveillance footage from Caesar's hotel yesterday and today. Please cooperate with us. Wang Can nodded without changing his expression and picked up a USB flash drive on the table. I understand. Your captain has already called me and told me about it. All the videos you need are in this USB drive. Several male police officers looked a little surprised, but they didn't doubt it. The captain told you? That's great, thank you for your cooperation. Wang Can smiled brilliantly. It's my duty to cooperate with your superintendent. At this time, a group of hotel-related personnel and dozens of police officers gathered in the lobby. The leading female police officer acted decisively and showed her ID to the managers. Captain of Jincheng Police, Luo Shui. We have received a report that a murder may have occurred in room 311 of your hotel. Please cooperate with us. The hotel staff looked at each other in bewilderment. A manager who seemed to be in charge came out and forced a smile. Comrade Superintendent, if you have any instructions, we will do our best to cooperate. The policewoman spoke quickly but clearly. You just stay here for now. Xiao Zhou, Xiao Wang, take 2 teams and seal off the entire Caesar Hotel. The rest of you follow me upstairs to 311. Yes. There was no elevator to take. In just 1 minute, a dozen police officers quickly climbed up to the 3rd floor and arrived at the door of room 311. They were all armed with guns and stood ready with extremely serious expressions. The policewoman named Luo Shui signaled to a hotel staff member with her eyes. The waiter walked up and knocked on the door. Hello, customer, do you need cleaning? There was no movement in the room. The waiter then took out the room card and unlocked the door. A male police officer with a gun walked up and kicked the door hard. Ah! But the next second, the door didn't move at all, and the police officer who kicked the door stepped back a few steps with a look of surprise on his face. Captain Luo, the door seems to be blocked from behind. Another male police inspector came forward to check and exclaimed in surprise to Luo Shui, who was in the lead. The suspect might still be inside. The male police superintendent was about to kick the door again but was stopped by Luo Shui next to him. The policewoman's eyes were extremely calm. Don't worry, the guys outside have already sealed off the hotel. If this guy is really stupid enough to lock himself in the room, then we've caught him in a jar." As she spoke, Luo Shui took out the walkie-talkie. "Xiao Zhou, Xiao Wang, please pay attention to the doors and windows outside all the rooms in the hotel. Don't let anyone in the hotel escape by climbing over the wall." The intercom soon responded. "Clear." Just at this moment, Luo Shui suddenly frowned. "By the way, where are the 3 people sent to retrieve the surveillance? Why haven't you come back yet?" Chapter 3 Bomb? 2 minutes ago. Next to the elevator on the 5th floor. 3 police superintendents were waiting for the elevator to come up. "Wait a moment, Comrade Superintendent." But at this moment, several anxious shouts suddenly came from behind the 3 of them. The 3 of them looked in the direction of the sound and saw the security guard running towards them anxiously. "Comrade Superintendent, there seems to be something wrong with the video in that USB drive. We may need to copy it again." The 3 police inspectors looked at each other after hearing this, but didn't take it too seriously. The burly police chief in the lead gave instructions to the 2 people behind him. "Captain, I'm afraid they've been waiting for a long time. You guys go down first, I'll just go back to the monitoring room." The 2 police inspectors nodded when they heard this, but didn't say much and got on the elevator that just arrived. The male police inspector followed Wang Can back to the monitoring room. "What's the problem?" The superintendent handed over the USB flash drive in his hand again. Wang Can showed a harmless smile. "Nothing, it's just, I have a problem." The male police superintendent was stunned and hadn't reacted yet. In Wang Can's eyes, he instantly revealed all his flaws. Wang Can's hand that was originally holding the USB flash drive suddenly turned into a chopping palm and slammed it towards the back of the police superintendent's head. However, the quality of the professional police superintendent was obviously much higher than the 2 security guards before. He subconsciously turned sideways to avoid the vital parts and was only hit in the face by Wang Can's palm. But even so, the superintendent's face still hurt, and even his brain trembled slightly. "Who are you?" Wang Can looked stern but did not answer. Taking advantage of the moment when the male superintendent's brain crashed, both hands swung out at the same time, completely blocking all of the male superintendent's escape routes. Bang! Originally, his fighting ability might not be as high as Wang Can's current one. The police superintendent had no way to avoid the continuous sneak attacks and was punched on the temple by Wang Can. His eyes became dazed and he fell to the ground. "I'm sorry, Comrade Superintendent, I have no choice but to do this." Although he said sorry, Wang Can's hands were not slow. He stripped off the clothes of the unconscious police chief in a few seconds. Although the clothes are a bit big, they are barely wearable. Afterwards, Wang Can adjusted his police hat, walked quickly to the elevator, and pressed the down button. As for why not take the stairs? There is no doubt that the stairs must have been blocked by a group of police officers. If he goes down alone, he will definitely be suspected. The elevator that looks the most dangerous is actually the safest and the least likely to be suspected. Also at this time. In front of room 311 on the 3rd floor. After several male police officers took turns to knock on the door, a gap was finally opened at the door of 311. Through the gap, he could barely see part of the scene in the room. The male police officer said angrily, "Captain, the person inside probably piled everything in the room behind the door." Luo Shui also frowned as she watched the scene and pointed at the 2 police inspectors behind her. "You guys, go to 310 and 312 and see if you can get in through the window from the outside." Clear. Just at this time, Luo Shui glanced at the 2 police inspectors who had just returned to the team to retrieve the surveillance footage. "Where's Su Tao?" The 2 police superintendents reported the situation truthfully. "Is there a problem with the surveillance?" Although she couldn't think of any problem, Luo Shui's sensitivity as a police superintendent due to her many years of experience made her feel a little strange and indescribable. Suddenly, she subconsciously glanced at the elevator behind the 2 police superintendents. Who's using the elevator? Maybe Su Tao is back? But the next second, the elevator passed directly past the 3rd floor where several people were. Wrong. Luo Shui's pupils suddenly shrank. "The rest of you stay here, and you too, come upstairs with me." The 2 police inspectors were still a little confused, but Luo Shui had already run down the stairs towards the 5th floor with a gun in hand. Bite. In the lobby on the 1st floor, the staircase door slowly opened. Wang Can, dressed in police uniform, walked out of the elevator and calmly walked towards the hotel entrance. Soon, a police inspector stopped them. Although they were both police superintendents, the other party did not relax either. What are you going to do? Wang Can raised his head calmly. The captain's station is out of battery, so he asked me to go get a new one from the car. So? The police superintendent who was asking the question suddenly frowned. Why haven't I seen you before? Wang Can remained calm. I just graduated from Jincheng Police Academy, and the captain just recruited me. The male superintendent nodded and put his hand down. But Wang Can hadn't taken 2 steps yet. Luo Shui's anxious voice suddenly came from the intercom on the police chief's waist behind him. Xiao Zhou, Xiao Wang. The suspect in the hotel knocked Su Tao unconscious and may have gone downstairs. Don't let anyone leave without my order. Especially strangers in police uniforms, they are suspects. In the monitoring room on the 5th floor, Luo Shui had a grim look on her face as she looked at Police Superintendent Su Tao, who was lying unconscious on the ground in only a set of shorts. The police superintendent in the lobby was not stupid either. In just a moment, he suddenly raised his pistol and pointed it at Wang Can's back. Don't move. Put your hands up. It was actually discovered? This was somewhat beyond Wang Can's expectations. It seems that these police superintendents are indeed quite capable. But he did not panic, he just stood there quietly. Several police officers quickly came up and arrested Wang Can. Captain Luo, we have already controlled the suspect. The police superintendents present breathed a sigh of relief almost at the same time. It was really just a matter of time before the suspect escaped. But at this moment, Wang Can on the ground raised his head. There was no panic on his face, but a hint of smile. Officer, could you please speak to me and your captain? The superintendent in front of him was stunned. Captain, the suspect seems to have something to say to you. How? Luo Shui on the 5th floor had just breathed a sigh of relief, but immediately became confused again. For some reason, even though the person had been caught, the uneasiness in her heart did not fade away, but became even stronger. Several police inspectors let go of Wang Can, who was lying on the ground. The area was crowded with police officers, and even if Wang Can could fly, he would not be able to escape. In fact, Wang Can did not run away, he just took the intercom from the police superintendent. Captain Luo, huh? Seeing that the other party did not respond, Wang Can smiled indifferently. Your people should be entering my room soon, right? In the monitoring room on the 5th floor, several people were stunned and looked at each other, all of them at a loss. Luo Shui said coldly into the intercom. What do you mean? Wang Can smiled. Nothing, I just want to advise you not to open the bathroom door in room 311. Listening to Wang Can's smiling words, Luo Shui's heartbeat began to accelerate inexplicably. It was at this time. Suddenly, a third party's voice came from the intercom. Captain Luo, we have entered 311 from outside the window of 310. Oh no, Captain Luo. There seems to be a bomb in the bathroom of 311. At the same time, all the intercoms continued to emit the beep beep sound, like a bomb countdown. In an instant, everyone in the hotel trembled all over. Bomb? This guy in front of me actually planted a bomb in the hotel? The hotel staff and customers in the lobby panicked, and even the police officer took 2 steps back. At this moment, Wang Can calmly took out a remote control from his pocket and waved it to everyone with a smile. Luo Shui hurriedly shouted anxiously on the intercom. Don't open the bathroom door of 311. There may be a fuse behind the door that detonates a bomb. Stay where you are. In the lobby downstairs, the police superintendent who had stopped Wang Can before was holding his gun tightly in his hand, his face full of shock. She didn't even have time to think about how this man came to have a bomb. Are you crazy? You actually planted a bomb in the hotel. There are so many guests staying and employees working in the hotel. If some large bombs were detonated here, the consequences would be unimaginable. Wang Can just smiled indifferently. I'm already a murderer, why should I care about this? Prepare a car for me and let me go. The male police officer held the gun and was a little at a loss for a moment. This is obviously not something he can decide. Wang Can picked up the intercom again. Captain Luo, I'll give you 3 minutes to think about it. I need a car, with a license plate, even a police car will do. In 3 minutes, or if you reject my terms, I will detonate the bomb immediately. The bomb will be explained in the next chapter. Chapter 4 Temporary Escape. Damn it! Monitoring room on the 5th floor. Luo Shue's expression was extremely ugly, and her eyes kept flickering. She didn't expect that things would develop to this point. This suspect is so difficult to deal with. How could this guy have a bomb? While being angry, Luo Shue was also a little confused. How could an ordinary person get this thing? The intercom was already in Wang Can's control, so Luo Shue could only pick up her phone and make a video call to the police officer who had infiltrated 311. Video will be connected soon. Point the camera at the bathroom. Luo Shue quickly saw the scene in room 311. Sadly, this is just a regular hotel and all the walls around the bathroom are opaque. The bathroom door was completely closed, so Luo Shue couldn't see what was in the bathroom. However, I could definitely hear the clear and regular countdown sound coming from inside. What do you think, Captain Luo? 3 minutes are almost up. Just at this moment, Wang Can's calm and even playful voice was heard over the intercom. It seemed as if everything was under his control. Luo Shue suddenly smiled coldly. There's no bomb in this bathroom, right? How can you, an ordinary person, get a bomb? Luo Shue's tone was extremely firm, but Wang Can just sneered. Really? If you're so sure, why don't you let them go into the bathroom and take a look? Luo Shue paused for a moment. Is she really sure? Of course not, she was just cheating Wang Can and gambling. But the suspect was very calm and didn't buy it at all. The feeling of being led by the nose by the suspect made this usually decisive female police captain feel a little angry and unwilling. But she didn't dare to do anything to Wang Can. Captain Luo, I don't want to die either, but if you still don't agree. In the surveillance footage, Wang can be seen deliberately pointing the remote control at the camera, and his finger slowly moves towards the button on it. Wait a moment. In the end, Luo Shue couldn't help but scream. She also wanted to bring this evil murderer to justice on the spot. As a righteous police captain, she was not afraid of sacrifice. But she is still the captain of the police. There are many other police officers in the hotel, and even ordinary people who have nothing to do with the case. She didn't dare to gamble, she had to be responsible for these people's lives. Xiao Zhou, give him a police car. Team leader. Xiao Lu wanted to say something, but was interrupted firmly by Luo Shue. Give it to him. First floor lobby. The police chief behind Wang Can could only reluctantly put down his gun as a police car drove over from outside. A satisfied smile finally appeared on Wang Can's face. But in fact, no one knew that the back of his clothes was already soaked with cold sweat. Even with the support of the system, that female police superintendent is really hard to deal with. Just one step and the other party would be able to see through Wang Can's disguise. Fortunately, I won this psychological game in the end. Open the car door and drive away all other police cars around. The rest of the police superintendents could only do as they were told. Everything was handled properly. Wang Can still held the remote control tightly in one hand and the walkie-talkie in the other. No slackness at all. On the 5th floor, Luo Shue stared at Wang Can as he walked towards the car step by step on the surveillance camera. Now that you're in the car, can you deactivate the bomb? Wang Can said calmly. Don't worry, Captain Luo. Once I'm sure I'm safe, I'll naturally disarm the bomb. Luo Shue put down the intercom with a gloomy face and turned to the police superintendent next to her. Has the bomb disposal team arrived? Captain, the time is too short. The bomb disposal team is still on the way. Tell them to speed up as much as possible. There are hundreds of lives waiting in the hotel. Luo Shue immediately took out her cell phone. Xiao Zhao, tell your technical team to put down their current tasks and help me track a car. The license plate number is GNA 668. Yes, just left Caesar Hotel. Not long after, a helpless voice came from the other end of the phone. Captain, this car drove off the main ring road and then drove into the old city. There is no surveillance there, so we can't follow. Luo Shue's face turned ashen. In this case, doesn't it mean that the clue is completely cut off? A murder suspect like this just drove away in a police car right under his nose? Luo Shue has been working as a police superintendent for nearly 5 or 6 years, and has never experienced such a humiliation. The police inspectors beside him all took a few steps back silently. Although Luo Shue was always serious in the team, they had never seen her so angry. I'm afraid the entire police force will have to accept Captain Luo's wrath tonight. At this moment, Luo Shue's walkie-talkie rang again. Wang Can's nonchalant voice sounded again. Captain Luo, thank you so much for your hospitality. Luo Shui took a deep breath. I have already met your request. Can you deactivate the bomb? Wang Can's chuckle soon came from the intercom. Sorry, I don't quite understand. Where are the bombs? Luo Shui's pupils suddenly shrank. She quickly went downstairs to 311, and almost at the same time, the sound in the bathroom suddenly stopped. She slowly pushed open the bathroom door. Behind the door, everything in the bathroom was ordinary, just like the other rooms. There was only a mobile phone on the ground. It happened that at this moment, the mobile phone ran out of battery and turned off. Everyone present came to their senses at the first moment, feeling angry, relieved, and a little amused. They were fooled. I actually used a cell phone ringtone as a countdown bomb. Luo Shui, who was at the front, stared at the turned-off cell phone on the ground without saying a word. Almost everyone present could feel a terrible storm silently gathering in each other's bodies. At this time, Wang Can's voice came again. Sorry, Captain Luo, I just played a joke on you. Just kidding, you won't be angry, right? In the old town, Wang Can threw the hotel's TV remote control out of the window. Then he became a little more serious and said to the intercom. Officer Luo, although you may not believe it, I was actually framed. The victim's death has nothing to do with me. After saying that, Wang Can didn't say anything else and threw the walkie-talkie out of the car window. In the old city, Wang Can carefully turned around, and after making sure that he had temporarily escaped police surveillance, he drove the police car into a dead end and got out of the car. Bite. Mission completed. Rewards being settled. S. Escape from room 311. SS. Leaving Caesar Hotel. SSS. Temporarily out of police sight and control. Congratulations to the host for completing the SSS perfect level clearance. Rewards being settled. Automatically learned God-level disguise skill. Your disguise is close to perfection. As long as you don't watch carefully from a close distance, no one can see through it. Bite. Perfect level pass. The host gets extra special rewards. Automatically learned God-level racing skills. Your driving skills are comparable to any world champion. Chapter 5 Discussion of Chapter 5. Jincheng Police Station. Although it was night, the police station was brightly lit. The atmosphere in the entire police station was somewhat depressing. Luo Shui sat at the front and answered the phone. There were also a group of police superintendents sitting in the back of the audience. Even Su Tao, who had been knocked unconscious by Wang Can that morning, was there, with several bandages wrapped around his head, as if he had bumped his head when he fell. Okay, Director Huang, I got it. Luo Shui hung up the call and threw the phone on the table with an expressionless face. The Caesars incident has gotten out. We have been asked to solve the case within 48 hours. Tell me what you think? The police superintendents looked at each other. Su Tao stood up and spoke with a somewhat dissatisfied look on his face. Captain, is 48 hours too short? We haven't even figured out who that person is yet. Although they have all met Wang Can, they don't know his identity. It's just that they haven't started discussing the case yet. The police are not that incompetent. Moreover, judging from the confrontation during the day, Wang Can has a high IQ, is calm and steady, and has a strong anti-reconnaissance awareness. It's really a bit too much to solve the case and bring Wang Can to justice within 48 hours. But at this moment, Luo Shui was like a powder keg that could explode at any time. She slammed the table and yelled at Su Tao. This is an order from above, it's not your turn to question it. Su Tao, if you hadn't been so careless this morning and separated from the other two police officers without permission, the suspect wouldn't have had the chance to wear your police uniform. If you don't want to be a police superintendent, take off your police uniform now. Su Tao, a male police inspector who was nearly 1.9 meters tall, with a thick bandage wrapped around his head and a sturdy build, was startled by the scolding of Luo Shui, who looked much smaller, and hurriedly lowered his head and sat down. Luo Shui was still angry and wanted to say something. Fortunately, a middle-aged man behind her stood up in time to smooth things over. Captain Luo, calm down. Xiao Su is not very sensible. Let's just hurry up and look at the case. The middle-aged man's status was obviously far superior to that of others. With his mediation, Luo Shui took a few deep breaths and slowly sat down. This incident is not just an ordinary murder. More importantly, the incident happened in a hotel, which caused a serious impact and aroused great concern from the society. That's why the higher-ups asked us to solve the case as quickly as possible. The middle-aged male police officer explained righteously. Xiao Lu, please tell us what you have discovered in the investigation. Another male police officer opened the slideshow on the screen. This morning, we received an anonymous report. The reporter claimed that a homicide occurred in room 311 of the Caesars Hotel. After our investigation, we found that a female corpse was indeed found in the Caesar Hotel. On the screen, Su Qing's body appeared. We arranged for the family to identify the deceased and confirmed that the deceased was a sophomore student at Jincheng University named Su Qing. After confirmation, room 311 was opened with Su Qing's ID card. Luo Shui had regained most of her composure at this time, and she asked, "Have the deceased's interpersonal relationships been investigated?" Those who can book a hotel room with the deceased are either relatives of the deceased, or very close friends, boyfriends, etc. Luo Shui's analysis is still very clear and makes sense. Captain Luo, we have basically confirmed the identity of the suspect who appeared in the hotel today. As he spoke, Xiao Zhou switched the screen and another picture appeared on it. Just one glance, and all the police officers at Caesar Hotel today whitened their eyes. Luo Shui, who was at the front, stood up from her chair again, her eyes full of anger. There was also Su Tao, who angrily touched the bandage on his head. On the screen was a photo of Wang Can. That's him. Who is he? After our investigation, we found that this person is called Wang Can. He should be the boyfriend of the deceased. He is also a sophomore at Jincheng University and is in the same class as the deceased. Boyfriend, that's right. It's very likely a murder of passion. And after our visits, it seems that Wang Can had been subjected to campus violence by his roommates during his college years. School violence? At this time, the middle-aged male police officer next to him said with some doubt, "I wasn't at the scene today, Captain Luo, is this the suspect?" Luo Shui took a breath and nodded. Yes, and they also stole a police car and disappeared in the old town. The old town. The middle-aged man suddenly realized, and he was still a little puzzled as to why they had not started the pursuit even though the suspect had been identified. It turned out that he had hidden in the old town. Jincheng is just a second-tier city, and its urbanization expansion and demolition in the past 2 years are still in the initial stages. The old city area is huge, so let alone blocking it off, even a large-scale survey would take a lot of time and energy. This guy is really smart. But the old town is so big, where should we find someone? The middle-aged man was still thinking, and Luo Shui, relying on her sensitive criminal investigation instinct and experience, suddenly had some ideas. This Wang Can is desperate now, and he is likely to seek refuge with others. The technical team should check if there are any relatives or friends of Wang Can in the old city where he disappeared last. The technical department acted quickly and got the result in just 2 minutes. We found out, Captain. This Wang Can has a cousin who seems to be in that old city. Really? Luo Shui's eyes flashed instantly and she stood up immediately. She is a man of swift action and no nonsense. Time is running out. Team 2, stay where you are. Team 1, follow me. Where are you going, Captain Luo? The middle-aged man looked a little confused and didn't understand the situation. We were still discussing the direction of investigation in confusion just now, and the next second we were arresting people? Wang Can is probably going to the old city to look for his cousin. Old Lu, just stay at the police station. I'll go and catch Wang Can. Luo Shui explained and then immediately trotted out the door. On the streets of the old town, Wang Can pulled the hood of his sweatshirt, lowered his head and walked quickly on the street. As Luo Shui guessed, the reason why he chose to enter the old city was, on the one hand, because there were few surveillance cameras and the large area was not conducive to police control. On the other hand, he came to find his cousin. Since the day he went to college, he would come back to his cousin's house almost every weekend. The day before yesterday, which was Friday the 26th, he was probably forcibly taken out by his 2 roommates in the dormitory and forced to treat them to a meal. Then he got him drunk. After dinner, Wang Can did not return to the dormitory, but went directly to his cousin's house. As for why he had no memory of the 27th, and what happened on the 27th, his cousin might know something. However, he probably doesn't have much time to ask for information. After the hotel incident, it was clear that Police Superintendent Jincheng was no pushover. Especially the female captain. No matter her intelligence, command ability, or thoughtfulness, she is absolutely first-rate. I'm afraid she will be able to catch up here soon. Such a person certainly won't have much time left for himself. Chapter 6 Lin Chi Noodle House. Transition chapter, the excitement is coming soon. The old town under the cover of night is already deserted. Wang Can lowered the hood of his sweatshirt and stood on the side of the street with no sense of presence. In the shop directly opposite, there is a lynchy noodle house. This is where Wang Can's cousin works on weekdays. But for some reason, the lights in the shop were turned off early today, and even the iron door was half closed, as if it was closed. Wang Can frowned and looked at his watch. It's only 7 o'clock. This is not right? Logically, it shouldn't be past dinner time yet, so why is it closed? This shop was left by my cousin's parents. Wang Can has lived with her since childhood and is familiar with her daily habits and routine. In the past, the door was not closed until after 10 o'clock. Today is a bit abnormal. Feeling vaguely uneasy, Wang Can took 2 steps closer to the noodle shop. Bending down and passing through the half-lowered iron door, I could see that there was indeed no one in the noodle shop. Wang Can entered the noodle shop through the iron gate, and then his eyes narrowed slightly. Although the lights in the noodle shop were off, the paper towels and bowls on the table were confiscated. The tables and chairs were also placed in a haphazard manner. How is it possible that they don't even put away the tables, chairs, dishes, and chopsticks before closing? Something happened. He quickly ran to the kitchen. Knives and various unprocessed meat slices were placed in a mess, and even the soup in the big pot was still hot and steaming. Just at this time, Wang Can vaguely heard a few women sobbing from the back door of the noodle shop. This voice sounds very much like his cousin Lin Siyu. Wang Can had just taken 2 steps closer when he heard the voice of a burly man. Ms. Lin, I only want 10,000 yuan including the principal and interest for 2 months. Isn't that giving you a lot of face? Outside the back door of the noodle shop, Lin Siyu was squeezed into a corner by 3 big men, and she explained helplessly and tremblingly. I have no money left in this store. The 3 men couldn't help but sneer when they heard this. No money? Why do you give your cousin good food and drink every day if you don't have money? Don't play tricks on me. If you don't pay, I will make sure your store won't open tomorrow. Lin Siyu immediately waved her hands in fear to stop him and tried to grab the man's arm. No. This restaurant was left by my father, please. But before she could finish her words, the man pushed her away impatiently. Don't talk nonsense to me. If you don't want your noodle shop to be smashed, pay up. But I really have no money. No money? The 3 men slowly squatted down, looking up and down Lin Siyu's body unscrupulously, with some obscene smiles on their faces. It's okay if you don't have money. My brother Biao is not an unreasonable person. I will give you a chance. If you sleep with us and serve us well, I'll give you 1,000 off a night. Isn't that cool? Lin Siyu in the corner hurriedly protected herself in fear, but her petite figure was obviously not enough in front of the 3 big men. Several big men stretched out their hands with lewd smiles, ready to grab Lin Siyu. Hu Biao! At this moment, a loud shout suddenly came from behind Hu Biao. Hu Biao turned around subconsciously, and a fist as big as a sandbag flew towards him. Bump! A powerful punch hit Hu Biao's nose heavily, causing him to scream instantly and take 2 steps back. Is it you? Hu Biao and the other 2 raised their heads and looked at Wang Can, who had an expressionless face at the door. Isn't this the girl's college cousin? Seeing that it was Wang Can, the 3 of them breathed a sigh of relief. Damn, you're playing tricks on me. I thought it was the police chief. As Lin Siyu's cousin, of course they know each other. A college student, with some education, but a poor fighter. They bullied us a lot when they came to collect protection fees in the past. But no one expected that Wang Can would be so brave today and dare to attack them. Grass. Hu Biao rubbed his sore nose and looked at Wang Can's thin figure, with sparks of anger in his eyes. You little bastard, you want to be a hero and save your sister before your hair has fully grown, right? Kneel down and kowtow 3 times. Ask your sister to pay an extra 5,000. Then I can beat you less severely. Hu Biao had a ferocious look on his face. In the past, Wang Can would have probably knelt down and begged for mercy. But now, Wang Can had no expression on his face and just stared at the 3 people. Hu Biao and the other 2 were stunned, and then a hint of ruthlessness flashed in their eyes. It seems that I was too civilized to you before. Brother, fight me. As they said that, the 3 of them immediately rushed towards Wang Can, who was at the door. Lin Siyu on the ground also looked anxiously at Wang Can, who had barged in. Next to the tall and strong Hu Biao and the other 2, Wang Can looked particularly fragile. Although she didn't know why Wang Can was here, she didn't have time to think about it and hurriedly shouted. Wang Can, leave me alone and run. Lin Siyu knew, of course, that her cousin had always been a good boy. Actually, studying is good. But when it comes to fighting, how can they be a match for Hu Biao and other gangsters who hang out in society every day? Under her nervous and panicked gaze, Wang Can just quietly watched the three people who pounced on him like violent bears, without moving at all. Lin Siyu's heartstrings suddenly tightened. King. Before Lin Siyu could finish her words, Wang Can suddenly turned his body slightly to avoid Hu Biao in front of him. Then he turned around and kicked a thug next to him in the abdomen. A muffled groan came from the man's nose, and then he immediately flew backwards. Then, Wang Can bent down to avoid the other man's arm and punched the man in the crotch. So? I don't know what it is, but it seems to be broken. The man covered his crotch and fell to the ground in pain. What's going on? Hu Biao turned around clumsily, and before he could figure out what was happening, Wang Can's sole quickly kicked him in the bare face. Puff! Hu Biao flew several meters away and crashed into the garbage dump nearby. The damage is not small, and the insult is even greater. Hu Biao got up from the ground with a look of shock. This nerd, why does he seem like a different person today? He makes himself look like a martial artist. He originally wanted to say a few harsh words, but when he looked at Wang Can's cold face, he felt a little scared for some reason. He looked at the guy with the broken eggs on the ground, swallowed his saliva, and stammered. You just wait for me. After saying this, he didn't dare to stay and ran out from the back door in a panic. Wang Can did not chase after her. He helped Lin Siyu up, who was still on the ground in a daze and seemed to have not figured out what was going on. Are you okay? Lin Siyu stared blankly at the two people lying unconscious on the ground. Wang Can. You beat all three of them away by yourself? When did you learn Kung Fu? What should I do with these two unconscious people here? Should I call the police? Lin Siyu said this and picked up the phone to call 110. Wang Can quickly snatched her phone away. Need not. Wang Can walked up to the two people on the ground. If you keep pretending to be dead, I'll break your other egg too. Do you believe it? The two guys on the ground seemed like a medical miracle. They hurriedly got up from the ground and limped out. Wang Can turned around. Time is limited, I have something I want to ask you. Lin Siyu was stunned. What do you mean by limited time? Do you know where I went yesterday, who I was with, and who I had contact with? Yesterday? Lin Siyu looked puzzled. I didn't see you yesterday? You were gone so early in the morning. I thought you were hanging out with your roommates again. Isn't that right? I'm gone so early in the morning? How come I don't know? Is it amnesia? Wang Can was completely stunned again. Many possibilities flashed through his mind, but he still had no idea. How could this happen? Lin Siyu's answer was somewhat unexpected to him. He thought that Lin Siyu must know something about his whereabouts yesterday, but he didn't expect that she also knew nothing. Before Wang Can figured it out, the system in his mind suddenly gave him a prompt. Release the mission, get rid of the police encirclement again, and completely get out of the police surveillance in a real sense, and completely cut off the police's tracking clues. Mission completed. Reward. Host's physique increased by 50%. Chapter 7 Blockade. Listening to the tasks issued by the system, Wang Can fell into deep thought. This task is equivalent to reminding him in disguise that the superintendent has come? It's really fast. Wang Can sighed slightly, but fortunately he had already asked all the questions he wanted to ask. Wang Can let go of Lin Siyu's hand and walked quickly back to the noodle shop. Lin Siyu followed in confusion. Wang Can, are you looking for something? Does our noodle shop have surveillance cameras? Lin Siyu nodded. Yes, that's why Hu Biao didn't dare to attack in the restaurant just now. Wang Can turned his head, his expression more serious than ever before. Lin Siyu was shocked by Wang Can's appearance. What is happening? Wang Can took a breath and spoke faster. Sister, you must remember what I am going to say next. After I leave, you will immediately delete the surveillance footage from the store tonight. Copied from surveillance footage from a selected day at least a month ago. Lin Siyu was still a little confused. Wang Can continued. When the superintendent comes over later, just remember that you haven't seen me today. The last time you saw me was the night before yesterday. For everything else, just tell the truth. Looking at Wang Can's serious expression, Lin Siyu finally began to realize that something was wrong. From what he just said about the police superintendent, to thinking about how Wang Can had just dealt with Hu Biao and the other two, Lin Siyu's eyes showed some worry. Wang Can, did you commit any crime? When she said this, she herself was a little bit unbelievable. After all, Wang Can has always been a very obedient and good student since he was a child. She said that even if Lin Siyu got into trouble, she didn't believe that Wang Can would do anything wrong. But seeing Wang Can like this now, Wang Can didn't explain anymore, but just looked at Lin Siyu deeply. I have to go. Lin Siyu wanted to say something but was interrupted by Wang Can. Remember what I just told you. After saying that, Wang Can no longer paid attention to Lin Siyu behind him. He immediately turned around and walked out of the noodle shop, turning around and around until he disappeared from Lin Siyu's sight. Lin Siyu looked at the direction where Wang Can left, and her heartbeat began to speed up inexplicably. A feeling of uneasiness gradually welled up in my heart. Almost at the same time, a shrill siren sounded in her ears from another street in the old town not far away. Wang Can, nothing will really happen to you. Another block in the old town. Wang Can took a deep breath while wearing his hat. After leaving Lin Siyu's noodle shop, the few traces of emotion in Wang Can's eyes completely disappeared. After possessing the God-level escape system, it is impossible for ordinary people to have any influence on Wang Can's state of mind. Only Lin Siyu, his cousin who had supported him since childhood and was not his biological sister but was better than him, could do it. He had just taken 2 steps when suddenly a bright blue and red police car light came into his sight. A police car appeared at the end of Wang Can's sight. Have they started to gradually block off areas? Wang Can narrowed his eyes and naturally changed his direction. Soon, in a very remote and dark dead end, Wang Can found the police car that he had just borrowed from the hotel this morning. Having grown up here, Wang Can is very familiar with this area. Even though the surrounding area has been blocked by the police, they will not be able to find this place for a while. As for Lin Siyu, Wang Can remembered that she seemed to have graduated from a drama academy. But later I came back to take over this noodle shop and gave up my dream of working in the film and television industry. It should be no problem to handle the routine questioning from the superintendent. Wang Can got into the dark car without starting the engine. Next, wait for the right time. Almost at the same time, nearly 10 police cars gathered at the intersection. Luo Shui and a group of police officers got out of the car. Captain Luo, the area around the old town has been blocked off. Because it's an old town, many roads are inconvenient to move around, so it's a bit troublesome to block them off, but it shouldn't take long. We are now in the blockade area in the east. Luo Shui nodded. Where's Wang Can's cousin? Is she around here? Xiao Zhou took a map and pointed to the old street in front of him that was close to traffic. According to our understanding, Wang Can's cousin is Lin Siyu, who opened a noodle shop on this street, which was left by her father. She also has an old bungalow, which should also be her parents' inheritance. It is on the next street and is also in our blockade area. Luo Shui nodded. Then hurry up, Group 2 will stay in the outer blockade area. Once you find Wang Can, report to me immediately. Group 1, follow me into the city. Even if we have to turn this land upside down tonight, we must find this Wang Can for me. Yes. A group of police inspectors soon arrived at the Linchi noodle house where Wang Can had just left. Not long after Wang Can left, Lin Siyu had already pulled up the iron gate and turned on the lights in the hall. At this time, the noodle shop looked no different from its usual business hours. I'm the superintendent of police, investigating a case. Please cooperate with us. Oh well. Lin Siyu nodded obediently. Luo Shui waved her hand, and the police officers behind her immediately rushed into the noodle shop and searched it inside and out, including the alley at the back. Captain Luo, no. Lin Siyu looked confused. You guys are. Luo Shui spoke expressionlessly. Lin Siyu, right? Have you met your cousin Wang Can tonight? Lin Siyu shook her head. Luo Shui stared at Lin Siyu's face and raised her eyebrows. She didn't notice anything unusual on the other person's face. Could it be that this Wang Can has really never been here? Officer, what exactly are you looking for Wang Can about? Luo Shui stared at Lin Siyu and said word by word. Your cousin is suspected of committing a murder. How is it possible? Lin Siyu was really shocked. In her impression, Wang Can didn't even dare to steal a chicken, so how could he kill someone? Luo Shui also saw all of Lin Siyu's expressions. It's strange, Lin Siyu really seems to be unaware of the situation. Could it be that this matter really has nothing to do with this woman? Luo Shui continued. The evidence is irrefutable. Ms. Lin, if your cousin comes back to see you, I hope you can inform us in time. Lin Siyu was so shocked that she couldn't speak and just stood there. Luo Shui frowned, and suddenly looked up at a surveillance camera on the roof that had a red dot on it. Ms. Lin, could you please give us a copy of today's surveillance video in this shop? Lin Siyu came back to her senses. Oh. Okay. As she said this, she felt extremely fortunate. Although she did not understand Wang Can's meaning before, she still followed the former's instructions faithfully. Otherwise, Lin Siyu might be exposed tonight. This surveillance is actually of little significance for capturing Wang Can, after all, he has already left. Wang Can's real meaning was that he didn't want to involve Lin Siyu. After copying the surveillance footage from the computer, Luo Shui stood up and was about to leave. But at this moment, a hurried voice suddenly came from her intercom. Captain Luo, there is a problem in the western blockade area. We request reinforcements. Chapter 8 appears. What's wrong? I heard a noisy sound on the intercom and couldn't make out what the superintendent was reporting. Luo Shui was not panicked at all, but a sneer appeared on her face. This Wang Can can't help but show his head finally. In fact, she could understand that this area of the city had been sealed off by the police a long time ago. Even if Wang Can could hide for a while, he couldn't hide forever. She didn't care that Lin Siyu was still beside her and gave orders directly into the intercom. All personnel from the north and south districts, send 1/3 to the west district. You must guard that place for me. Don't let anyone leave. Putting down the intercom in her hand, Luo Shui immediately reached out to Xiao Zhou behind her. Give me the map. Xiao Zhou took out a map and took the initiative to explain. Captain Luo, our blockade to the west is a wide open West Street Square, and further west is an area of old houses. The old housing areas are all old roads that cars can't enter. If we block them there, it will probably take a lot of time and police force, so we chose the square as the blockade boundary. Luo Shui narrowed her eyes as she listened. The square is crowded with people and it's dark now. This Wang Can is indeed very smart. That is indeed the best excerpt of Breakout. As she spoke, she smiled as if she had everything under control. Unfortunately, I guessed everything. We need to draw as many police officers as possible from other places. Even the toilet there needs to be blocked. Having said that, she trotted out of the noodle shop. Captain Luo, are we going over there too? Go! That Wang Can is as cunning as a fox. I won't feel at ease unless I keep an eye on him personally. But soon she frowned and thought of something, and picked up the intercom again. However, this could also be Wang Can's way of luring the tiger away from the mountain. East District, you can allocate half of your manpower to fill the vacancies on the north and south sides. Xiao Zhou next to him was a little worried. Captain, in this case, the police force on the east side is a bit weak. Luo Shui shook her head. Don't worry. Wang Can is in the west now. Even if he tries to lure the tiger away from the mountain, he can only run to the north or south at most in a short time. He wants to break out from the east now, but there's not enough time. After saying that, she quickly ran towards the nearby West Street Square. Thinking that they would soon catch the cunning suspect Wang Can, Luo Shui breathed a sigh of relief and a refreshing smile unconsciously appeared on the corners of her mouth. This guy played tricks on me repeatedly this morning and also made the entire police force confused. Luo Shui has not forgotten these grudges. When we catch this guy, we will make him confess all the bad things he has done, and not let a single one of them go. Luo Shui was already thinking about how to interrogate the person after he was caught. But she didn't notice that it was less than 100 meters away from her, in a dark, remote, uninhabited dead end. An unlit police car was hiding in the darkness. Two pupils as bright as night pearls were staring at her figure. In the gloomy alley, Wang Can looked at a group of police officers who were running quickly to the west on another street. With his familiarity with the environment here, Wang Can was able to roughly draw the police blockade circle in his mind after just a brief thought. Especially the west side, where there is a basketball court, is the best blockade location. Further out is a chaotic housing area, which is not conducive to restricting the flow of people in and out. Wang Can looked at his watch 7:30. It's about time. Judging from the police chief's behavior, the west should be in chaos. Wang Can, who was familiar with the old town, certainly knew what had happened. Every night there is a group of middle-aged women dancing square dance there. This is the opportunity he has been waiting for. I guess Captain Luo must have thought that I would break out from there, right? Looking at the police officers rushing towards West Street, Wang Can smiled. Have some brains. But not much. The next second, he inserted the car key into the keyhole. Two bright white lights suddenly lit up in front of the car, illuminating the entire dark alley. The bright light was extremely eye-catching on the already dim street. Even though they were not on the same street, it still attracted the attention of the police on the sidewalk next door. Luo Shui, who was originally running, slowed down and looked over here subconsciously. The glaring light made her squint, but she quickly got used to it. With the help of the bright car lights, she soon saw. Right across from her, in a dead-end street just 1 block away, a police car was facing her with its headlights on. Here, why is there a police car? Before she could figure it out, she saw the familiar face sitting in the car. The next second, her pupils suddenly shrank. Is that Wang Can? Shouldn't he be on West Street? Why is he here? Before she could think about it, a voice came from the intercom. Captain, there was a group of middle-aged women who wanted to do square dancing in the western blockade area. We have already controlled them. Luo Shui stared at Wang Can, who was in the car dozens of meters away. At the same time, Wang Can was also looking at her through the car window with a hint of amusement on his lips. Captain? Got it, please reply. The superintendent was still shouting on the intercom. The next moment, Luo Shui suddenly pulled out the intercom. All newly transferred police superintendents, return to your original areas immediately. Especially in the eastern blockade areas, immediately, right now. Her tone was more anxious than ever before, and her throat was almost torn. But in the end, I was still a step slow. Wang Can in the car stepped on the accelerator and rushed out of the alley, followed by a perfect drift. Drive at full speed and rush straight towards the blockade area on the diagonal east. Luo Shui's pupils suddenly shrank. The east side is the area that she, the captain, is personally responsible for. She did not forget that she had just sent half of the police force in the east to support the north and south areas. In other words, the east side at this time is the weakest link in the police deployment among the 4 blockade areas. Damn it! Most fugitives are cautious and keep a low profile. Something as conspicuous as a police car will definitely be thrown away after use. But unexpectedly, Wang Can actually dared to break out in a police car openly. The car was moving very fast, leaving them far behind in a few seconds. Luo Shui could only hope that the police chief in the east could stop Wang Can, and she shouted anxiously on the intercom. Su Tao, be careful. That Wang Can is driving a police car towards you. Receive. At the same time, Su Tao Chao at the eastern border put down the walkie-talkie in his hand. Looking at the police car that had just appeared in his sight and was speeding towards them, Su Tao tore off the bandage on his head and actually raised a gun in his hand. Suspect Wang Can. Stop the car immediately. You are suspected of violently resisting arrest. We have the right to shoot you on the spot. If you don't stop, we're going to shoot. P.S. It's very common for an old lady to disturb public order. I've experienced it myself. No matter if you're a police officer or not, she didn't break the law. She can touch you. If you touch her, she'll fall to the ground. Even if the police chief comes, you'll have to pay compensation. In our neighborhood, every time a security officer intervenes in square dancing, there is always a quarrel for hours. Chapter 9 Wild Racing. Wang Can frowned as he looked at Su Tao in front of him, who was pointing a gun at him. He quickly leaned over and buried his head behind the steering wheel, while stepping hard on the accelerator. If you don't stop, the chance of being hit is not small, but not too great. But once he stops the car and is arrested, he will be convicted of murder, carjacking, resisting arrest, assaulting police officers, etc. Only a fool would stop the car. Wang Can felt the car speeding up and gripped the steering wheel tightly. Depend on. Su Tao on the opposite side looked at Wang Can's increasingly faster speed, his face filled with confusion. Is this guy really not afraid of being shot? Su Tao gripped the gun in his hand, but finally pushed the muzzle away. Although in the current situation, even if he opened fire and really killed Wang Can on the spot, no one would say anything. But he didn't end up doing that. This bastard, everyone, get out of the way. Stop standing there like an idiot. Looking at Wang Can's expression, he doesn't seem to be slowing down at all. Boom! With a loud noise, Wang Can crashed into several police cars that were blocking the way. Wang Can also quickly raised his head and drifted without slowing down, just in time to slip out of this gap and completely break through the blockade line in the east. In fact, originally speaking, even if Wang Can could really make a hole in the car, his own car would have to be scrapped. It's just because Luo Shui had just withdrawn some police forces not long ago, resulting in the eastern blockade line now being at least half weaker. This is how Wang Can manage to create a gap. Everyone get in the car and chase them. Su Tao was not slow to react. He got into a car first and reported into the intercom. Captain Luo, the suspect has forcibly broken through the eastern blockade and has fled in the direction of the main road around the city. Luo Shui's voice soon came from the intercom. Okay, follow closely and be careful. On the old street, Luo Shui slowly put down the walkie-talkie in her hand. Xiao Zhou at the side hurried forward and asked, Captain, what's the situation? He was not caught. Wang Can broke through the blockade and got back on the main road around the city. When Xiao Zhou heard this, his heart skipped a beat, thinking that Luo Shui was going to lose her temper again. Unexpectedly, the other party took a deep breath and then looked directly in the direction where Wang Can had left. This time, it was mainly because of my problem. No matter what the result is tonight, I will apologize to everyone. At the same time, on the main road around the city. Although the evening rush hour has gradually passed, there are still many vehicles on this road. Wang Can sat in the car and glanced at the side view mirror. Several police cars with flashing lights were following closely behind Wang Can's car. Wang Can frowned and looked around at the increasing number of vehicles. The main ring road in Jincheng is notoriously congested, especially during a time like now when the evening rush hour has not yet completely ended. This would be troublesome if there was a sudden traffic jam ahead. At this moment, Su Tao behind also glanced at the increasingly dense traffic around him, then looked at Wang Can's police car, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Out of caution, he asked on the intercom. Technical team, does this Wang Can have a driver's license? Soon there was a response from the intercom. I failed the second test once, and I haven't passed it yet. Didn't he even pass the second test? Su Tao couldn't help but reveal a hint of sneer and confidence on the corners of his mouth. Boy, I want to see how you run today. You dare to compete with me in racing? You are really ignorant and fearless. Don't be fooled by Su Tao's physique of a bull. He even won a prize in an amateur racing competition when he was in the police academy. It's not easy to catch a guy who doesn't even have a driver's license. He stared at Wang Can, who was being followed closely by him. Wang Can, you can't escape today no matter what. But just as he was thinking this, he saw Wang Can in front of him suddenly turn the wheel, and the whole car body actually floated in a beautiful arc. In just a blink of an eye, it whoosh landed on the opposite lane next door. Reverse direction? Su Tao's eyes widened. You haven't even passed the second test, and you dare to drive in the wrong direction here? This is the main road around the city. It is congested when it is congested, but there are also really many cars when there are too many cars. This kid actually dared to drive in the wrong lane. Is he really not afraid of death? Su Tao was still hesitating when two stone walls in front of him came into his sight. In less than 100 meters, the two directions of the driveway will be separated by a stone wall. In other words, if he doesn't follow now, he will have no chance later. Su Tao gritted his teeth. Then he turned the steering wheel and followed Wang Can into the oncoming lane. Go against the flow. How can I be afraid of you, a guy who hasn't even passed the driving test? However, he did not lose his composure, but picked up the intercom. You don't need to follow me. It's too dangerous to go against the flow. See if you can find a chance to block off a small area on this main road. Wang Can glanced at the rearview mirror and saw the police car still following closely. Why do I feel like the people in the car behind me seem to be somewhat resentful towards me? He just followed me without saying a word? Wang Can couldn't see in the rearview mirror that the person sitting in the car behind him was the burly man he had ambushed in the morning. In the oncoming lane, the speed of the car was doubled. After just a few minutes of driving, several cars were speeding towards Wang Can. Thanks to his speeding skills, Wang Can was not affected at all. But to his surprise, the police car following behind him also avoided them one by one and was still following closely behind his car. He's quite skilled and difficult to deal with. Wang Can returned his gaze to the front, and saw a large truck that was more than 10 meters long appear in his field of vision. The two cars were heading towards each other at a very fast speed and approaching each other quickly. A hint of coldness appeared in Wang Can's eyes. Since you keep asking me to compete with you in driving skills, so let us make a difference here. Instantly, a large number of racing skills flooded into his mind. Wang Can suddenly turned the steering wheel, the car turned, and landed right in front of the truck. Lying on the grass, a middle-aged man in the truck suddenly spit out foul language, stepped on the brakes, and suddenly turned the steering wheel to Wang Can's right. The time is now. Shift gears, handbrake, step on the brake. The car body made a beautiful tailspin. Wang Can suddenly stepped on the accelerator, and the acceleration of the tires was increased to the limit. The whole car was like a gopher. It slipped through a gap on the far left just before the truck came across. WC? What the hell is this? Wang Can went over, but Su Tao behind him opened his eyes wide. In front of him, the truck that was completely sideways had completely blocked his way. Su Tao slammed on the brakes and hammered the steering wheel with unbelievable force. You tell me, this guy has driving skills that he failed level 2? What Wang Can did just now, even if it was Su Tao, he couldn't do it so perfectly and control the timing so accurately. Although he was unwilling, Su Tao could only hold up the intercom helplessly. Captain, I lost him. Luo Shui, who was still in the old street, was not disappointed. Instead, she stared at a chart sent by the technical team on her mobile phone, with a few gleams in her eyes. Su Tao, about 800 meters ahead, there is a small-scale traffic jam. This will be our best chance to catch Wang Can. Chapter 10 This guy, can he fly? At the same time. After taking a glance at the empty road behind him, Wang Can just breathed a sigh of relief. But soon, his brows frowned again. There seemed to be a car accident on the road ahead, which blocked most of the road. It seemed to have just happened, otherwise the truck would not have been able to drive past. And there was even a construction cordon on the only remaining road. Is there really a traffic jam? It was a bit tricky, but Wang Can didn't panic. He pulled the car over and got out. He first glanced back to make sure the superintendent hadn't caught up with him yet. Looking through the gap of the car accident, there was immediately a large area of countless vehicles of various types stuck in place behind. Many car owners also realized that it seemed impossible to evacuate here for a while, so they chose to get out of their cars to get some fresh air. With just one glance, Wang Can's eyes were fixed on an extremely eye-catching, scarlet Ferrari. In front of Ferrari stood a woman wearing a luxurious white sweater, with delicate makeup, a cold face, black Valentino stockings on her legs, and a pair of silver high heels that looked very expensive. Found it. Wang Can remained calm and walked quickly to the woman's side. In fact, the woman noticed it the moment Wang Can got off the car. It would be strange if a police car driving against traffic could go unnoticed. I am the superintendent. Miss, can you please assist us with our work? The woman frowned, as if she didn't quite understand why she was chosen, but she nodded anyway. Let's talk in the car. With that, Wang Can sat directly in the passenger seat. The woman frowned with some dissatisfaction, but because of her status as a police superintendent, she didn't say much. Wang Can rolled up all the car windows. Miss, do you have any cosmetics or anything like that? Have. The woman took out an exquisite bag filled with various expensive cosmetics. Eyebrow pencils, lipsticks, foundation, even false eyelashes, wigs, and so on are all available. Wang Can chose this woman, naturally not because of any other ideas, but because the woman had exquisite makeup on her face. What do you need me to do next? Wang Can glanced at the woman and smiled faintly. Sorry, I can't show you what happens next. Before the woman could react, Wang Can raised his knife and hit the woman's neck. The woman's eyes were still a little shocked and dull, and then she slowly closed her eyes. The force was just right, causing the other person to fall asleep for a while, but without causing any injuries. Wang Can moved his body to the back and sat in the driver's seat himself. Suddenly, a postcard came into his sight. Huaxin Company, Ltd. Head of Human Resources Department. Lin Yue. It's Huaxin. Wang Can glanced at the sleeping woman behind him and raised his eyebrows. I'm afraid there are few people in Jincheng who don't know this company. After only 3 years of listing, its businesses cover real estate, smartphones, smart homes, new energy vehicles and other industries. Not to mention Jincheng, it is one of the best in the entire central China province. When I was in college, I wanted to find an opportunity to work in this company after graduation. I didn't expect that by accident. I actually knocked out the head of the Human Resources Department of Huaxin Company. Well, there is one more enemy. Shaking his head helplessly, Wang Can put down the business card and picked up the pile of cosmetics. Knowledge of various disguise techniques flooded into my mind, along with these expensive cosmetics that had extremely good effects. Soon, the image of a capable woman with short hair appeared on Wang Can's face. After the disguise was completed, Wang Can glanced at the unconscious Lin Yue behind him, but felt a little worried. She opened the trunk and got out. These company managers and directors have to deal with various social engagements at any time, so they may have all kinds of expensive liquors hidden in their trunks. Especially the Human Resources Department. Sure enough, Wang Can soon found several bottles of expensive red wine. This kind of wine would cost at least 4 or 5 figures if sold outside. After opening the bottle cap and smelling the rich aroma of wine, Wang Can nodded with satisfaction. It's true that Wang Can didn't do anything immoral by pouring the red wine directly on the seat. Instead, he took out a box of tissues and soaked most of the bottle of red wine on it. Soon, the rich aroma of wine filled the entire car. After finishing everything, Wang Can sat back in his seat with satisfaction. At the same time, Su Tao, along with 5 or 6 police inspectors, had just arrived at the scene of the traffic jam. At this time, Luo Shua's voice came from the intercom. Su Tao, the tow truck will arrive at the scene in about 5 minutes. This is the main road with the heaviest traffic in Jincheng. Once the accident vehicle is towed away, the police will not be able to close the road again, which will have a huge impact on the traffic in the entire Jincheng. That means you only have about 5 minutes. That's the last time you have to find Wang Can. Su Tao replied expressionlessly. I understand, Captain Luo. Don't worry, I will definitely find this Wang Can. He's just a college student. It's really impressive that he has such driving skills, but he can't have any other trump cards. After saying that, he put down the walkie-talkie and directed several police superintendents behind him. Brothers, time is running out. You two are responsible for the vehicles on the left, you are responsible for the vehicles on the right, and the rest of you and I will check the 2 vehicles in the middle. Whether it's outside or inside the car, even if Wang Can is hiding in the trunk, he must be found for me. Clear. The superintendent was also very efficient and took action immediately without saying a word. Starting from the beginning, almost every car present was carefully checked inside and out, even the bottom of the car was not spared. Su Tao had a gloomy face. Although he had to check 2 buses, his speed was not slow at all. Soon, he came to a scarlet Ferrari that looked very valuable. Hello. The Ferrari's window slowly rolled down, revealing a short-haired woman inside. Female? Su Tao's vigilance instantly dropped a lot, but he still said cautiously. Ma'am, please open the rear windows and the trunk. The woman nodded and did as she was told, and soon another sleeping woman in the back seat was revealed, along with a strong smell of alcohol. The short-haired woman in the driver's seat pointed at the drunk woman in the back seat and quietly gestured to keep quiet. Su Tao nodded to show his understanding. After all, those who can afford such a luxury car are all famous and powerful people, and she is a woman who has no suspicion at all. Of course it would be best if you can avoid offending anyone. Su Tao just did a routine check on the trunk and then walked past it and walked towards the car behind. Wang Can rolled up the car window and the corners of his mouth slowly curved up. 5 minutes passed in a flash, and soon a huge trailer appeared in Wang Can's sight. Here it comes. Of course Su Tao also saw this scene. His face looked a little impatient, but also a little helpless. Captain Luo, we didn't find Wang Can. Su Tao was confused as he spoke. In just a few minutes, where could Wang Can escape to? In just 5 minutes, they had checked hundreds of cars, but there was no sign of this guy. This guy, can he fly? Chapter 11 Escape. Su Tao behind him was still unwilling to give up and checked several more cars, but still found nothing. Soon the vehicle involved in the accident in front was towed away by the large tow truck. The congested road sections gradually began to become passable. Su Tao and other police superintendents could only stand by helplessly and watch the dense traffic flow being cleared bit by bit. They all knew that they had missed the best time to catch Wang Can. But is there any other solution? They didn't dare to really close the entire main road around the city. If that happens, their police station's phone will be smashed within 10 minutes. Wang Can glanced at Lin Yue, who was still unconscious in the back seat, and at Police Superintendent Su Tao and others not far away in the rearview mirror. He stepped on the accelerator of the Ferrari and sped away. Before I knew it, it was late at night. That night, the Jincheng police station was still in turmoil. Everyone was trying their best to see if it was possible to find any clues about Wang Can's whereabouts. Unfortunately, the section of road where the traffic jam occurred tonight happened to be in the blind spot of the two speed cameras in front and behind. Even though the technical team racked their brains, they still couldn't find out what exactly happened there. How did Wang Can finally escape the police's investigation? This mystery troubled all the police superintendents, even Luo Shui, who hadn't figured it out. Even if it was herself instead of Su Tao who went there, she believed that she could not have done better than Su Tao. After all, there was only 5 minutes, and that was already the limit of what we could find out. In the conference room, all the police inspectors gathered here, including Luo Shui, Su Tao, and the middle-aged deputy captain Lu Guoshuo. No one said a word, and the atmosphere was a little depressing for a moment. In the end, it was Luo Shui who stood up first. Just when everyone thought that this fiery captain was going to lose his temper again. Unexpectedly, Luo Shui bowed deeply. Her tone was very calm. Everyone, the responsibility for the mistake in commanding this operation lies mainly with me. I would like to apologize to everyone first. If the 48-hour arrest operation is not completed on time, I will take the initiative to apologize to the higher-ups and take as much responsibility as possible. Listening to Luo Shui's calm tone, all the police inspectors felt uncomfortable for some reason. At this moment, many people would even rather that Captain Luo could scold everyone as usual. Luo Shui continued to speak on her own. I have applied to the higher authorities for a special task force, and I believe the approval will come soon. By then, a new leader should be assigned to take over our Jincheng police station. Everyone must do their best to cooperate with the leadership. The police superintendents all looked unhappy and even a little discouraged. The crime-solving rate of their Jincheng police department has always been top-notch, even in the central China province. I have never experienced such a blow. Su Tao couldn't help himself any longer and slammed the conference table hard. This Wang Can is so cunning. Hearing this, many police superintendents nodded in empathy. Luo waved her hand. Su Tao, I know you are angry, and so am I. But the more times like this, the more you need to stay calm. You are a talented person in our team. After the task force is established, the province will most likely transfer you to the task force. By then, we will definitely be able to catch Wang Can. Captain Luo, I understand. Luo Shui took a deep breath. Everyone, you may have to work overtime tonight. Before the approval comes down, Wang Can's case is still under the jurisdiction of our Jincheng Police Department. Clear. Everyone responded, but their voices sounded somewhat weak. The shock and setbacks that Wang Can brought to them that day were really too great. Early morning. Lin Yue slowly woke up from the seat of the Ferrari. She covered her still swollen and painful neck and looked around. The surrounding scene was very familiar to her. This is, behind their Huaxin building. Memories came flooding back. I was knocked unconscious by a police inspector before? No, which superintendent would attack ordinary people? That superintendent is most likely an imposter. Lin Yue checked her body in a hurry, and after confirming that there was nothing abnormal, she breathed a sigh of relief. She glanced inside her car. The man who had knocked her out before was long gone. There was still a residual smell of red wine in the car. She checked the entire car inside and out, and found nothing unusual except that half a bottle of red wine and a bag of cosmetics were missing. This person knocked himself out, but did nothing? Lin Yue was confused, and even though she was very smart, she couldn't understand it for a moment. But at least nothing happened to me. She wanted to call the police, but after hesitating for a long time, she put her phone down. After all, I didn't lose anything, and my body wasn't taken advantage of in any way. It's just a bottle of red wine and some cosmetics, it's not cheap. But for someone like her, it's not a very important thing. But if the police superintendent is called in because of this matter, it will have a great impact on the image of the entire Huaxin group. As the head of the HR department, Lin Yue understands this principle better than anyone else. Looking at the sky which was already getting light, Lin Yue parked the Ferrari in the underground parking lot of Huaxin Group. I chose to act as if nothing had happened and went into Huaxin Company, punched in and started working as usual. At the same time, in the police station, all the superintendents were still lying in their offices catching up on sleep. That night, everyone was busy all night but failed to find any relevant clues. Suddenly, the phone rang on the table in front of Luo Shui. She forced herself to cheer up. Director Huang. Yeah, okay. I see. Luo Shui put down her phone. Although her face showed no expression, she felt relieved. She woke up all the police superintendents who were still sleeping. The instructions from above have come down, the provincial task force has been established, and the enforcement personnel are on their way. Everyone, please organize all the information you have found so that it will be convenient for connection later. A glimmer of light finally appeared in everyone's confused eyes. In fact, Luo Shui didn't say one more thing. That was the punishment she should have originally borne, but it was taken on by Director Huang above. She is still the captain of the police force in Jincheng, and will most likely be involved in future special projects. What Director Huang meant was that he wanted her to make meritorious contributions while serving in the task force. Soon, the police station became busy. Less than 20 minutes later, a black car with the license plate GNA 000001 slowly drove into the Jincheng police station. A total of 3 people got out of the car. Chapter 12 The Special Task Force is established. The leader was a man wearing a uniform, with slightly gray hair at the temples, and looked like an elderly leader. 2 much younger people, a man and a woman, followed behind. You two, Xiao Luo and the others must have been waiting for a long time, please follow me. Soon, under the guidance of the old man, the 3 of them walked into the Jincheng police station and came to the conference room on the 2nd floor. In the conference room, Luo Shui was already waiting with the entire police department. As soon as she saw the old leader, Luo Shui, who was usually serious, showed a rare look of respect on her face. Director Huang. This person is none other than the chief of the Jincheng Police Department, Huang Yangzhong. Director Huang nodded, then pointed at the 2 people behind him. Xiao Luo, time is running out, so I'll get straight to the point. Your application is taken very seriously. The application of the special case team for the 11.28 case has been approved. Because this case happened in your jurisdiction, the headquarters of this special operation is set up in our Jincheng police station. Luo Shui nodded. This was pretty much what she had expected. Clear. Then Luo Shui looked at the 2 people behind Director Huang. She knew that these 2 people were the next highlight. Director Huang did not hide the secret and pointed at the woman among the 2. These 2 are the special agents specially appointed by the province to join this special operation. This is Sun Xiaoqian, the current captain of the Huacheng Police Department. Xiao Luo, you should know each other. Luo Shui also looked over and then nodded. For some reason, her usually cold eyes suddenly became a little hot. Indeed, long time no see. Sun Xiaoqian on the opposite side also looked over, with a hint of a smile on her red lips. I didn't expect to see you again because of a college student's case. How could a guy with half-grown hair make your Jincheng police department so miserable? Luo Shui, I haven't seen you for a year. Have you regressed a lot? Faced with such a provocation, all the Jincheng police officers tensed up instantly. Among them, no one dared to talk to Luo Shui like that. I'm afraid the Los Angeles team will get mad again. Unexpectedly, Luo Shui just smiled nonchalantly, and then took the initiative to go up to Sun Xiaoqian and bumped fists. This scene instantly stunned all the police superintendents in Jincheng. At this time, Lu Guoshou, who has more experience, explained. You all should know that Captain Luo is a legend among the graduates of Jincheng Police University. Xiao Zhou and others behind him couldn't help but nodded. They had heard this when they were still in the police academy. A woman actually became the graduate with the highest GPA in the criminal investigation major of that year, which was an extremely shocking thing in the police academy. Lu Guoshou continued. This Sun Xiaoqian graduated from the same class as Luo Shui. She was also another legend, the only one who could compete with Luo Shui at that time. Xiao Zhou and the others behind him were shocked. That means, the first 2 graduates from the police academy that year were both girls? This is really extremely rare. It's just that Sun Xiaoqian was later transferred to the neighboring Huacheng and took over the Huacheng Police Department, so she is not as famous as Captain Luo in our Jincheng. Xiao Zhou and the others nodded in sudden realization. At this time, Director Huang pointed to another young man behind him. The man was very tall, at least 1.80 meters or more. A pair of slim-fit trousers showed off her perfect legs, and there was a sunny smile on her face. This is Haidao, a technician specially hired by the province some time ago. With his participation, we should be able to provide sufficient technical support for your operations. Luo Shui turned her head, her expression became much more serious, and she extended her hand. Former Chief Technology Director of Taobei Company. Later, due to the need of the 2.23 case, he was specially hired by the Provincial Police Department to become a technical consultant for the police department. Mr. Hai, I have long heard of your name. The man stretched out his hand, shook hands with Luo Shui with a smile, but his voice was calm. It's just some false reputation. You are overpraising me. Captain Luo is truly admirable. Even in the province, your crime-solving rate is among the top 3. There was no trace of pride or complacency in the man's voice, but he was neither humble nor overbearing. After the introduction, Director Huang did not delay. Now that everyone is here, the 11.28 task force is officially established. In this operation, the Jincheng Police Department will be responsible for the arrests, and the Huacheng Police Department will provide assistance when necessary. Sun Xiaoqian and Luo Shui looked at each other and nodded at the same time. Receive. The group sat down at the conference table one after another. Time is of the essence, so let's get straight to the point. Xiao Luo, please share all the progress of this case with you too. At Luo Shui's signal, Xiao Zhou turned on the electronic screen. You two have joined this task force, so you should have a certain understanding of this case. The two nodded in succession. I've learned a little bit, but the specific details are still a little unclear. Luo Shui raised her hand, and the electronic screen showed some photos taken on the spot in room 311 of Caesar Hotel yesterday. This is the crime scene at the time, room 311 of the Caesar Hotel. The time was yesterday morning. Immediately afterwards, Su Qing's photo appeared on the screen. The deceased, Su Cheng, was a sophomore student at Jincheng University. Sun Xiaoqian asked. What was the cause of death? Knife wounds. We found 23 cuts on the victim's body, 7 of which were fatal. Sun Xiaoqian frowned. Knife wound? Didn't they find the murder weapon? Luo Shui shook her head, somewhat helpless. No knife or other tool matching the criteria was found at the scene. Our forensic experts speculate that the murder weapon should be a dagger about 15 to 20 centimeters long. It is very likely that he was taken out of the scene by the suspect Wang Can. Sun Xiaoqian continued. Did you find any other evidence at the scene? Luo Shui nodded. On the bed, we extracted some of the hair. We also found corresponding hairs on the bed in Wang Can's university dormitory. After DNA testing, the hair in the hotel matched Wang Can's DNA. Sun Xiaoqian nodded. What about the hotel's surveillance video? Has it been retrieved? Luo Shui sighed helplessly again. At that time, all the surveillance videos were deleted by Wang Can. Our technical team is already recovering the data files, but it will take some time. At this moment, Hai Tao on the side spoke up. You can leave this to me. I should be able to restore the video you want within today. Sun Xiaoqian and Luo Shui both raised their eyebrows. Mr. Hai, we are not the ones questioning you. But this is the surveillance video of the entire Caesar Hotel. Can it be restored within a day? Unexpectedly, Hai Tao shook his head. Of course not. Chapter 13 released a level wanted order. Luo Shui couldn't help but frown in dissatisfaction. It's really too frivolous to make jokes casually in such an occasion. Are you not taking the case seriously? But due to the other party's identity and Director Huang who had been eavesdropping, Luo Shui still controlled the impulse in her heart. Mr. Hai, what do you mean? Hai Tao smiled confidently. I guess you don't need surveillance for the entire hotel, right? We can temporarily restore surveillance videos of some key locations, such as the hotel lobby, elevators, and the third-floor corridor, which are relatively relevant locations. This should be able to play a big role in solving your case. As for other less important places, they can be gradually restored in the next 1 or 2 days. Luo Shui's frown slowly relaxed, and a hint of surprise appeared in her eyes. She originally thought that Hai Tao was just a technical consultant, but she didn't expect that he could come up with such a unique solution to the case. That's true. I'll leave the surveillance to you. Polite. After saying that, Hai Tao leaned back in his chair and became a bystander again. Luo Shui looked back at Sun Xiaoqian. What do you think about the arrest of Wang Can? Sun Xiaoqian is also very organized. First, blacklist Wang Can's identity at all ports, airports, train stations and other transportation locations in the city. After that, based on the evidence we have, it is enough to confirm that Wang Can is the murderer of the deceased. We can apply for a wanted warrant and list Wang Can as a Class A wanted criminal and notify everyone to arrest him. Luo Shui's eyes flashed. In fact, Sun Xiaoqian's idea coincided with hers. As early as last night, after losing track of Wang Can, she had blocked all transportation stations targeting Wang Can to prevent Wang Can from taking the opportunity to leave Jincheng. As for the wanted warrant, it was similar to what Sun Xiaoqian thought. At her signal, the superintendent behind her nodded in understanding. Captain Luo, we have released Wang Can's information to the Traffic Management Bureau. At the same time, we have already contacted the bank. Wang Can only has one bank card in his name, with about 10,000 yuan in it, which will be frozen soon. Etc. Before he finished his report, Sun Xiaoqian next to him suddenly interrupted him. Luo Shui couldn't help but look over. What's wrong? Sun Xiaoqian thought for a while, then said solemnly, I think we can release Wang Can's bank card. The others couldn't help but feel confused when they heard this. As a fugitive, Wang Can's biggest lack is a source of money. As long as Wang Can's funds are frozen, he will not be able to escape for long even if he wants to. Only a few people like Luo Shui showed some realization in their eyes. You mean, you deliberately let Wang Can go to the bank to withdraw money to lure the snake out of its hole? Sun Xiaoqian nodded. Director Huang on the side could not help but frown and interrupt. Xiao Sun, isn't this equivalent to sting enforcement? Sun Xiaoqian's words were very clear. Jincheng is so big that looking for such a person is like looking for a needle in a haystack. It will definitely take a lot of time and police force. And from the previous pursuit, it can be seen that this Wang Can is a fugitive with high IQ and rich anti-detection skills. During this period, this type of murderer may even commit crimes again and injure others. So my suggestion is to take a risky move and deliberately put out a bait to lure Wang Can into the trap. Director Huang remained silent and said nothing more. Luo Shui did not answer immediately, and seemed to be thinking about the feasibility of this plan. After a moment, she looked at Hai Tao beside her. Technically, is it possible to keep an eye on Wang Can's bank account? Hai Tao nodded without even thinking. This is a small problem. If there is even a penny missing from his account, we can notify you immediately. Luo Shui nodded and made up her mind. Okay. Then listen to Captain Sun and release Wang Can's bank account. At the same time, we will apply for a Class A arrest warrant and set up strict control at all ports, docks, train stations and airports. Once you find Wang Can's whereabouts, arrest him without reporting. The sky was gradually getting brighter. The entire Jincheng is still operating in an orderly manner as usual. In a corner of a bank's unmanned ATM machine, Wang Can slowly stood up, stretched his limbs, and walked out. He was penniless and his cell phone was left at the Caesar Hotel. At this moment, although Wang Can had temporarily escaped the police's dragnet, his situation was not much better. System, settle the mission rewards. Wang Can muttered to himself. Byte. Mission, escape night. Status, completed. Clearance rating. S. Escape from the old city achieved. SS. Escape from the police pursuit achieved. SSS. Out of police sight for more than 10 hours achieved. Rating SSS perfect level. Rewards being settled. Host's physical strength is enhanced by 50%. Byte. Get extra rewards. A Super Titanium 8847 mobile phone, unlimited power, anti-tracking, anti-surveillance, anti-wiretapping. This phone is absolutely safe. Wang Can felt that the muscles and bones under his body seemed to make some subtle sounds. Although his appearance did not seem to have changed, a surge of power filled his body. Wang Can even felt that even if he were to arm wrestle with the world strength champion now, he would not be at a disadvantage at all. If the previous god-level analysis only allowed him to see the weaknesses of the enemy's moves. Now he has the body to fight head-on with those strong men. Wang Can opened his eyes and took out a mobile phone from his trouser pocket. The phone is made of a dark heavy metal that looks ordinary but is actually very expensive. The various interfaces and downloaded apps in the phone are exactly the same as Wang Can's old phone. Wang Can licked his lips excitedly. If he wants to find out the truth while being careful of the police, he needs the internet, a huge information system. But his cell phone was thrown at the Caesar Hotel when he disguised the bomb. It's really a system, whatever you need will come to you. Moreover, this is an absolutely safe phone. The system's product is truly a masterpiece. Wang Can had just taken out his cell phone when a piece of news popped up on it. Jincheng Public Security Bureau, now issue an A-level wanted order for this person. Wang Can, Chinese, January 2005. This is followed by a long narration about Wang Can's personal information and life experience. At the end, there is a photo of Wang Can that he used when he took the college entrance examination. A level wanted warrant? Wang Can silently closed and turned off his phone. Although I had anticipated this day, I still feel a little emotional. Just 3 days ago, he was a sophomore confused about his college final exams. But now, he has become a wanted murderer. Wang Can was thinking. Bite. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Class A wanted warrant. This is actually another recognition of your ability to escape, isn't it? Officially triggering the first long-term side quest. Publish your escape diary in real time via short videos live broadcasts on the Dolo platform. Rewards will be calculated based on video likes or the number of people online in the live broadcast room. Chapter 14 My Life on the Run. Wang Can stood there, deep in thought. He didn't expect the system to issue such a task. Side quest My Escape Life. Number of followers of current account, 0. Number of live broadcasts, 0. The maximum number of viewers in the live broadcast room, 0. Available rewards, none. P.S. The videos posted by the host cannot be restricted or deleted by the website, and the host's live broadcast room cannot be forcibly banned. But the internet is not a lawless place. Do not believe in rumors or spread them. All statements made by the host must be supported by sufficient evidence, otherwise they will be punished by the system. Is there such a restriction? Wang Can looked at the final system PS. In other words, Wang Can cannot defend himself on the internet before finding evidence to prove his innocence and identifying the real culprit in the case. However, when he thought about the rewards given by the system before, Wang Can's eyes couldn't help but gleam. Since it is a system task, we must do it. If you say, how can you get more attention, fans? Then we have to make all events as explosive and eye-catching as possible. He looked around and after confirming that there was no one around, he raised the 8847 mobile phone he had just obtained. Soon, a short video was posted on an unknown account, which initially attracted no attention. But not long after, this video started to become popular at a rapid speed, as if it had bought Douyin ++++. Within an hour, the number of views exceeded 10,000. In less than half a day, it even reached the top 50 of the platform's popularity list. It began to be forwarded crazily by netizens. Jincheng Police Station. Luo Shui and others were still busy sorting out various information clues. But at this moment, Haitao, who had been sitting in front of the computer, suddenly called out in a deep voice. Luo Shui and son Xiaoqian looked over. Have you found any clues about Wang Can? Haitao nodded. The hotel's previous surveillance has been roughly restored. Luo Shui and the other girl hurried over, but saw Haitao had a blank expression on his face, and even looked a little weird. What's wrong? Luo Shui couldn't help but feel a little confused. Isn't it a good thing to discover new clues? She usually focuses on work, so she doesn't pay attention to some entertainment news on the internet. I don't even have TikTok downloaded on my phone. Haitao opened a hotly searched video on the Dolu website on his computer. Captain Luo, you guys take a look at this first. Luo Shui looked at it in confusion. But at the first glance, her pupils suddenly shrank. On the interface, there was Wang Can's face. In the video, Wang Can smiled and waved to the camera, and said in a very gentle tone. I'm sure many of you have already seen the wanted notice officially released today. If you haven't seen it, it's not too late to go and see it now. My name is Wang Can, and I'm a Class A wanted criminal. Wang Can in front of the camera had a calm expression and a friendly smile. If Luo Shui and the others didn't know about this guy's deeds, they would probably have thought he was just an ordinary emotional blogger. Dolu platform, record the wonderful life. I will continue to report my life on the run on this account, so please stay tuned. Then, the first video ended. The blogger who posted it is called My Life on the Run. The post was published at 9:10 this morning, and in just less than 5 hours, the number of likes exceeded 100,000, and there were several thousand reposts. Superintendent Luo Shui and the other police officers looked at this scene in disbelief, anger welling up in their eyes. This Wang Can is so arrogant. This is a provocation to us and a declaration of war on our police department. The police superintendents behind him were talking about this, and Haitao then clicked on the comment section of the video. At the beginning, most of the netizens were just there to have fun. Nobody, have netizens started cosplaying as fugitives now? This generation of netizens is still too advanced. If this is really a fugitive, I will eat him live. But soon, some netizens discovered something was wrong. Upstairs, why don't you go take a look at the wanted warrant that Jincheng Police Superintendent issued this morning? WC? You know what, this wanted criminal really looks exactly like the blogger. My friend, is he really a wanted criminal? But even so, most netizens still don't believe it. Stop talking nonsense. We can already use technology to change faces now. I watch face-changing videos every night. The bloggers guarantee they are fake. The comments section is still full of joy. Until a guy named Jincheng Official with a photo of the police department as his profile picture posted the most liked comment under the video. I am an official. I have confirmed that this is the wanted criminal Wang Can himself. As soon as the comment was posted, it received over 1,000 likes. Many netizens clicked on it and found that this guy who claimed to be official was actually a scammer with a fake avatar. Haha, it really has to be official. Famous black athlete dunk. I'm a prisoner, I'm back. WC, it's the prison. Children, we are saved. While netizens were still making all kinds of jokes, the atmosphere in the police station was quiet and a little depressing. After a while, Sun Xiaoqian calmed down first. No, the Dolu platform should already know about this. Why hasn't this video been taken down yet? But Haitao shook his head, looking a little surprised. I have contacted them, and Dolu said, their backend can't find any data related to this video. It's as if this video doesn't exist at all. The video can't even be found, let alone deleted or taken down. But when Haitao said this, he looked incredulous. A video that plays normally on a platform cannot be found in the background? What are you talking about? The police officers looked at each other. If this video cannot be found, then why can they still see it? What kind of alien technology could this be? A few people were still confused when a prompt sound suddenly came from the computer. The My Escape Life you followed has updated new works. 1 minute ago. Luo Shui and the others were shocked instantly, and Haitao quickly clicked it. In the video, Wang Qin was seen standing in front of an unmanned bank ATM. Everyone, I am now in front of the Huaxia Commercial Bank on Beijing Street. As he spoke, he changed the perspective, revealing the various street scenes nearby. What's the meaning? Just when I was worried that I couldn't find you, you took the initiative to expose your whereabouts? The police chiefs were all stunned. But they haven't reacted yet. The next second, Wang Qin slowly took out a black, rusty dagger from his coat pocket. This, could it be? Luo Shui and Sun Xiaoqian thought of something almost at the same time. They looked at each other and saw the disbelief in each other's eyes. At this moment, Wang Qin smiled and waved the dagger in his hand. This is the murder weapon used to kill the deceased in the November 28th case. It's true. Luo Shui couldn't help but pat her thigh, staring at Wang Qin on the screen. What on earth is this guy trying to do? But then, the video camera was pointed at a piece of grass next to the road under Wang Qin's feet. Then, Wang Qin threw the dagger onto the lawn as if he was throwing away garbage. Everyone, maybe you still have doubts about my identity as a wanted criminal. Now, you are welcome to come and check the authenticity. Chapter 15 Luo Shan. What does this mean? Actively expose evidence to the police? The police officers looked at each other. If other wanted criminals obtain evidence, they will all think about how to destroy it quietly or hide it well so that it will not be discovered by the police. But this Wang Qin did the exact opposite? But at this moment, Luo Shui and Sun Xiaoqian suddenly stood up from their chairs. The two looked at each other and said almost in unison. Not good. Everyone, go to Beijing Street immediately. Luo Shan is a well-known self-media blogger on Dolu. I learned nothing in college and couldn't find a job half a year after graduation. Later, he relied on the Dolu platform to do live broadcasts, and now he has actually gained some fame. The main purpose of this type of bloggers is to attract traffic and attention, and they will take advantage of wherever there is something interesting. Just this morning, Luo Shan had just gotten up from bed and was about to start a live broadcast when he unexpectedly saw a trending search. The hot search was about a guy who claimed to be a fugitive and said he would publish a diary of his life on the run on the platform. Luo Shan couldn't help but sneer on the bed. What a clown, pretending to be a wanted criminal, I'm still the old man. But just after he said a few words, Luo Shan suddenly sat up from the bed, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. As perceptive as he was, he instantly realized the business opportunities in traffic contained therein. No one believed it, and he didn't believe that he was really a wanted criminal. But the key is that someone is willing to watch such video topics. Soon, he put on a suit and sat in front of the camera with a serious expression. Brothers, I saw a video today. The man in the video lied that he was a wanted criminal in order to attract traffic. In today's era, traffic is king, so there is nothing wrong with some gimmicks. But for the sake of traffic, he called himself a wanted criminal. Is this behavior really acceptable? Do you really care about the authority of the law? As a fair commentator, I strongly condemn this kind of sensationalism. Once the video was released, the number of views skyrocketed instantly, and within half a day it had exceeded 10,000. There are many fans commenting underground. Support the blogger, the most righteous episode. I have forwarded it. I hope the blogger can spread more positive energy. Luo Shan was overjoyed and immediately pinned the video to the top of his page. Sure enough, this time I really found a business opportunity. Luo Shan quickly opened a small account and paid close attention to my life on the run. But it didn't take long before the blogger updated another video. In the video, the fake wanted criminal actually took out a weapon and threw it on the grass. This time, many netizens could no longer sit still. Seeing that guy's serious look, some of the netizens who had previously sneered in the comments section even began to waver. What a master of hype. There was also some disbelief in Luo Shan's eyes. Of course, he didn't believe that this man was really a wanted criminal. But we have to acknowledge this guy's ability to create topics in traffic. But the next second, he suddenly realized something was wrong. He looked at the street scenes shown in the video, and then his pupils gradually widened. Oh my god. Isn't this the bank that's less than 200 meters from my house? Luo Shan stood up from the bed in an instant without even eating. There was a gleam in his eyes, as if a huge windfall was coming towards him. He didn't even bother to wash up, he just grabbed his phone and rushed downstairs. At the same time, he opened his own live broadcast room. Shangu Takes You to See the World is now on air. Explore the true face of the wanted criminal and resist the era where traffic is king. He acted like a serious reviewer. Brothers, I am Brother Shan. Today, I will take you to explore the true faces of these internet celebrities. Let me tell you, traffic is not everything, skill is what matters. After saying that, he quickly walked downstairs and walked towards the lawn where Wang Can had thrown the dagger before. During this period, the live broadcast room, which usually had only 100 or 200 people, was flooded with nearly 700 or 800 people in just a few minutes. It has increased several times. Basically, most of them were attracted by the traffic of Wang Can's topic. Seeing this scene, Luo Shan remained calm on the surface, but he was ecstatic in his heart. Get rich, get rich! Soon, he arrived in front of the lawn. His heart skipped a beat, as he was not the first to arrive here. In front of him, dozens of people had gathered in front of the lawn, seemingly looking at something inside. Fortunately, no one is doing live streaming to compete with him for his job. Luo Shan breathed a sigh of relief and hurried forward to push through the crowd. Brothers, let me show you what this murder weapon is. But before he could finish his words, his expression froze, and a pitch-black dagger was being passed among everyone. Luo Shan could even see the bloodstains that had not been cleaned off. Is there really a dagger? Luo Shan took a few steps forward and said righteously to a young man who happened to be holding a dagger. Little brother, I'm here to find out the truth. Can you give me this dagger? When the young man saw Luo Shan holding up a mobile phone to broadcast live, he handed the dagger away. At this time, the number of people in Luo Shan's live broadcast room had exceeded 1,000. Luo Shan pretended to be serious and examined the dagger carefully. Brothers, from what I've observed, this should be a standard military dagger. Luo Shan used to be a military fan, so he actually knew a little about this stuff. In an instant, the live broadcast room exploded with comments. Is it really a dagger? Is that really the murder weapon? Anchor, what's with the bloodstains above? Can you give us a closer view? Luo Shan placed the dagger in the center of the camera, and then seriously speculated. These bloodstains probably come from some animals. Like herding sheep, native pigs, bison, and the like. It's just to fake some bloodstains. It's pretty easy. Netizens in the live broadcast room immediately followed suit. What the anchor said makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I learned it. Closed. There aren't many bloggers who can truly reveal the truth like this. Cherish them. Luo Shan felt even more satisfied as he looked at the comments that filled the screen. He then openly passed the dagger to other people present in front of the camera. During this period of time, many people came one after another. After observing one by one, they all looked at Luoshan with admiration. One of the old men even gave a thumbs up. "You guys are really smart. You figured it out right away." Luoshan quickly waved his hand in a humble manner. While he was still immersed in such a beautiful dream, a barrage of comments suddenly appeared in the mobile phone live broadcast room, attracting the attention of many people. "Everyone, I'm a third-year medical student. From what I understand, human blood and animal blood are different. I just took a close look at the dagger. If I'm not mistaken, it's most likely human blood. Chapter 16 Is Chapter 16 really a wanted criminal?" It was at this time that Luoshan also noticed this comment. But he still didn't believe it and sneered. "Don't be ridiculous, baby. How could it be possible?" Before he could finish his words, several sirens suddenly sounded around him. Luoshan's voice suddenly stopped, and he stared blankly at the police cars that were driving towards him quickly. "Why do I feel like these police officers are coming for me? No, I just want to get some traffic. I want to get caught, right?" Luoshan was not stupid either. After a brief panic, he quickly reacted. He looked down at the dagger in his hand, and an incredible thought gradually arose in his mind. Could it be? No way? Under Luoshan's nervous gaze, a group of police inspectors, led by 2 female police officers, walked over quickly. Luo Shui stared at the dagger in Luoshan's hand with an extremely ugly expression. Then, he looked at Luoshan, who was surrounded by a crowd of people, and the mobile phone in his hand. "Are you live streaming?" Luoshan felt so frightened by being stared at that he immediately closed the live broadcast room. Leaking clues to police investigations is a serious crime. Luo Shui stretched out her gloved hand and took the dagger from Luoshan's hand, then looked at Sun Xiaoqian beside her with an unpleasant expression. Sun Xiaoqian also had a very solemn expression. She turned and glanced at Luoshan. "How many people have handled this dagger?" Realizing the seriousness of the matter, Luoshan hesitated. "I don't know. Big, maybe dozens?" "Dozens?" Sun Xiaoqian shook her head helplessly. "It's completely useless." Luo Shui also sighed. "Dozens of people's fingerprints are on it, and we don't know if we can find wine cans. Even if we can find out, it's useless evidence. Yes, even if there are Wang Can's fingerprints and dozens of people are on them, we can't prove that it was Wang Can who killed Su Qing." The 2 women looked somewhat solemn. Especially Sun Xiaoqian, this should be her first time to really come into contact with Wang Can. I had only heard about Wang Can's deeds before, and didn't think much of it. Only when you become a real opponent can you feel how difficult Wang Can is. Obviously, Wang Can did this not only to erase fingerprints, but also to use the power of the internet to provoke the police. By doing this, he maximized the impact of this incident. At this time, Luoshan beside him asked cautiously, "Officer, this isn't really a murder weapon, is it?" Luo Shui did not hide it and nodded. After all, the wanted warrant has been issued, and Wang Can is no longer a secret. Luoshan was so shocked that his body trembled. Although he had a guess, his eyes were still trembling and unbelievable. The thought of how I had just blatantly left my fingerprints on the murder weapon made me feel uncomfortable. Luoshan felt a little scared. Luo Shui and the other girl didn't care about him anymore and waved to the police officers behind them. "Let's seal off the scene." Soon, the crowd of onlookers were dispersed and the scene was finally secured. However, both women understood that the most important evidence of the murder weapon had been destroyed by Wang Can, and the probability of them finding any useful clues was extremely low. Just when the situation was finally under control at the scene, little did they know that it had already caused an uproar on the internet. Before Luoshan closed the live broadcast room, every scene of Luo Shui and others was uploaded to the internet without missing a single shot. These netizens who read novels and watch videos are all handsome, elegant, and intelligent. I immediately realized that something was wrong. No way, it looks like that blogger is really the murderer? The superintendent has shown up, how could it be fake? I have a friend who was also at the scene, and I heard the female police superintendent admitted herself that this was the murder weapon. Below this netizen's comment, there was also a photo of Luo Shui's profile at the scene. The only remaining doubt finally disappeared completely. Amazing. This blogger wanted criminal must be called Wang Can. Brave enough, Wang Dafan. By the way, where's that dude who said he wanted to eat a bunch of it? And I am the truth, it's him, Brother Xiang. I just made a fresh batch. Brother Xiang, give me the address and I'll send it to you. The few people who had previously raised the loudest doubts now remained silent and went silent. It was past noon. It's 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Wang Can's deeds are still fermenting on the internet, and the popularity has exceeded 1 million, entering the top 10 of the platform's hot list. A group of dull back-end managers, in collaboration with the technical staff of the police department, tried every possible means but were still unable to delete Wang Can's videos and account. But this My Life on the Run is like an account opened by God on Earth. Damn it! What on earth did this Wang Can do? I can't find any relevant traces at all. All the guys in the technical team were furious and started cursing, but they didn't know that Wang Can had simply uploaded a video with his mobile phone. Just like all the other netizens, that's all. Wang Can glanced at the phone in his hand. 1 or 2 of my videos have already received over 1 million likes, which can be said to be extremely popular. But the number of fans is only a few thousand. It seems that if you want to gain fans, it's not enough to just have a few hit videos. These smart netizens are really hard to fool. Without continuous explosive videos, it is not easy to make them become your fans. Side quest My Escape Life. Current account number of followers, 5,176 10,000. Number of live broadcasts, 0. Highest number of viewers in the live broadcast room, 3,000. Available rewards, none. Anyway, it's a long-term side quest, so there's no need to rush. Thinking of this, Wang Can put down his phone. He raised his head and stared at a huge stone door in front of him. Jincheng University. Students were coming in and out of the gate, and vehicles were driving in and out from time to time. It was just because it was not yet time for the afternoon classes to end, so there were not many people. No one thought that Wang Can, who was wanted by the whole city, would return to his school. Although this place is definitely still under the police's surveillance. But the truth that it is darkest under the lamp is often so easy to be overlooked. Moreover, Wang Can is very confident in his disguise skills. Wang Can confirmed his face on the screen of his mobile phone, and then slowly walked to the school gate. Anqing, welcome. An electronic sound was broadcast from the face recognition machine, and then the iron gate opened automatically. Anqing is Wang Can's roommate. Wang Can walked slowly into the familiar campus, and then walked straight in one direction. There was the dormitory building where Wang Can had previously lived. Since there is no clue, Wang Can has to find evidence to prove his innocence. Then we should start from the school where he had the closest connection with the deceased's girlfriend Su Qing. And, there is one more thing. There are still many bad memories for him in this school. Wang Can used to be cowardly and timid, and was often bullied and even humiliated by some guys in school. Now, it's time for him to come back and take everything back. Chapter 17 Chen Kai. Before starting the investigation, there are some more important things that Wang Can needs to retrieve. After entering the school, Wang Can suddenly stopped. In front of him, at the place where he had just entered the door, there was a signboard. In the past, what was posted there were usually news events in the school or various award information. But now, on top of the notices, there was a newly posted notice, and it looked like the glue near the paper hadn't even dried yet. Beware! Class A wanted criminal. Wang Can, a student of the Department of Mechanical and Electrical Engineering, grade 23, sophomore. Please protect your own safety and be vigilant at all times. If you see Wang Can, please call the Academic Affairs Office or call 110 directly. To be precise, this is a wanted poster of Wang Can. Has the wanted warrant that was just issued this morning already been posted in the school by the police? These police officers are really quick. After taking a few glances, Wang Can retracted his gaze. At this time, many students have classes and it is still early for dinner, so there are not many people around. With just one glance, several figures scattered across the campus fell into Wang Can's eyes. As expected, the superintendent still sent people to stay here. But in such a large university town, this is the only level of surveillance. Obviously, the police did not expect that Wang Can would really come back. While Wang Can was thinking, those people also looked in his direction. Wang Can took another step as if nothing had happened and walked calmly towards the dormitory building. Soon, those people withdrew their gazes. Not long after, Wang Can arrived downstairs of the dormitory building. Wang Can lives in a 4-person dormitory. At this time, the other 3 people in the dormitory should have classes and are not in the dormitory. However, the eldest and second oldest in the dormitory are not good people and often skip classes. Only the 4th child, Anqing, was a well-known academic master in Jincheng University. He had never been late for a class or missed a homework assignment. This is also the reason why Wang Can chose to disguise himself as Anqing. Soon, Wang Can went upstairs and came to his dormitory. 216. Wang Can first listened to the door for a few seconds, and after confirming that there was no one inside, he inserted the key to the dormitory door. There was no light in the dormitory, so it was a little dark. Wang Can quickly closed the door and walked quickly to his desk. All the items on the desk had been swept away, even the mattress on the bed was gone. Most likely, the police had taken them all away during their previous raid. But all this was within Wang Can's expectations. After he gently closed his drawer, his eyes gradually moved in one direction. That is the locker of Chen Kai, the boss in the dormitory. This is not the crime scene. The police only confiscated Wang Can's property, but did not touch the other 3 people. He walked slowly to Chen Kai's cabinet, with a hint of coldness in his eyes. But just when he was about to take action, suddenly, there was a sound of keys turning outside the door. Anyone? Wang Can instantly withdrew his half-extended hand as if he had been electrocuted. This is not a movie. In such a short period of time, Wang Can has no time to react at all. Moreover, in this small dormitory, Wang Can had nowhere to hide. The door of dormitory 216 was pushed open, and a tall man, half a head taller than Wang Can, appeared from behind the door. "And Shang? Why are you here?" The moment he saw Wang Can's face, the man behind the door was obviously stunned. Wang Can raised his head calmly, met the latter's gaze, and said nothing. "It's common for me to skip classes, but it's rare for a college bully like you to skip classes." The man walked in and sat down on the chair in front of Wang Can. This person was none other than the leader of their dormitory, Chen Kai. Wang Can had a blank expression on his face, but there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. But Chen Kai didn't pay attention and just opened his drawer casually. There were all sorts of things in there, including books, socks, bank cards, and even a few condoms. Chen Kai took out a blue book from it. "I left in such a hurry that I forgot to bring my homework." After saying that, he no longer paid attention to Wang Can beside him, but walked quickly out of the dormitory. But just as he was about to open the door, he suddenly paused. "Anqing, have you seen Wang Can today?" Wang Can still didn't reply, just shook his head. Anqing is an introverted person who doesn't talk much on weekdays, so Chen Kai didn't suspect him. There was an inexplicable smile on his face. "This little bastard, didn't he run away just because he didn't want to pay me protection money?" Chen Kai seemed to have thought of something, and there was a hint of sneer in his tone. "We received a notification today saying that this guy killed someone 2 days ago? I really don't know what these police chiefs are thinking. How can a weakling like Wang Can kill someone? It's ridiculous." He walked back to the desk and took out a bank card from the drawer as if to show off. "The protection fee that this idiot just paid 2 days ago is still with me. It was said that it was given to him by his cousin who runs a noodle shop. The total amount must be about 7,000 or 8,000. I haven't even had time to spend it yet." After saying this, a sinister smile unconsciously appeared on his face. But Sheng on the opposite side remained unmoved and stared straight into Chen Kai's eyes. For some reason, the smile on Chen Kai's face froze slightly. For some reason, this nerd in the dormitory gave him a somewhat gloomy feeling today, which made his heart jump slightly unconsciously. But Chen Kai soon reacted. His dignity seemed to be challenged. He felt ashamed and angry and subconsciously wanted to curse. But after realizing that the person in front of him was Shang, he stopped talking abruptly. And Shenkai is different from Wang Can, who is easy to bully. Although he was just a nerd, he was spotted by several powerful doctoral supervisors early on because of his outstanding academic performance. He dared not offend those respected mentors. Thinking of this, Chen Kai suppressed the impulse in his heart, smiled awkwardly a few times, and then put the banknote in his hand into his pocket. It's like talking to yourself, relieving embarrassment. After tonight's sports and arts evening party is over, I'll celebrate with my second brother. After saying that, he quickly walked out of the dormitory and slammed the door. Only when Chen Kai's footsteps faded away did Wang Can slowly loosen his clenched hands. His eyes were still gloomy. In the past, he was often bullied by Chen Kai and his second brother Lin Yi. It can be said that more than half of the change that my cousin saved for him ended up in the pockets of these two people. It is even far more than the current remaining 7 or 8,000. If Wang Can had not had some concerns, he would have taken action long ago. Chen Kai. Wang Can whispered in his heart. Soon, you will pay it back tenfold. Chapter 18 Anqing. Wang can let out a breath slowly. The purpose of this trip here was to get that bank card. Wang Ken was forced to open that card under the identity of Chen Kai. One of Chen Kai's uncles seemed to be an assistant in the police department, although he was not a very high-ranking official. But it is more than enough to deal with someone like Wang Ken who has no power or influence. Wang Ken has to transfer money to the card every month, otherwise he will be bullied by Chen Kai and Lin Yi. Chen Kai even threatened that if Wang Ken was even one day late in transferring the money, he would sleep with Su Qing. 2 days ago, Wang Ken would not dare to offend the other party in the slightest. But now, it's different. Wang Ken opened Chen Kai's drawer, but unfortunately it was full of miscellaneous things and nothing valuable. Bank card. The card on Chen Kai is still very important to Wang Ken now. The superintendent is certainly not stupid. Even if his bank account balance has not been frozen, it is most likely under the superintendent's surveillance. It is too risky to withdraw money rashly. Only that bank card was bound in the name of Chen Kai, and there was still a lot of balance on it. When on the run, money is life. Wang Ken closed the drawer and searched through the cabinet of his second son Lin Yi. Unfortunately, there were really no valuable items. Nowadays, electronic payment has become popular. It seems that we have to think of other ways. Tonight's college sports and arts evening might be a good opportunity. Wang Ken gently closed the dormitory door and was about to go downstairs. But at this moment, a person slowly walked up from downstairs. Seeing the person coming, Wang Ken, who had remained calm on the face of Chen Kai before, suddenly narrowed his pupils slightly. Because the person who came was the real Shang. Why is he here now? Before Wang Ken had time to figure it out, and Shang below had already cast his gaze over. The two, the real and fake Anqing, unexpectedly met each other in the dormitory corridor. The moment he saw Wang Ken, and Shang on the opposite side was visibly stunned. Who are you? Wang Ken's eyes darkened slightly, and he began to think of various plans in his mind. He even slowly raised his palms, ready to take advantage of the other party's surprise attack. But before Wang Ken could act, and Shang on the opposite side suddenly rolled his glasses. You must be Wang Ken. Wang Ken's heart skipped a beat, and for a moment, the idea of taking action reached a peak in his mind. Unfortunately, he still suppressed this idea. There was a staircase that was a full floor high between the two of them. Even with the analysis, Wang Ken couldn't find any solution that would guarantee success. As if aware of Wang Ken's tense body, and Shang downstairs just waved his hand gently. Afterwards, he ignored Wang Ken's eyes that were fixed on him and walked upstairs with his slender legs. It seemed as if he was unaware of Wang Ken's thoughts, or rather, he didn't care at all. Wang Ken stared at the other person slowly approaching him without moving his eyes. Soon, and Shang was within Wang Ken's reach. Anqing is very thin, similar to Wang Ken in the past. Even the previous Wang Ken looked a bit stronger than him. If he attacks at this moment, Wang Ken is sure to hit the target. Want to take action? In his pocket, Wang Ken clenched his hands into fists. The moment the two passed each other, and Shang's tone was flat, as if he had no idea what had happened at all. I'm not interested in boring things. At this moment, Wang Ken's palm suddenly loosened. It was so abnormal that in analysis, he really couldn't see any emotions from the other person. During the previous year of living together as roommates, everyone thought Anqing was just a nerd, and even Wang Ken didn't have any doubts at all. But now, with a murderer standing in front of him, he still didn't care at all, which seemed very wrong. At the same time, Shang suddenly stopped and glanced in the direction of Wang Ken. Why don't you take action? Wang Ken's eyelids twitched involuntarily. This guy had really seen through it a long time ago. Wang Ken had a strong intuition that Shang was definitely not as easy to deal with as he thought. After taking a breath, Wang Ken's tense face suddenly showed a relaxed smile. He spread his hands and shrugged indifferently. Why should I take action? You won't hurt me. And Shang turned around, and for the first time, her lifeless eyes looked directly into Wang Ken's eyes. You are a wanted criminal, why do you think I won't call the police? Wang Ken looked back without fear and smiled faintly. I trust my judgment. A dim white light flashed in Wang Ken's eyes. For the first time, Shang's eyes flickered with a bit of fluctuation. Interesting. You are not the same as the Wang Ken I knew before. For the first time, Shang showed some interest on his face. But that was all, and soon he walked towards the dormitory. It seemed that in his eyes, even a wanted criminal was not as interesting as the several advanced mathematics and linear algebra textbooks in his arms. It's just a little interesting? Behind in Shang, Wang Can narrowed his eyes. This is the lowest evaluation he has received since he began his escape. What a weird guy. In a trance, a flash of inspiration suddenly came to Wang Can's mind. He pursed his lips, then suddenly walked up quickly and patted Ansheng on the shoulder. What's up? And Shang turned around, still with no expression on his face. I have something interesting here, I wonder if you are interested? And Shang raised his eyes. Tell me about it. Wang Can grinned brilliantly. How do you feel about playing a unique game with the superintendent? And Shang raised his eyebrows, and for the first time, a hint of interest appeared on his expressionless face. Obviously, Wang Can's proposal piqued his interest. But unexpectedly, and Shang finally shook his head. Helping you will only bring trouble upon myself. This kind of business is not worth it. Wang Can just let go of his hand indifferently. Is your pursuit just buying and selling? And Shang's eyelids twitched slightly. Wang Can seemed to be just thinking about himself and continued. I thought you and I were the same kind of people. What exactly are you pursuing? Money? Power? Or grades? And Shang slowly raised his head, with a strange look in his eyes, and looked directly into Wang Can's eyes. Then let me ask it another way. Why did you choose me? You are a wanted criminal. Are you so sure that I will help you? Wang Can looked directly into Shang's eyes, with the corners of his mouth raised slightly. I'm not sure whether you will help me or not. There's even a possibility that you will report me. But I believe we are one kind of people. Only interesting things are worth doing, what do you think? Finally, Shang slowly raised his head. I can help you, but that's not what you're talking about. It's because I owe you a favor. Wang Can narrowed his eyes? What favor? How come he doesn't know this himself? Chapter 19. The show is about to begin. Haitao, have you found any clues? In Jincheng police station. Haitao sat in front of a supercomputer, but still shook his head helplessly. It was gradually getting dark outside. Ever since Wang Can's murder weapon was found on Beijing Street in the afternoon, the entire police technical team immediately checked all available cameras in the surrounding area. Unfortunately, Wang Can was too cunning. He didn't leave them any clues and escaped early. Just when the entire task force was feeling somewhat confused, a message notification sound suddenly came from Haitao's computer. The work you follow, My Escape Life, has just been updated. 1 minute ago. He posted another video. In an instant, everyone in the police station put down their work and gathered behind Haitao. When the video was opened, a crowded crowd was shown. Various lighting effects were flying in the air, and there were noisy sounds all around. Not far away there seemed to be a big stage with some people performing on it. As the camera shook a few times, suddenly, the video screen switched to a quiet little house. Immediately afterwards, Wang Can's face appeared in the video again. Everyone. I will start the broadcast at 9:30 tonight and broadcast tonight's party live for you. At the same time, I will be the special guest of this evening party and will give a farewell performance for everyone in the last show of this evening party. At 9:30, log on to my live broadcast room. Everyone is welcome to watch. The video ends here. The superintendents in the entire bureau were speechless for a long time. This is actually a performance preview? Following what happened this morning, Wang Can once again took the initiative to reveal his whereabouts to the police? This is no longer just a provocation. Haitao, can you find out the address of this party? No need to be reminded, Haitao had already started working on the computer with his quick hands. The signal source of the video should have been processed and detected to be outside the country. But we can use the satellite system to match the scene shown in the video just now, and we should be able to find the address where the video was shot soon. Luo Shui nodded, and Sun Xiaoqian behind her instructed the other police officers. Let's check what companies or schools in Jincheng will be holding performance parties or other activities tonight. Yes. Soon, the results came out. Captain Sun, in Jincheng, only Jincheng University is holding the Sports and Arts Evening Party tonight. At the same time, the results appeared on Haitao's computer. This location should be at the sports field of Jincheng University. Jincheng University. Isn't that the school Wang Can attended before? The three of them looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. This Wang Can actually went back to school? Luo Shui looked at her watch. 9:01. There is less than half an hour left until 9:30, as Wang Can said in the video. Team 1, Team 2 set off immediately. The police responded quickly and arrived at Jincheng University in just over 10 minutes. As the most prestigious university in Jincheng, the annual cultural evening on campus is the most grand event in the school. Countless teachers and students, and even many people from outside the school, came to watch with their elderly and children. Captain Luo, preliminary estimates show that there are already over 1,000 people in this stadium. Fortunately, the sports field in this university town is big enough, otherwise it probably wouldn't be able to accommodate so many people. Luo Shui was also outside looking at the huge sports field. At the same time, in another direction, Sun Xiaoqian also brought a group of police officers to join this side. Under the cover of night, countless police cars with blue and red lights on were parked on the roadside of the stadium, attracting the attention of many passers-by. Captain Luo, many members of the Huacheng Police Department's first and second teams have been temporarily transferred here. The remaining people still have to guard the Huacheng police station. This is the limit of what I can do. Luo Shui nodded. That's enough. The entire Jincheng police station and most of the Huacheng police station. This is the entire task force's combined strength. Even if Wang Can really has wings, he has to be pinned down today. Clear. Hundreds of police chiefs gathered here, sweeping away the previous decadence. Obviously, the unprecedented number of police forces made everyone confident in the operation to capture Wang Can. Luo Shui took the distribution map of sports venues from Xiao Zhou. There are 3 gates in the entire sports field and our police force is fully sufficient. Deploy 20 police officers to each gate. Do not let anyone leave until Wang Can is caught. Learning from the last lesson, this time we have set aside 20 police officers as a random group. If there is unrest anywhere, the random group will be responsible for support. The other groups will stay on standby and are not allowed to leave without permission. Clear. Suddenly, Sun Xiaoqian pointed to the wall of the sports field. This wall doesn't look too high, about 5 or 6 meters. If you use a rope, you can still escape. Luo Shui thought for a while. Then assign another 20 police officers to patrol the wall. Haitao has also taken over the campus monitoring room. There are surveillance cameras all over the outside of the wall. As long as Wang Can shows up, we can arrest him at any time. Sun Xiaoqian nodded and said nothing more. With such tight security, not even a mosquito can fly out. The task force is not here to play around. With enough police force, they can deploy their defenses in a bold manner. Soon, everything was set up and Luo Shui turned around to make the final mobilization. Everyone. This will be our best chance. This Wang Can has repeatedly challenged the authority of the judiciary. This time we must execute him on the spot. Catch him on the spot. Yes. Action. Luo Shui did not waste any time and was about to lead the remaining 40 or 50 police officers into the stadium quickly. Suddenly, her cell phone vibrated. She glanced at her watch, then immediately looked up and exchanged a glance with Sun Xiaoqian, with a tacit understanding between them. 9.30, just right. Luo Shui and the others took out their cell phones. The show My Fugitive Life that you're following has just started airing. Luo Shui opened the live broadcast room. Because of the previous preview video, many netizens seem to have already been waiting in front of the live broadcast room early. The number of people in the live broadcast room instantly exceeded 1,000 and is still rising rapidly. Let me see what's going on. A fake prison fan, how dare you start broadcasting? After all, only a few netizens watched Luo Shan's live broadcast in the morning. After all, most people are still unaware of and do not believe Wang Can's identity. I'm near Jincheng University. I seem to have seen quite a few police officers heading that way just now. There are also some netizens who make more rational analyses. Even if he's not really a wanted criminal, this is still considered disturbing the peace, right? If you don't really run away today, I'll unfollow you immediately. Still on the run? I saw it all. There were dozens of police cars. The anchor will probably be in jail today. The comments section is very lively with all kinds of voices. Everyone didn't have to wait long, and soon Wang Can's face appeared on the screen. I saw that he had changed into a strange dark blue suit and was wearing a hat that looked like a magician's. He politely bowed towards the camera like a gentleman. Everyone, the show is about to begin. Right now, big climax. Chapter 20, the show begins. 10 minutes ago. Backstage at the party. A girl in a dress and with delicate makeup walked down the stage gracefully. Chen Kai, it's your turn soon. The person sitting below was Chen Kai, who had met Wang Can once in the dormitory before. Chen Kai looked at the woman with a burning gaze. Chin. Don't call me that. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by the girl. We are just friends. After saying that, the girl left somewhat unhappy. Chen Kai didn't dare to say anything. He just watched the woman's back as she walked away, and her beautiful curves wrapped in the tight dress. There was an uncontrollable anger rising in his eyes, and his mouth felt slightly dry. Lin Xin, the most famous campus beauty at Jincheng University, is almost every man's dream girl. You little slut, you really love to pretend. Sooner or later, I'm going to sleep with you. Chen Kai muttered to himself in a low voice. Of course he didn't dare say these words out loud. Lin Xin's family background was notoriously mysterious. If these words were heard by the other party, his uncle, the police superintendent, would not be able to protect him. Soon Chen Kai was the only one left backstage. He tightened his red martial arts uniform. The finale of the evening party is usually the most exciting program, and it was not originally his turn. Thanks to the help of someone who had some connections, he was able to get this opportunity. His purpose was to attract the attention of a beauty in public. But he was about to take action. The lights in the room suddenly went out, and the entire backstage fell into darkness. What happened? Did the circuit breaker trip? He was still wondering when the door was suddenly pushed open by something unknown. Then, a figure with disheveled hair, wearing tattered white clothes, and whose face could not be seen clearly walked in stiffly from outside the door. What the hell? Chen Kai suddenly felt a little horrified, but he still held on. Who the hell is playing tricks on me? However, the man said nothing and just walked slowly towards Chen Kai. Her long hair was draped in front of her face, and her features could not be seen at all. What on earth are you? In the darkness, Chen Kai finally couldn't help it and punched the person who came. It seems that this guy is not very big. This punch of mine should be enough to knock him away, right? Just as Chen Kai was thinking this, he saw the man suddenly stretch out a slender arm. You bastard who threatened me, today I must. Before he could finish his words, Chen Kai's expression suddenly changed. An incredible force suddenly came from that seemingly fragile arm. As he looked in disbelief, Chen Kai, a big guy who was nearly 1.9 meters tall, actually flew backwards. There was even a faint sound of bones breaking from his hands. You, who are you? The fear in Chen Kai's eyes could no longer be concealed. With such power, how could he be a normal person? The man still didn't speak, but slowly walked in front of Chen Kai. Under Chen Kai's frightened gaze, the man finally slowly pushed his hair away from his face. It was a face that Chen Kai was extremely familiar with. Su Ching? Chen Kai was so frightened that he let out a weird cry. You, aren't you dead? Su Ching let out a scream that was totally unlike that of a normal person. Dead. I'm dead. I died so miserably. Chen Kai, don't you want to sleep with me? I'm back to find you. Chen Kai huddled tightly in the corner. No. Your death has nothing to do with me. Don't look for me? Su Ching slowly lowered his body. Wasn't it your uncle in the police station who did it? We didn't. Didn't they say Wang Can killed him? Go find him, it must have been that bastard who did it, it has nothing to do with me. Chen Kai was so frightened that he was incoherent. As soon as Su Ching raised his hand, Chen Kai fainted. I was so scared that a pool of liquid came out from under my pants. Peeing? Su Ching looked at the scene speechlessly. The plan hasn't even been completed yet and this guy fainted? So easily frightened? Of course this is not the real Su Ching, but Wang Can in disguise. The lights in the room came on, and then Shang walked in from outside. Nailed it? Wang Can shook his head. Almost there, just a little bit more. And Shang nodded and said nothing more, then walked out again. The lights went dark again. Wang Can took the basin of cold water and poured it directly on Chen Kai's face. Chen Kai woke up again with a chill running down his spine. In front of me, it is still that female ghost. What exactly are you going to do? There was already a hint of tears in Chen Kai's tone. Su Ching looked at him coldly. Next, what do you answer when I ask you questions? Do you understand? I understand, I definitely understand. 9:30 p.m. sharp. Luo Shui, Sun Xiaoqian, and their group walked in from the entrance. At this time, Lin Qin on the stage introduced herself to everyone with a charming smile. Dear guests, the next is the finale of this evening party. Let us welcome Chen Kai to perform the programmed Chinese wushu exercises for us. Please give him a round of applause. There was thunderous applause from the audience. Programs like martial arts and recitation are usually the most boring items in the evening party. Why is the finale this time a martial arts exercise? In previous years, there were only some skits. This evening show is getting worse every year. The people in the audience were talking about it, and many of them started playing with their phones without any interest. But at this moment, a polite boy wearing a happy mask and a gorgeous dark blue suit slowly walked onto the stage. What? Aren't we talking about martial arts? Who is this person? He looks so weak and doesn't look like he's here to practice martial arts. The people in the audience were a little confused. On the other side of the stage, Lin Qin, who had just stepped off the stage, stared blankly at the scene with her bright eyes wide open. The last program should be martial arts exercises, right? She checked the program in her hand again. There wasn't this scene during the rehearsal, right? At the same time, Luo Shui and her group, who had just walked into the venue, immediately fixed their eyes on the clothes of the man on the stage. Luo Shui took out her cell phone and compared it with the clothes in the video that Wang Can had sent out before. It's the same dress. And the body shape and figure are also very similar. This person is most likely Wang Can. The only thing is that he is wearing a mask, so his face cannot be seen clearly. Su Tao and other police inspectors who were following behind him were about to go on stage and pin down the guy who was suspected to be Wang Can. But they were stopped by Luo Shui and Sun Xiaoqian. Something's wrong. I'm afraid it's a trick. Since Wang Can took the initiative to lure the police here, he must have made sufficient preparations. Indeed, this guy looks no different from Wang Can. But the more this happened, the more they felt there was a problem. The rest of you, don't move yet. Xiaozhou, take 10 people and check the venue carefully. This Wang Can might be among the audience. Just as the police began to move slowly, the masked man on the stage suddenly spoke slowly. Welcome, everyone. The name of this magic show is Night of Horrifying Puppet. Before the magic begins, I would like to invite an audience member to be my special guest and accompany me to complete this performance. Chapter 21 Ragdoll. What? Magic? I didn't hear there would be any magic performances at this year's party? The audience, who originally felt a little bored, had their appetite whetted. At the same time, Luo Shui and others' cell phones vibrated. My fugitive life you are following has started. In less than a minute, the live broadcast room achieved the achievement of 1,000 people. Based on the footage from the live broadcast, Luo Shui and the others looked carefully and could clearly see that the masked man on the stage was holding a mobile phone in his hand. Is this person really Wang Can? At the same time, the live broadcast room was filled with barrages of comments. It's really on air now. What is Puppet Night? Does the host want to perform Brother Yuan? There were also many sharp-eyed netizens who quickly found Luo Shui and others in the audience in the picture. Look, that's the superintendent, right? Oh my god, the anchor really summoned the police. Oh no. He has really become a wanted criminal. Just when Luo Shui and the others were discussing, Xianjiang on the stage suddenly raised his hand and slowly walked around the audience, as if he was selecting the so-called lucky audience. Finally, his hand slowly settled in a certain direction beside the stage. Lin Qin, the host who had just stepped off the stage and was still a little confused, stared blankly at the finger pointing at her. What is going on here? Not only did a magic trick appear out of nowhere, but now I was chosen as the lucky audience member. Even if they wanted to find someone to help them, there was no rehearsal in advance? But as an experienced host, Lin Qin does have this quality. She quickly showed her signature smile on her face and walked onto the stage gracefully. Compared to when no one paid attention to the masked man when he came on stage just now, the applause from the audience was much louder this time. The most famous campus beauty of Jincheng University, she comes from a wealthy family, is excellent in both character and academics, and is multi-talented. She must have a large number of admirers. The masked man stood beside Lin Qin like a gentleman. Host, we didn't make the first statement, so we didn't collude, right? Lin Qin thought to herself while showing a playful smile. I think there shouldn't be any? At the same time, the live broadcast room. Oh my god, big magnesium. Butler, within an hour, I want all the information about this woman. Crooked mouth. Oh my god, Dragon King. A woman like this is definitely not a shill. This generation of netizens really follows their senses. The atmosphere in the audience was also filled with laughter because of Lin Chin's words. But just when the atmosphere was gradually relaxing, suddenly, the masked man's tone changed. Ms. Lin, do you believe in the existence of puppetry? Wang Can's sudden question made Lin Chin smile freeze slightly. She didn't speak immediately, as if she was thinking about how to answer the question. It doesn't matter, just tell the truth. After receiving the instructions from the masked man, Lin Chin finally shook his head slowly. I don't quite believe it. As she spoke, she looked through the mask and saw the pair of calm pupils beneath it. The masked man didn't reply, but walked to a table covered with a red curtain. Placing the phone in hand on a corner of the table is enough to ensure that the audience in the live broadcast room can see all the subsequent scenes clearly. Then he lifted up the red tablecloth. On the table, there were 3 worn-out rag dolls. This scene silenced the entire audience. The man first picked up one of the dolls, which was probably a female doll with long hair, and held it in the air to show it to everyone. The doll still had a bright smile on its face, but the expression looked a little asymmetrical, which made it seem a little creepy. Oh my god, why is this doll a little scary? It's late at night, please protect me. Lin Chin also looked at the rag doll in the man's hand with a puzzled look on her face. After the display, the man turned around slowly. Ms. Lin, can you give me your hand? Lin Chin hesitated. She always keeps a sense of distance and alienation in her heart when it comes to physical contact with a stranger of the opposite sex. But thinking that she was on stage, she finally cooperated and stretched out a snow-white little hand. Ms. Lin's hands are really beautiful. The masked man held the rag doll with his white-gloved hands, and then placed the doll face down in Lin Chin's hand. Then, the man's calm words echoed throughout the stadium. This is a special doll. Ms. Lin, you are the first person to actually touch this rag doll. From this moment on, your fate, your body, and everything about you will be tied to this doll. In other words, from now on, this rag doll is your puppet. There was clearly no emotion in the man's voice, but it made everyone's hair stand on end. It's really scary to watch it in the middle of the night. This isn't magic, nor is it some kind of martial arts. This looks like witchcraft, doesn't it? The one who felt it the most deeply was Lin Chin on the stage. Although he didn't quite believe in these puppet witchcraft and the like, he listened to Wang Can's words and looked at the strange doll in his hand. Lin Chin's heart still skipped a beat. She forced a smile. Are you kidding? How could her body be tied to each of these tattered rag dolls? However, the masked man did not give a direct answer, but a strange smile appeared in his eyes under the mask. You'll know soon enough. As he said this, he took the rag doll from Lin Chin's hand. Next, please stretch out both hands and raise your fists in front of everyone. Lin Chin did as she was told. Then Wang Can held the doll in one hand and took out a blue lighter from his trouser pocket. He looked at the audience and then at the live broadcast room. Everyone, you are about to witness the true art of puppetry. After saying that, he held the doll's head by its back, suddenly turned on his lighter, and instantly set the doll's palm on fire. Call. The brilliant flames were accompanied by screams from the audience. The entire right palm of the rag doll was burned black in an instant. Ignoring people's surprise, Wang Can turned his head and looked at Lin Chin next to him. Ms. Lin, how do you feel now? Lin Chin felt it carefully for a while, then said with some surprise. I feel some heat in my right hand? The masked man deliberately took 2 steps back. Ms. Lin, from beginning to end, I never touched your body, right? Lin Chin nodded. Okay, now please face the audience and open your right palm. Chapter 22 Horrifying Puppet. Lin Chin slowly spread out her palms and faced all the audience. Then, bursts of exclamations were heard all around. Lin Chin's hands had turned into a burnt black color without her noticing. How could this happen? Even Lin Chin looked confused, and she herself didn't understand what was going on. However, the others did not believe it. Thor. Definitely Thor. That's right, this woman must have put the charcoal in her hands in advance. Dude upstairs, why do I remember that you were the one who trusted this female host the most before? Only Lin Chin herself understood that she really did nothing. She didn't even know about this show before. But the masked man did not give everyone time to be shocked. He picked up the doll again and took out the lighter. Then, in front of everyone's shocked gazes, he once again set the ragdoll's only remaining left arm on fire. Moreover, this time the burning lasted longer than the first time and was more intense than before. In just a few seconds, the ragdoll's entire left arm was burned to ashes. The man threw the half-burned doll onto the table. Then he slowly walked to Lin Qin. He put the mask close to Lin Qin's ear, causing the latter's heartbeat to speed up for some reason. "Are you ready?" As Lin Qin nodded, the man stretched out his other unloved hand and placed it on Lin Qin's left hand. "I will count down to 3 seconds, after which Ms. Lin will spread out her left hand." Thousands of viewers in the live broadcast room, everyone present, including Luo Shui and the others, all looked over attentively unconsciously. 3, 2, 1. As the man finished speaking, Lin Qin slowly spread out her palms. Right at the first moment, in full view of everyone. Suddenly, a ball of gorgeous and somewhat strange blue flame instantly rose up in Lin Qin's palm. The bright blue light instantly illuminates the dim light around the stage. This is. Lin Qin looked at the flame burning on her hand in disbelief. "It was right in front of me, but my hand didn't feel hot at all, but warm instead." The entire huge conference hall fell into silence in an instant. Even the live broadcast room, which had been noisy all the time, was quiet for several seconds. Afterwards, all kinds of barrages instantly filled the screen. WWC? What is this? No way, this is just like real witchcraft. Amazing, this blogger is really amazing, please accept my knee. The one who just said he was asked to come out. Explain it again. Those people who had previously debunked counterfeits seemed to have disappeared in the blink of an eye. No one raised any more doubts. This scene obviously cannot be accomplished simply by finding someone to help. The live broadcast room was so shocking, not to mention the audience on site. It only took a few seconds for the entire huge stadium to go from complete silence at the beginning to deafening applause and discussions later. It can be said that in just a few minutes, Wang can pull everyone from their initial boredom into his shocking puppet world. It's incredible. How on earth is this done? Even some leaders in the audience couldn't help but applaud. Some people also want to find out the identity of the masked performer. But I found that this activity was not on the performance program at all. How did this guy do it? Behind Luo Shui and the others, Su Tao was looking at the scene in confusion. Of course he, a big and strong man, couldn't understand it. Even Luo Shui and Sun Xiaoxian couldn't suppress their shock and solemnity. At this time, Xiao Zhou, who had been sent out for patrol, finally came back. It took a lot of time to check everything in such a large venue. There are also many tourists and family members coming in from other schools. For example, there was a child of 5 or 6 years old in front of Luo Shui and others. Sitting next to him was a young man who looked like a student from Jincheng University, helping the kid play a game called King of Pesticides. "Captain Luo, I've confirmed that Wang Ken is not in the audience." Luo Shui narrowed her eyes. "It seems that this guy is on the stage. Do you want to make an arrest?" Sun Xiaoqian asked. Luo Shui fell into deep thought. Wang Ken on the stage suddenly spoke again. "Next, I will introduce the second puppetry technique for you." All the audience looked over there. At the same time, Luo Shui also made up her mind and picked up the walkie-talkie. "Everyone, this performer on the stage should be the Wang Ken we are looking for. Prepare to arrest immediately." At this time, Wang Ken suddenly said, "I believe many friends have also noticed it. We have some unique friends at our venue." After saying that, he pointed in a direction. Afterwards, the lighting technician on the scene quickly followed the direction pointed by Wang Ken and shone the light on Luo Shui and her group who were preparing to take action. "Wait. Pause the operation, everyone stay where you are." Luo Shui put down the walkie-talkie and frowned at the masked man who was looking at her from the audience. The audience at the scene couldn't help but look in Luo Shui's direction. After seeing the police superintendent uniform on the latter, they began to whisper in surprise. "These are not school security guards, but police superintendents, right? Why is there a superintendent here?" However, many people have already seen Wang Ken's live broadcast on Duel and exclaimed in surprise. "Look, that guy on the stage looks like a wanted criminal?" There was a sudden panic in the meeting room. Wang Ken said again. "Don't panic, everyone. This second puppetry technique is specially prepared for these special friends present here." Su Tao and others in the audience looked alert. Luo Shui looked directly at the masked man on the stage. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but she could always sense a faint smile from beneath the mask. Damn it! The memory of being repeatedly fooled by Wang Can came to Luo Shui's mind again. Don't be impulsive. Sun Xiaoqian on the side hurriedly held Luo Shui's shoulders. I see. While the two were talking, Wang Can slowly carried up a large black wooden box from the stage. What's this? Is there a bomb or a machine gun in there? It could also be a wizard's prop. Didn't you see how he did it just now? He doesn't look like an ordinary person. The number of viewers in the live broadcast room has exceeded 5,000 and is still rising wildly. You know, before this, there was no official platform to promote Wang Can. Even the backend is trying every possible way to ban the live broadcast room and force users who are watching the live broadcast to log off. It's extremely terrifying to have this amount of views for the first live broadcast. Wang Can walked to the wooden table and picked up the second puppet. Everyone, in this second puppetry technique, I will use puppets to truly control humans. Chapter 23 Trial. As Wang Can's words fell, there was another commotion in the audience. Although the performance just now was indeed amazing, few people believed Wang Can's shocking words. Using a rag doll to control people? Are you trying to fool ghosts here? Although I don't understand how he did that just now, but using a puppet to control a person is still a bit too far-fetched, isn't it? Several police superintendents in the audience also chuckled and sneered. This Wang Can loves to play tricks. On the stage, Lin Qin, who had just retreated to the back, was looking at the mysterious masked man in front of her with surprise. If someone had told her 10 minutes ago that they would use puppetry to control living people, she would definitely not have believed it. But after the experience just now, for some reason, she felt a little bit of anticipation in her heart. Maybe, this person can really do it? No response to everyone's questions or doubts. Wang Can raised the rag doll in his hand and showed it around in a circle, imitating what he had done before. Unlike the previous ones, this is a male rag doll. His eyes were closed, his head was half tilted, and his face had no expression, as if he was soundly asleep. It feels a little weird for some reason. Wang Can pushed the huge wooden box in front of everyone, and then raised the rag doll in his hand. Everyone, please be quiet. Because, the next scene will be witnessed by all of you. The noise at the scene actually gradually died down after Wang Can's words. Although few people believed it, for some reason, everyone felt a little bit of anticipation in their hearts. In the huge conference hall, all eyes were focused on the man in the happy mask. Under the spotlight, the man was seen slowly moving sideways 2 steps and standing side by side with the wooden box. Then, his hand holding the doll suddenly loosened. The rag doll fell straight down, but finally stopped in mid-air. Just like a puppet. No, what's the matter? It's just a string hidden in the hand that pulls the doll, right? I thought there was some kind of operation. Well, that wasted 5 minutes. But the doubts didn't last long. Suddenly, Wang Can on the stage shouted in a deep voice. Rise! He exerted force with both hands instantly, and the marionette in front of him suddenly rose half a meter. Then, there was a sudden explosion sound from the huge wooden box next to it. I saw the entire top plate of the wooden box suddenly being knocked away out of thin air. A tall figure suddenly stood up from the wooden box. What the hell? Everyone was startled and then looked carefully. I saw that it was a person tied to a cross. Many students in the audience widened their eyes, and even Lin Qin at the side of the stage covered her mouth in disbelief. Because they all know this person. That was a student from Jincheng University. He was also the performer who was supposed to be the last performer of the evening show, Chen Kai. But now Chen Kai looked unconscious, with his head tilted to the side and his eyes closed. It looks exactly like the expression of the rag doll in Wang Can's hand. In other words, that rag doll is a miniature of Chen Kai at this moment. Call. There was an uproar at the scene. This person kidnapped a student from our school? The leaders in the audience all frowned. The expressions on the faces of the audience students gradually turned into surprise, and then anger. In the police team, a male police inspector behind Luo Shui suddenly stood up in shock. He was one of those who had just sneered at Wang Can. Captain Luo, the one kidnapped by Wang Can is my nephew. This Wang Can, it's not enough to harm one person, he even wants to hurt other innocent people. The male police superintendent spoke with a righteous look on his face, and instantly described Wang Can as a heinous criminal. Luo Shui also looked at this scene gloomily, gritting her teeth. That damn Wang Can. Could it be that this time he wants to use the hostages to threaten us to let him escape? In an instant, Wang Can went from being a magician that everyone praised to a criminal that everyone condemned. But Wang Can said to himself, in puppetry, there is a profound technique called spiritual communication. People's hearts are all dirty, and the words that come out of their mouths are often hard to tell whether they are true or false. But after being channeled by our puppeteer, people can't help but speak the truth. After saying that, Wang Can walked in front of Chen Kai holding the doll in his hand. A ball of flame suddenly rose from under the box and began to burn the entire box. There were screams at the scene. Different from the flame in Lin Qin's hand before, this fire was bright red, hot, and fierce. With the cross, it was as if a kind of divine judgment was being carried out on Chen Kai above. As everyone stared at him intently, Wang Can's voice became more solemn than ever before. Name? Then, a chaotic but unified voice suddenly came from every broadcast in the stadium. It's like some weird and unspeakable ritual is going on. Suddenly, the radio went quiet. Then, a voice resounded throughout the stadium. My name is Chen Kai. Wang Can continued. Tell me all the crimes you have committed. I have copied other people's answers in exams, pressured many people to pay me bribes, and even stole underwear from the girls' dormitory. What else? I've had some girls out for dinner, put drugs in their drinks, and then. What else? I have nothing. On the radio, Chen Kai's voice seemed to be struggling. But Wang Can did not give him any room to relax. What else? Chen Kai let out a scream of pain. I was sleeping with a girl once, and I wanted to do something fancy. Then, I used too much force and killed her. Chen Kai's scream echoed throughout the venue. Other than that, the entire stadium was silent. The voices of doubt and abuse disappeared in an instant. Everyone looked at Chen Kai in disbelief as he was on the stage, surrounded by flames. Even Luo Shui and others who originally planned to arrest Wang Can looked incredible. Who could have thought that a student from the highest institution of learning in Jinchang would commit so many unbelievable crimes? Others were so shocked that they couldn't say a word. But the trial on stage continues. You've done so much. It's impossible that you, a college student, could have accomplished it all by yourself, right? Who is assisting you behind the scenes, allowing you to remain safe and sound after committing all these crimes? Chapter 24, Transposition. Just as Wang Can finished speaking, the male police inspector who had been so righteous behind Luo Shui suddenly changed his expression. He quickly stood up to stop it, but was still a step too late. Yes, it's my uncle. He works at the police station. Suddenly, the whole audience was in an uproar. Everyone's eyes unconsciously turned to Luo Shui and the others. At this moment, they finally understood. Why did the masked man say that it was specially prepared for these police officers before the magic started? Luo Shui also turned with a gloomy expression and looked at the male police superintendent who had just spoken. Captain Luo, it's not me. The male superintendent wanted to explain. Wang Can on the stage continued to ask. Be more specific, what is his name? My uncle, his name is Chen Zhong. Suddenly the male superintendent's face turned ugly again. His name is Chen Zhong. But even so, with Luo Shui's eyes looking as if she was going to stab him, he could only bite the bullet. Captain Luo, this guy is a wanted criminal. How can we trust what he says? Luo Shui just looked at Chen Zhong coldly. Although I don't know whether what Wang Can said is true or false, Chen Zhong's guilty look actually explains a lot. Once this case is over, I will immediately initiate a disciplinary review of you. I hope you won't be found out by then. After saying that, Luo Shui turned around. Chen Zhong behind him was like a deflated ball. Normally, no one cares about his troubles. If they really investigate, how can I possibly hide? At the same time, Wang Can on the field also turned around. He faced everyone and held the rag doll high in his hand. What do you think of killing someone? How should the blood debt be repaid? There was silence off the field. There was a brief silence in the live broadcast room again. What should we do? Who doesn't know? Murder must be paid with life, blood debt must be paid with blood. But just when someone couldn't help but say this, Wang Can unexpectedly changed the subject. Everyone, this is a society ruled by law. Of course, these crimes committed by this person must be handed over to our police comrade for review. After saying that, the masked man looked in Luo Shue's direction again. My Lord Superintendent, I believe you will not let any sinner go, right? Luo Shue stared at the eyes beneath the mask. This was probably the second conversation between them. Soon, a microphone was handed to Luo Shue. She took a deep breath. Of course, we will not let anyone who breaks the law go. She understood that this incident must have attracted a lot of public attention and also involved their police department. If they don't take efficient, swift, and severe action, I'm afraid the whole society will question their police chief. For example, right now, many people at the scene looked at them with doubt and vigilance. After we return, we will immediately begin the interrogation of Chun Kai and the disciplinary inspection of Comrade Shin Zhong. Everyone rest assured, I believe there will be results soon, and we will announce them immediately when they come out. Luo Shue's words finally eased the heavy atmosphere a little. Wang Can laughed out loud. Okay. In that case, I will trust this police officer. After saying that, he suddenly exerted force with both hands, and the rag doll in his hands was torn into pieces in an instant. In an instant, Chen Kai, who was in the wooden box next to him, also made a loud noise. Then, the entire cross, along with Chen Kai, exploded into powder in the raging fire in front of everyone's eyes. There was an immediate exclamation at the scene. Luo Shui widened her eyes, but before she could stop him, she discovered something was wrong. It was clearly a person who exploded, but there was no blood spattering scene as imagined. There were only scraps of paper in the air and sawdust scattered on the ground. This Chen Kai, is he fake? Looking back, it seems that this Chen Kai has never really spoken a word since he came on stage. All the police officers stood up and stared in disbelief at the masked man on the center stage. At this moment, the masked man suddenly smiled. Everyone, next is the last puppetry technique I will bring to you this time. After saying that, he suddenly took off the happy mask in front of his eyes in front of everyone's gaze. A pretty face appeared in front of everyone's gaze. Luo Shue's pupils suddenly shrank. This is Wang Can. Oh my god, you really dare to show your face? No, this anchor looks exactly like that wanted criminal. Photos can be photoshopped, videos can be altered, but this live broadcast doesn't look like it was photoshopped, does it? What do you think? Could this blogger really be the wanted criminal named Wang Can? As soon as this statement came out, no one in the comments section dared to deny it casually. Wang Can's actions just now shocked them so much. So big that even if they don't want to believe it, they have to start doubting. At the same time, Luo Shue's eyelids in the audience began to twitch for some reason. She and Sun Xiaoqian looked at each other. Even though they had taken all precautions in this operation, there was still some lingering worry in their hearts. I was always afraid that there would be some omissions and Wang Can would run away again. And this feeling reached its peak when Wang Can took off his mask. No, we can't wait any longer. Luo Shui grabbed the intercom. Everyone, move immediately, get on stage and control the suspect. As soon as she finished her words, everyone in the stadium began to get restless. All the police officers hiding in the venue began to run quickly towards Wang Can on the stage. The people at the scene were also somewhat panicked. Big brother, what are they doing? When Luo Shui ran over, the child who was playing games before hid in the brother's arms nervously. Don't be afraid, little boy. Police uncle and sister, we are just doing our job and catching bad guys. At this moment, Wang Can raised the last doll. This rag doll is still gray and shabby. Only the face has no facial features. This doll has no face. He looked at the police superintendent who was running towards him quickly, but just smiled slightly. The last one puppet replacement. After saying that, he threw the rag doll up. The faceless doll spun in the air, and when it fell down, it suddenly turned into colorful confetti all over the sky. As the colored paper fell, Wang Can's figure disappeared out of thin air. Only the faceless rag doll was left, falling gently to the ground. Chapter 25 Arrest. How so? All the police superintendents who were about to rush onto the stage suddenly stopped. Luo Shui was also startled by Wang Can's sudden disappearance. But she reacted quickly and raised the walkie-talkie. Everyone, surround the entire stage first. At the same time, Sun Xiaoqian's voice was heard from the intercom. There can't be any puppet masters in this world, let alone instant disappearance. The more likely possibility is that Wang Can hid somewhere we couldn't see just now. The two women's calm analysis quickly calmed down all the police officers. They surrounded the entire stage in an orderly manner. Yes, there are no obstacles to hide around this empty stage. So, it's very likely that Wang Ken is hiding under the stage. Luo Shui and Sun Xiaoqian didn't care about the chaotic scene anymore and quickly walked onto the stage. First, turn off the phone on the table that was still broadcasting live. Afterwards, they came to the last place where Wang Ken was before he disappeared. After a careful search, the few people soon found clues. Look, there's something wrong with the connection between the wooden board in this place and the surrounding area. Sure enough, there is a secret passage under this stage. Su Tao on the side was a little worried. Captain Luo, the secret passage won't lead directly to the outside world, right? Luo Shui and Sun Xiaoqian immediately shook their heads. Impossible. This is a sports field. This stage is obviously a makeshift one. Wang Ken doesn't have the time or ability to create a passage that leads directly to the outside of the sports field. Or rather, he doesn't even have the time to dig a tunnel, and is just hiding under this stage. After saying that, the vigilance in Luo Shui's eyes finally relaxed. No matter how worried I was before, I can finally relax now. Under heavy siege, this time, Wang Ken has absolutely no way to escape. Su Tao, lift up this wooden board. This secret passage should have a mechanism to open it, but they don't need to do that. How strong can makeshift wooden boards be? Soon, the wooden board was lifted up from the stage by Su Tao. A hole that was just big enough to accommodate one person appeared in everyone's sight. Walk! Without any hesitation, Luo Shui and others quickly jumped down from the cave one after another. They couldn't wait to catch the bastard who had played tricks on them so many times before. Soon, the entire scene in the dark room was revealed. It was not big. There was an unconscious person lying on the ground. Looking closely, it is not difficult to recognize that it is the real Chen Kai. Wang Ken sat quietly on a shabby sofa with a faint smile on his face. Looking at the police inspectors in front of him, Wang Ken was not at all flustered, but just swung his legs gently. It looked as if he had been waiting for Luo Shui and the others for a long time. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Luo Shui stared at Wang Ken closely. To be honest, although she had seen the photo so many times, this was the first time she had looked at this evil villain at such a close distance. Wang Ken, you are under arrest. Wang Ken did not resist. Instead, he remained calm and raised his hands in cooperation. Your police dragnet is truly amazing. Okay, I give up. I won't run away. Put me in cuffs. Su Tao took out a pair of handcuffs and quickly handcuffed Wang Ken's hands. Wang Ken cooperated extremely well throughout the whole process, which made everyone feel relieved. Why do I feel like something is wrong? Sun Xiaoqian suddenly asked in a low voice. In fact, Luo Shui also had this feeling in her heart, but when she thought about the tight net of this arrest operation, she felt that it was completely reasonable. There are hundreds of police officers here and there, just to catch you, a fugitive. Even if Luo Shui came here by herself, she wouldn't be able to escape, right? There's nothing wrong with that. We have 2 police teams working together. It would be a joke if we still can't catch anyone. Sun Xiaoqian nodded and thought about it. Soon, Wang Ken was brought out of the basement by the police. This scene was also seen by all the audience members who stayed at the scene. WC, they really caught him. The puppeteer is hiding under the stage? It looks like this guy is really the fugitive. You don't know that all the entrances and exits of the entire sports stadium have been sealed by the police. They haven't been unsealed yet. Although the live broadcast has been shut down, the news of Wang Ken's arrest was quickly spread online. Various news videos were also forwarded crazily. Do you think Wang Ken can get away this time? Stop making fun of me upstairs. I'm dying of laughter. Do you really think the superintendent is just there to eat for nothing? Everyone has been put into the car. There are hundreds of police officers and dozens of police cars on the scene. With so many police officers, if he can really get out, I'll eat him up. Ha! This flag looks familiar. Aren't you the Itua brother from before? It seems like you haven't eaten the last Itu yet? At this time, Wang Ken was surrounded by all the police officers and taken into the police car. There was another person behind him who was also wearing handcuffs, and there was some resentment in his eyes as he looked at Wang Ken. Naturally, they are the ones whose crimes were exposed by Wang Ken. The biggest losers tonight are Chen Kai and his uncle Chen Zhong. Notify the comrades who are still on the scene to withdraw. Everyone has worked hard these past 2 days. I can finally have a good sleep when I get home this time. In the dark night, Luo Shui arranged the final work and then got into the police car. Sun Xiaoxian was in charge of driving this police car. Su Tao and Luo Shui were standing on either side of the handcuffed Wang Can in the middle of the back row. There were more than a dozen police cars escorting Wang Can from all sides. It can be said that even the mayor does not receive such high treatment when traveling. Wang Can glanced at the surroundings and then smiled jokingly. Sir Superintendent, it's not that exaggerated, is it? Am I going to become the chairman of the provincial party committee? Seeing Wang Can still smiling, Luo Shui snorted coldly. Wang Can, don't try to play any tricks on me. You can't get away with it. Having said that, Luo Shui still watched Wang Can's every move carefully. Next, all we have to do is take Wang Can back to the police station and put him in jail. It's all over. Sun Xiaoxian, who was sitting in the front row, also glanced at Wang Can in the back row. This was her first fight with Wang Can, but she was shocked by this guy's shrewd mind, meticulous yet bold and amazing actions. If a special task force had not been set up to integrate the police forces of the two cities, it would probably not be easy for either her or Luo Shuazhong to catch Wang Can. Wang Can sat on the chair without caring. By the way, officer, I need to use the restroom. Luo Shui couldn't help but sneer. Don't play tricks. When you get to prison, there will be plenty of time for you to go to the bathroom. But the next second, Wang Can's eyes widened innocently. Prison? Why should I go to prison? Luo Shui snorted coldly. You know all the crimes you committed better than anyone else. Listening to Luo Shui's firm and cold words, I don't know why. Wang Can's mouth slowly curled up into an intriguing smile. Officer Luo, how about we make a bet? Luo Shui couldn't help but frown. What you up to? Although he was not wearing glasses, Wang Can made a gesture of pushing his glasses up. I said, if you can't leave the police station by tonight, you will respectfully escort me out again. Do you believe me? Chapter 26 True Transformation. In the sports field. Among the crowd that was leaving the venue, the child was sitting excitedly on the chair. Next to him was the young man who was playing games before. Brother, you are really good at playing King of Glory. Can you teach me? If you are bad, just practice more. Big brother, is there any strong hero you can recommend? Brother Yuan, this hero is good. Big brother, what's your name? My name is Ansheng. But, I actually have another name. The little boy was curious. Why do you have two names? The young man looked at the crowd leaving, slowly stood up and grinned. Because I don't know which one is the real me. The little boy still seemed to understand. So, big brother, what's your other name? My name is Wang Can. After saying this, the young man followed the crowd and slowly left the stadium. In the police car. After hearing what Wang Can said, Su Tao couldn't help but laugh out of anger. Wang Can, you are still stubborn even when you are about to die. I really don't know where you get your confidence from. If you can leave the police station safely tonight, I, Su Tao, will take your last name. Before he could finish his words, Wang Can pushed his non-existent glasses again and asked innocently. Who told you that my name is Wang Can? From the beginning to the end, I never said, my name is Wang Can, right? Luo Shui's expression was a little strange, and as she stared at Wang Can's face, her expression began to become more and more serious. But Su Tao still looked disdainful. Still quibbling, you've already. Before he could finish his words, Luo Shui seemed to have discovered something. She waved her arm and tore off a human skin mask from Wang Can's face. Under the mask, a strange face that no one had ever seen before was exposed to everyone. Sun Xiaoxian, who was driving, slammed on the brakes. Who are you? Su Tao looked incredulous, but Luo Shui had already clenched her teeth. Do you know that you are also guilty of assisting a crime and harboring a criminal? We can designate you as Wang Can's accomplice and arrest you. However, the man just stared at Luo Shui's angry expression calmly. First of all, my name is Ansheng. Secondly, from the beginning to the end, I never said my name was Wang Can. It's just that you made a subjective assumption and thought I was the wanted criminal. Luo Shui's face began to turn blue because she was teased so often. You attacked Shen Kai together, and deliberately wore a human skin mask that looked like Wang Can. I'm sorry, officer. I have to interrupt you. Shen Kai was injured by Wang Can alone. As for the mask, that murderer forced me to do it. How dare I, an ordinary citizen, go against such people? I am also a victim. What do you think? Ansheng looks innocent. Luo Shui was stunned by Ansheng's calm words. Forced? You look so innocent, and you say you were forced to do it? You. Several people were so angry that they were speechless for a while. But, just as this guy said, they really have no means to convict him. He seemed to be involved in the whole thing, but in fact he was completely innocent. And Shang looked innocent and a little aggrieved, but there always seemed to be a faint smile in his eyes. That kind of confidence, that feeling that everything is under control, made Luo Shui even angrier. It's like someone is pooping on your head and you can't catch him. Quick, turn around and go back to the playground. But the police cars hadn't driven far. Suddenly, everyone's cell phone vibrated. The show you're following, My Escape Life, is now on air. In the picture, it is a small restaurant. Soon many students recognized it. It seemed to be a very famous dumpling shop next to Jincheng University. It is often open until late at night, or even after the early morning. Soon, Wang Can's face appeared in the live broadcast camera. Everyone, long time no see, I'm so late. Wang Can burked with a smile, then used the camera to take a picture of the 2 large plates of steaming dumplings on his table. It was just such an ordinary move, but the comments section has exploded. WC, am I seeing this right? The anchor is on the air again? I saw it with my own eyes. Wasn't the anchor taken into the police car? It's so terrifying, awesome. We must give the anchor a carnival. In an instant, all kinds of barrages and gifts were flying everywhere. The number of people in the live broadcast room exceeded 10,000 in just a few minutes. Thank you for your support, everyone. My bank card is no longer usable, so the gifts I get won't go into my pocket, so there's no need to spend money. Please follow us and help the host to forward this post. Thank you all. Driven by Wang Can, the popularity of the live broadcast room soared again. Okay everyone, it's time to end the show. The last puppetry of the night teleportation is now officially over. As he said this, Wang Can smiled. I'm fine now, don't worry. Pay more attention to this account, it will bring you many wonderful live broadcasts. If I'm not on time tomorrow, we'll see you there. Bye. After that, the live broadcast room was closed. Damn it! In the police car, Luo Shui couldn't bear it anymore and threw her phone in anger. But what made her even more furious was yet to come. Officer, can I go now? And Sheng on the side asked at a very timely moment. I think the accommodation in the police station is not as good as my dormitory. I don't want to spend the night there. Luo Shui stared at the short, frail-looking man. If looks could kill people, and Shang would have died hundreds of times. Get out of the car now. In the end, Sun Xiaoqian couldn't help but urge Anqing to get out of the car. If this person stayed a little longer, with Luo Shui's violent temper, she might really break the law knowingly. Su Tao next to him could only open the car door angrily and helplessly, looking like in Shang's butler. Seeing the big man with hair on his limbs staring at him, and Shang glanced at him indifferently. Why, you want me to give you a tip? You. Su Tao's eyes widened. He was a police superintendent, but did they really treat him as a waiter or a butler? Finally, under the gaze of hundreds of police officers, and Shang calmly got out of the car, finally sank into the darkness, and disappeared from everyone's sight. Let's gather together. Everyone, gather at the Jincheng police station. Luo Shui said nothing, so Sun Xiaoqian could only give orders on her behalf. After walking out of the dumpling restaurant, Wang Can put on a mask and a hat and hailed a taxi. At this moment, the cell phone rang. After looking at the caller notes, Wang Can answered the call. How about it? And Shang's calm voice soon came from the other end of the phone. The superintendent has left and I have been released. Wang Can nodded without any surprise. All this was within their expectations. Now can you tell me what you meant when you said you owed me a favor? Chapter 27 Checking Jincheng International Hotel. On the other end of the phone, and Shang's voice paused slightly. Cannot. But if you have the chance in the future, you will know. Being the Riddler again? Although somewhat dissatisfied, Wang Can did not ask any further questions. After this incident, your favor has been repaid. I may not help you next time. Not necessarily, that means there seems to be a chance. The conversation between the two ended here, without any unnecessary courtesy or scheming. They both understood that in the other's eyes, scheming and the like were meaningless. Wang Can slowly put down his phone and walked quickly in the dark. Soon, he stood in front of an extremely luxurious high-rise hotel. Jincheng International Hotel can be said to be the largest hotel in Jincheng. In his hand, he was holding an opaque plastic bag, which contained all the money in Shen Kai's bank card that he had just withdrawn from the ATM. There are nearly 10,000 in total. Wang can walk to the counter. Give me a presidential suite. Hearing this, the receptionist's eyes lit up. Is this a big money sponsor? Yes, sir, please show me your ID. Wang can smiled slightly. Sorry, I forgot to bring it. Ah. But here I am. Before the young lady had time to refuse, Wang Can suddenly took out a stack of red banknotes from his bag. Help me, use your ID card to get a room. The lady at the front desk looked at the large sum of money in Wang Can's hand and swallowed unconsciously. Sorry, this is an illegal operation. Wang Can took out another stack of banknotes. We have all received professional training and absolutely cannot. Still a stack of big bills. This. Another stack. Here is your room card. It's on the top floor of the 38th floor. There is a VLP elevator exclusively for you on the left. Wang Can took the room card and walked into the magnificent elevator. Looking at Wang Can's departing back, the young lady couldn't calm down for a long time. Another female colleague also witnessed the shocking scene and couldn't help but come over. You really are an honest person. If it were me, I would have accepted the money he offered me the second time. I didn't expect you to refuse. The young lady put away the 3 thick stacks of banknotes, looking helpless. I'm not refusing, I'm just so scared that I can't speak. Top floor on the 38th floor. Wang Can open the only suite on the entire floor. What is the presidential suite? Of course it is the most awesome one. This room alone is 100 square meters. From the bedroom and bathroom to the mahjong table in the theater, and then to a huge bathing pool. It is surrounded by a huge floor-to-ceiling glass, overlooking the entire Jincheng and taking in the entire night view. Who would have thought that a wanted criminal in the whole city would live in the highest end and highest standard hotel suite in the city? Wang Can first took a hot bath in the huge constant temperature swimming pool. Afterwards, wrapped in a bath towel, I casually poured a bottle of red wine and sat on the 10 square meter specially made extended luxurious sofa chair, admiring the night view of Jincheng. But, with such a beautiful scenery, how can there be no audience? Wrapped in a bath towel with a hollow interior, Wang Can raised his mobile phone to take a beautiful photo of the red wine glass in his hand and the huge soft bed behind him. Then, it was posted on the Dolu account. It is completely different from the environment Wang Can is in. The atmosphere in Jincheng police station was extremely tense. It was already past midnight, but the police station was still brightly lit. Luo Shui, Hai Tao, Sun Xiaoxian, and even Director Huang were in the conference room. After Huang Ju, Luo Shui's face was expressionless. Everyone knew that at this moment her heart was filled with rage. However, this time, Luo Shui did not curse the entire police station as usual, but sat in her seat with an expressionless face. Director Huang, who was sitting in the main seat, glanced at Luo Shui and sighed. It was the first time he saw this resolute woman like this. Everyone, tell me what you think. It was Sun Xiaoxian, who was in position 2, who spoke first. I think that even though we didn't catch Wang Can this time, we still learned a lot. Sun Xiaoxian's words gradually brought back the dejected crowd. In fact, Jincheng is so small. We have already blocked all the external exits and traffic arteries. Then this Wang Can will definitely not be able to escape from Jincheng. And based on Wang Can's previous behavior, he is likely in the old city area where surveillance is sparse. But just as Sun Xiaoxian was about to make further inferences, she was interrupted by a voice. I'm afraid this won't have much effect. It was Luo Shui who spoke. Using normal thinking, a wanted criminal would hide in some old city area with few surveillance cameras, or in some seemingly hidden side streets and alleys, or even in sewers, pipes, and other dark places. But this is Wang Can. We let him go every time. Why? It's because we have been measuring him with normal people's thinking. Ignoring the strange looks from the others, Luo Shui looked straight at Sun Xiaoxian. Have you ever tried to draw a criminal psychology portrait of Wang Can? Criminal minds feature? Luo Shui nodded, her expression more serious than ever before. I was just trying to reconstruct Wang Can's criminal psychology portrait. From the information we have, this person is extremely calm and intelligent. He also has many skills such as disguise and racing, and has a strong anti-reconnaissance awareness. So what do you think are the shortcomings of such a person? Inspector Su Tao and other police officers in the audience looked at each other in confusion. Only Sun Xiaoxian seemed to have thought of something. It seems like there's nothing wrong with this kind of person. Luo Shui continued to speak. But I think such a person must be extremely conceited. He is confident and even more conceited. I believe that even in the most prosperous and crowded places, we still can't catch him. Moreover, to let a genius like him live in those shabby places forever, like a rat that cannot see the light. There is no way he would do that. After Luo Shui's decisive words, all the confused eyes began to open slowly. Sun Xiaoqian's eyes also began to sparkle. So, what you're thinking is, search all hotels in Jincheng for a price of 200 per night or more, and the ones with higher prices will be given priority. Be careful, this Wang may have mastered the art of disguise, so we can't just rely on surveillance. And people from 2 police stations need to lead the team to go to various hotels to search for evidence. Clear. After Luo Shui's careful analysis, the police officers finally got rid of their previous slump. The passionate fighting spirits slowly burst out of his eyes again. They are police officers who uphold the law and are the most important and critical line of defense for the general public. How could one's psychological defenses be broken down by a fugitive? P.S. Although this book is mainly about escape, the author is really trying his best to raise the IQ of the superintendent. Please be gentle with me. I am not saying anything fancy. In my heart, the police who protect the people and the angels in white who fight against the virus are always the ones who deserve my respect the most. Chapter 28 God-level equipment modification skills. Captain Luo. At this moment, Hai Tao suddenly spoke up. Look at this. As he spoke, Hai Tao opened Dolu. It's Wang Kan's TikTok account again. All the police officers gathered around the computer. This time, Wang Kan did not post a video, but only a set of pictures and texts, a total of 2 photos. The first photo is of a huge indoor swimming pool. Wang Kan leaned against the edge of the pool, revealing his sexy torso and muscular upper body. After the system's physique bonus, Wang Kan's body is now completely different from before. His figure and skin color are close to perfection. He is much better than those fitness coaches and Korean oppa. Second photo. Wang Kan was wearing a bathrobe, a bath towel around his neck, holding a red wine glass in his hand, and lying on a large snow-white bed that seemed to have no end. This looks like living in heaven. If it had not really happened, who would have believed that this was a wanted criminal who was surrounded by police just a few hours ago? It has been less than 10 minutes since the posting of this set of pictures and texts, but the number of likes has exceeded 100,000. And it is still rising at a terrifying rate. The comments section below is even crazier than ever. I'm going to go. Just a few hours. Are we flying to Dubai and staying at the Burj Al Arab? Does being a wanted criminal mean you can enjoy a good life? Brother upstairs, I suggest you give it a try. There are still many good people among netizens this time. I'm sorry Wang Erbo, I declare that from now on Wang Kan will be my new idol. No, I shouldn't call him Wang Kan. I should call him Wang Shen. God King. Please accept my knees. God King. Please accept me as your chief disciple. God King. Please accept the monkey I just gave birth to for you. Seeing all the praises for Wang Kan from netizens online, all the police superintendents looked unhappy. They all looked at Luo Shui. Their Captain Luo is a person who cares a lot about his reputation on a daily basis. Wang Kan is so provocative, Captain Luo will probably be furious again, right? But in fact, Luo Shui just had a blank expression on her face. After watching the video, she slowly stood up. Seeing everyone looking at her, Luo Shui was silent for a long time and finally explained. Have we not been provoked enough? Wang Kan's video just proves that our previous guess is completely correct. Don't worry about what others say. Once we catch Wang Kan, all the rumors will naturally disappear. She said no more, walked back to her seat and quickly started working. Everyone looked at each other. Today, their Captain Luo seemed like a different person. No, it should be said that after Wang Kan appeared, the entire Jincheng Police Department changed in just a few days. Jincheng International Hotel. 38th floor. Wang Kan sank into the soft bed, scrolling through his phone. Looking at the various comments on the phone and the crazy increase in the number of followers of his account. Even with Wang Kan's composure, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. Side quest My Escape Life. Current account number of followers, 56,071 10,000. Number of live broadcasts, 2. Highest number of viewers in the live broadcast room, 8,036 3,000. Just one night. Wang Can's number of Douyin fans increased from 5,000 to 50,000. It has increased tenfold. And this number is still increasing rapidly. You know, this is the result of the official suppression, otherwise both numbers would be even more terrifying. Byte. It is detected that you have a reward to be collected, which has been issued to the reserve backpack. Wang Can's eyes lit up and he didn't hesitate. Receive. Byte. Congratulations to the host. Automatically learned the God-level equipment modification skills. With unique manufacturing and modification capabilities, you can make any equipment in the world at will. It's actually equipment modification? As he absorbed the large amount of information that flooded into his mind, Wang Can's eyes couldn't help but flash with brilliance. Quite interesting. I was still thinking about the next escape plan. Now, isn't that the idea? Your live broadcast room has been upgraded, and the mission objectives are automatically updated. Side quest My Escape Life. Current account number of followers, 57,891 100,000. Number of live broadcasts, 2. Highest number of viewers in the live broadcast room, 8,036 25,000. The second goal is to have 100,000 fans? Although it's a bit much, it's actually not that difficult. One more live broadcast of Escape should be about the same. Wang Can ignored it and searched online for several equipment factories near Jincheng. Soon, his eyes stopped on a company called Jinguo Equipment. This is the largest machinery factory in Jincheng, and it is well known throughout the country. It's a national chain, very large in scale, with all kinds of parts, facilities, and appliances that you can think of. Soon, Wang Can found the company's phone number on its homepage. Hello, who is this? It's the middle of the night. Are you annoying? An impatient, gruff voice came over the line. Wang Can sat in front of the huge glass floor-to-ceiling window, looking in one direction of Jincheng in the night. There, located the brightly lit Jincheng Public Security Bureau. Who would have thought that at this moment, Wang Can was only 3 or 4 kilometers away from the Jincheng police station? I want to order a batch of equipment. Can it be ready before 8 o'clock tomorrow morning? The man became even more impatient. What time is it? I got off work a long time ago. If you really want to buy equipment, go to the factory yourself during the day. Before he finished speaking, Wang Can suddenly interrupted. I paid 3 times the market price and had it delivered to me in the presidential suite on the 38th floor of Jincheng International Hotel before 8 a.m. What do you think? After hanging up the phone, Wang Can played with the bank card in his hand. All the money in it has been taken out. The police have control over Qinkai and Shenzhou, and they will definitely know about the existence of this card soon. By then, this will become a useless card. He threw the bank card into the trash can. Wang Can sat on the big sofa chair and began to think quietly. It seemed that he was just on the run these 2 days, but in fact, he had searched all the places and tasks related to his case. But the gains were still not great, and the truth about his girlfriend's death was still confusing. If you want to get more relevant clues next, I'm afraid you can only. Wang Can stood up, then sat in front of a computer in the suite and opened the Baidu search browser. Enter Jincheng Police Station Building Distribution Map. Chapter 29 Citywide Search, Traces Found. The next morning. It was still dawn when sirens rang out on the streets of Jincheng. Starting this morning, a large number of police forces were deployed throughout Jincheng, launching a frantic city-wide manhunt. This scene scared many old men and women who got up for morning exercises and made them grumble. They have lived in this city for more than 10 years and have rarely seen such a large-scale city-wide wanted scene. And all of this was just for a Class A wanted criminal, who was said to be a ruthless character with a murder record. Jincheng International Hotel, 38th floor. At some point, Wang Can had left the bed and stood by the huge transparent floor-to-ceiling window. He was wearing a loose black down jacket and looking down at everything happening in Jincheng. There is also a huge cardboard box next to it. It is already the last month of the year, and the temperature in Jincheng is extremely cold. It's really hard for these police officers to get up so early and arrest me. Through the glass window, one can see that quite a few police cars are parked in front of Jincheng International Hotel. The more setbacks you face, the braver you become. Wang Can thought that after what happened last night, these police officers would be devastated and unable to recover. But in fact, the reaction speed of this group of police inspectors was faster than he expected, and the direction of investigation was also very accurate. They had already reached the downstairs where Wang Can was hiding. It seems that we need to prepare early. His gaze moved back to the hotel and he saw the box of cartons that had just been delivered lying on the ground. It is filled with various instruments, parts, and a number of sophisticated processing tools. Jincheng International Hotel. Reception hall on the first floor. Nearly 10 police cars were parked at the door, and Luo Shui was the first to get out of the car. This team of police inspectors consists of about 20 people, and is led by Luo Shui herself. The most luxurious hotel in Jincheng is, of course, the primary target of the police team's investigation this time. "Hello, I'm the superintendent." After showing her police ID, Luo Shui quickly asked, "Have any suspicious persons appeared here since last night?" "Suspicious person?" The two receptionists looked at each other and then shook their heads. The two ladies who received Wang Can last night have changed shifts, and the current receptionist has no idea what happened last night. Luo Shui nodded without asking any more questions. "Give me a copy of all your guest registration lists, hotel surveillance, and employee identification information." "Okay, wait a moment." Soon, the receptionist made several calls and said something. In just a few minutes, a USB flash drive was brought down from upstairs. Inside was everything that Luo Shui had just ordered. The police team did not leave in a hurry, but turned on the computer on the spot, opened the surveillance and two information files on the computer. "Wait, please make a copy of the information and send it to the technical team of the headquarters," Luo Shui said to Xiaozhou, who was about to investigate. "Yes." After sending the information in the USB drive to the technical team, Xiaozhou began to quickly check the identities on the information list. The other police superintendents stood guard at the gate and did not let anyone leave. Soon, the results appeared on the computer. "Captain Luo, no registration information about Wang Can was found." Luo Shui nodded, ordered the team to withdraw, and picked up the intercom. "Jincheng International Hotel, no relevant information about Wang Can has been found yet. How's the situation over there?" This city-wide manhunt was divided into 3 teams. The other 2 teams were led by Su Tao and Sun Xiaoqian. Soon 2 voices were heard on the intercom. "Donghai Hotel, not found yet." "Jinya Hotel, nothing was found either." Luo Shui put down the walkie-talkie, but was not discouraged. A city-wide manhunt is a massive undertaking that takes time and cannot be rushed. All the police officers got in the car and were about to go to the next hotel. Suddenly, Luo Shui's cell phone vibrated. I picked up the phone and saw that it was a call from the technical team of the headquarters. "Captain Luo." The phone was connected, and Haitao's somewhat hurried voice came out. "Did you just send me the check-in list and staff information of Jincheng International Hotel?" "Yes, what's the matter?" "I'm afraid there's something wrong with these 2 lists." Luo Shui's movements paused. "What's going on?" "I just checked the check-in information and the hotel staff information and found that there is a name that is the same. That is, an employee used his identity to book a room in this hotel." Luo Shui was stunned. Haitao continued. "And it's a presidential suite of the highest standard. Having said that, it is actually very clear. Why would a small receptionist book a room in the hotel where she works? And how could one have the financial resources to open the most luxurious presidential suite in Jincheng? Also, we just checked the surveillance and found the person who checked into the presidential suite last night. This person is very suspicious. Although his appearance does not match Wang Can, his body shape is very similar. And that person has a bag of money in his hand, which is very likely the money in the bank card of Chen Kai." As soon as this information came out, the identity of the person in the presidential suite was almost revealed. As for his appearance, everyone knows that this Wang Can is able to disguise himself. Appearance and the like cannot be used as any proof. Luo Shui got out of the car instantly and rushed back to the hotel. At the same time, he quickly raised the intercom. "Wait. I found traces of someone who looks like Wang Can at Jincheng Hotel. I'm afraid my team of police officers alone is not enough, requesting support." Soon, the other 2 people's voices came over the intercom. "Everyone. Block every door of the hotel and don't let anyone out for now." "Yes." The entire hotel building was instantly blocked. Su Tao and Sun Xiaoqian also acted very quickly. Within 10 minutes, Sun Xiaoqian and Su Tao, together with the remaining 2 teams of police, met up under the building of Jincheng International Hotel. Walk. Most of the police force stayed downstairs. It's 38 floors, and it's not realistic to climb up. So they had to select 10 elites including Luo Shui, Sun Xiaoqian, and Su Tao to form an elite team, and they took the elevator to the 38th floor. Almost at the same time. Everyone in the technical team of the Superintendent's Bureau was looking at their computers with frowns on their faces. The above is a dual platform. The latest work released by the account My Escape Life. The picture is dark, with nothing else in it. There are only 2 lines of text. When the bells ring to herald the end of the century, white wings will cut through the sky. The live broadcast is about to start. Everyone, please stay tuned. Chapter 30 White Wings, a tribute to the classic. Bite. The elevator door slowly opened, and the tallest building in Jincheng appeared in everyone's sight. At this time, Luo Shui received a text message reminder from Hai Tao of the headquarters. Everyone looked at Wang Can's latest TikTok and were confused for a moment. The bells that announced the end of the century? White wings? What the hell is going on here? What on earth is Wang Can up to? The police officers looked at each other, and finally a younger-looking police officer spoke hesitantly. This sentence seems to be adapted from a line from a character in a popular foreign anime. Never mind what that means. Luo Shui put away her phone and looked around at the surrounding scene. The entire 38th floor is not very big, with only a heavy door at the end that looks very expensive. This should be the presidential suite where Wang Can is staying. Luo Shui took a deep breath. Another hotel. The familiar scene made Luo Shui and the others unconsciously recall the first time they were teased by Wang Can at the Caesar Hotel. Su Tao angrily covered the wound on his head that had not yet fully healed. That was when, thanks to Wang Can. Walk. Several people no longer hesitated. With the help of the waiter, Su Tao pushed open the door of the presidential suite. There was no one inside, leaving only an empty luxury suite. Luo Shui confirmed with the waiter behind her. Did you see the owner of this household go out today? The waiter thought about it and shook his head. Probably not. Generally speaking, we will pay more attention to the guests in the presidential suite. At this time, Sun Xiaoqian walked to the table. The cup of water on the table was still steaming. It should have been not long since he left. Team leader. At this moment, a scream suddenly came from the living room of the suite. When they walked over, they saw a large sealed wooden box placed right in the middle of the room. The familiar beep beep sound came from inside again. Bomb? This trick again? Luo Shui frowned. But this time she didn't panic. Having suffered a loss last time, she is now well prepared. Among the 10 people who went upstairs this time, she specifically brought the bomb disposal expert from the police force. Come and see. 2 police inspectors from the professional bomb disposal team, fully armed and wearing explosion-proof suits, walked to the wooden box, while the others retreated to the back of the suite. Soon, the sound of 2 people finishing their work was heard in the room. Captain Luo, it's been resolved. That's all there is in the box. As he spoke, one of the bomb disposal team members handed over a palm-sized alarm clock-like object. This is... Looking at the alarm clock in her hand, Luo Shui couldn't help but recall the first half of the sentence Wang Can said in his dolu. Is this what he meant by the chimes that herald the end of the century? Sun Xiaoqian, who was standing by, also came over. Mystification. Su Tao looked disdainful. By the way, Captain Luo, there is another note in this box, and we haven't read the contents of it. The bomb disposal team member continued. They are just a special bomb disposal team of the police force. They are not particularly professional in solving crimes and tracking down criminals, so they generally don't get too involved. Thank you for your help. A few people walked up to the wooden box, and sure enough, there was a small note inside. Several people picked up the note, on which there was a line of crooked words written. Officers, see you on the rooftop. Remember to bring the alarm clock I gave you. What is this guy doing on the rooftop? Several people looked confused. Isn't that a dead end? Could it be that Wang Can still wants to escape with the bomb in his hand? Luo Shui thought for a while, then cautiously called the bomb disposal team next to her. Have you checked to see if there is anything wrong with this alarm clock? The bomb disposal team member replied. All we can say is that this is not a bomb. As for the rest, we don't know. Although she didn't get a 100% affirmative answer, Luo Shui still breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that this thing cannot pose a threat to them. So what was Wang Can's escape plan? Several people were puzzled. Let's go upstairs first. How do we get to the rooftop here? The waiter next to me quickly replied. There's no elevator on the rooftop. You need to go up via the stairs over there. Soon, under the guidance of the waiter, several people walked up the stairs and arrived at the highest point of the hotel in the true sense. The temperature in Jincheng in winter is already very low. At such a high place, the wind is howling. All the police officers tightened their clothes and just stepped onto the rooftop. Then I saw a figure standing on the rooftop not far away. The whole body is covered in a huge down jacket. Who is it? Luo Shui's heart suddenly tensed up. The man also heard the movement behind him and slowly turned around. It's Wang Can. Don't move. Wang Can, raise your hands. The moment they saw Wang Can, all the police officers' faces became more solemn than ever before. Several police inspectors subconsciously pulled out their guns from their waists. Wang Can just smiled harmlessly. Don't worry, everyone. Technically speaking, this is our second meeting. It would be ugly if we were to fight like this. Luo Shui, who was in the lead, looked at Wang Can's calm appearance and her face unconsciously became a little gloomy. Yes, it's this harmless look. The damn feeling of being toyed with came back to her. Wang Can, just surrender. You are surrounded by us. You can't escape. Sun Xiaoqian took a step forward and shouted coldly. Shoo. Wang Can made a gesture to keep quiet. Etc. Luo Shui and the others couldn't help but feel confused. Wang Can, if you resist arrest again, we will really shoot. As she spoke, Luo Shui stared at Wang Can and slowly grasped the handle of the gun in her hand. Wang Can said nothing, as if he was really waiting for something. Playing tricks. Su Tao behind couldn't bear it any longer and took a step forward to rush towards Wang Can. Ding ling ling. Suddenly, something seemed to make a sound in Luo Shui's arms. Is this the alarm clock from before? At this moment, Wang Can suddenly grinned. It's finally here, the bell announcing the end of the century. After saying that, Wang Can suddenly raised his hands high and took off his down jacket. Behind him, a retracted, extremely delicately folded, and beautifully modified snow-white hang glider instantly appeared in front of everyone. What is this? All the police superintendents stared at this scene with wide eyes, and were extremely shocked. For a moment, he even forgot to draw his gun. A bright smile appeared on Wang Can's face. When the bells ring to herald the end of the century, white wings will cut through the sky. See you later, everyone. After saying that, he leaped down from a 100-meter-high building. P.S. When the bell rings announcing the end of the century, we will definitely meet again. This is an original quote from Kaido Kid in Conan, a character that the author likes very much. Chapter 31 Gang Fight? Stop him now. Luo Shui was the first to react and wanted to pounce on and grab Wang Can, but it was too late. Wang Can was seen falling from the rooftop, and then his snow-white hang glider drew a perfect arc in the air. Fly straight towards the distant sky. Is this snow-white wings cutting through the sky? Everyone stared at Wang Can, who was floating in the sky, gradually becoming a blackta, and finally disappearing completely, and they couldn't calm down for a long time. Captain Luo, are you still chasing? Chase? How? Luo Shui was annoyed. She didn't even know where the animal had flown to. How could they catch up with it? Let's pack up first and go back to the bureau. But before anyone could do anything, Luo Shui's cell phone rang again. I took out my cell phone and saw that this time it was an unfamiliar number. As soon as Luo Shui answered the call, she heard the voice that made her miss him so much that she would grit her teeth and wake up in anger at night. Captain Luo, it's cold on the rooftop, don't stay there for too long, go back quickly. Wang Can. Luo Shui clenched her teeth. Where have you been? And how did you get my phone number? Thank you, Captain Luo, for your concern. I have landed safely now. Your cell phone number. It seems that besides 110, the number listed on the official website of your Jincheng Police Department has always been your cell phone number, right? What do you want? Wang Can's hee-hee laughter came from the phone. Captain Luo, you don't think the gift I prepared for you is really just an ordinary clock, do you? Luo Shui felt something was wrong. What do you mean? Nothing, I just have something to say to you. Once you have thought through the matter of the clock, you will understand. After saying that, Wang Kanjia hung up the phone. What does mean? Luo Shui was still thinking about Wang Kan's last two riddles when her cell phone rang again. This time, the caller was Haitao from the technical team. Captain Luo, go and have some fun. Luo Shui took out her cell phone and suddenly found that Wang Kan's account had started broadcasting at some point. She opened it hastily and discovered. For some reason, my face appeared in Wang Kan's live broadcast room. Not only himself, but also Sun Xiaoqian, Su Tao, and others, the entire scene on the rooftop of Jincheng International Hotel was captured clearly. This is... Luo Shui reacted quickly and looked at the alarm clock in her hand with a grim face. There is actually a pinhole camera hidden in this alarm clock. From the moment they opened the cardboard box, this inconspicuous thing has been live broadcasting the police's every move. It was also at this moment that she suddenly understood what Wang Kan wanted to tell them. Every arrest operation and every move they make will always be under Wang Kan's surveillance. In other words, you'll never catch me. Damn it. At this moment, Luo Shui's ugly expression was also recorded in real time. The entire internet has exploded. Ha 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 ha, the female superintendent finally discovered it. I've been watching it for a century. It has to be Wang Xin. Using a paraglider to escape from a height of 100 meters, only our Wang Xin can do such an awesome idea. Kaito Kid. Show time. Looking at the various comments in the live broadcast room, Luo Shui and others looked extremely ugly. Finally, at this moment, the live broadcast screen switched. Wang Kan appears in the picture. Everyone, today's live broadcast ends here. Please follow and like this. See you later. Bang, the live broadcast room was closed, and Wang Kan's fans once again experienced a surge in number. At the same time, in a neglected neighborhood in Jincheng, Wang Kan put away his phone and took off his heavy white mechanical wings. I took a look at the data of my Dolu account. Side quest My Escape Life. Current account number of followers, 80,096 100,000. Number of live broadcasts, 3. Highest number of viewers in the live broadcast room, 100, 05, 3000. The maximum number of views is good enough, but the number of fans is still a little short. Still a little bit away from completing the task. He walked out of the alley. It was completely different from the solemn and tense atmosphere at the hotel. The atmosphere here is much quieter and there are not many people on the streets. Just as he was about to walk out of the street, suddenly, a dozen figures hurriedly appeared on the street and walked quickly in one direction. Wang Kan immediately shrank into the corner. Subconsciously, he thought it was directed at him. The superintendent found this place so quickly? But he soon discovered something was wrong. These people were holding various axes, maces, and kitchen knives. There were various hideous scars on his face. Rather than saying that these are people in the police station, it would be better to say that these people should go to the police station frequently. Let's go. Big Brother is over there. I heard that Big Brother and Second Brother have been surrounded by the bastards of the Tiger Head Gang. We have to hurry. Wang Kan was behind the wall and heard the hurried conversations of several people clearly. Tiger Head Gang? He had heard of this gang before. He heard that it was a powerful gang in the north of Jincheng. They have been entrenched in this area for a long time, and even the police have not done anything to them. They must have connections with the higher-ups. Seeing those people walking hurriedly forward, Wang Kan had an idea and followed them quietly. In just a few minutes, after wandering around the old city, Wang Kan followed them to a shop called Suing Bar. Generally speaking, there are not many people in the bar during the day. But at this moment, the bar was already surrounded by people. They were also a group of thugs, but they all had something that looked like a tiger badge stuck on their chests. Hey! Are the gangsters so artistic nowadays? They even have badges. Before they got close to the bar, a group of people outside the bar saw a group of people hurrying in front of Wang Kan. It's Lin Laosan and his gang again. Brothers, fight for me. At the same time, the dozen people in front of Wang Kan also shouted. Brothers, the eldest and second brothers are trapped in the bar. Charge! Rescue Big Brother and the others. It seems that the big brother of this group of people was blocked in this bar by the Tiger Gang in front. Soon, the two groups rushed together. All kinds of sticks, rods, benches, and wine bottles were used to hit and smash the two men, and the fight was fierce. Wang Can shook his head helplessly behind him. We are all young people, why bother fighting and killing each other? Taking advantage of the chaos, he approached quietly. Afterwards, he caught a thug from the Tiger Head gang who was knocked unconscious and dragged him into the alley next to him. Before the guy could react, Wang Can came up and punched him twice in the nose and neck. The gangster was knocked down immediately. Wang Can took off the badge and then copied it and put it on his clothes. The two sides were still fighting fiercely, and Wang Can walked into the Suin bar with ease and swagger. Chapter 32 Boss Lin. There was a fierce fight outside the bar. There was no improvement inside, and the fighting was even more intense than outside. After all, this is the main battlefield where the two major gangs confront each other. As soon as he walked into the bar, all kinds of wine bottles and stools flew towards him. Wang Can barely dodged it, and several guys who didn't know where they came from ran towards Wang Can. Damn it, it's another member of the Tiger Head gang. Come on. When those people saw the badge on Wang Can's chest, they immediately rushed towards him in anger. But before Wang Can could make a move, several people with tiger badges on their chests blocked his way. You're about to die and you still dare to scream. Get back inside. The language is too vulgar, so it will not be shown. One of the yellow-haired guys even walked up to Wang Can. He pointed to the badge on his chest. Don't worry, brother, we, the Tiger Head gang, have you covered. After saying this, he acted like a gangster and patted Wang Can's shoulder heavily like a good brother. These guys are just small leaders in the gang on one block and don't know each other. On the battlefield, when you see a badge, you automatically assume that person is a comrade. Wang Can nodded with a look of gratitude. Hey buddy, which area are you in? Oh, I'm from Chang'an. Chang'an. Wang Can silently memorize the name. I will find a chance to tell Luo Shui later and ask them to give me special care. Dude, do you know where that guy named Lin is? Wang Can continued to ask. When I first arrived, I heard that the gang leader on the opposite side was called Boss Lin. The little yellow-haired boy obviously knew this person and looked disdainful. That Lin guy is hiding in the side hall, relying on the Bloodhead gang members to hold on. But don't worry, they won't be able to hold out for long. We have nearly twice as many people as the other side. This time we caught them by surprise. Wang Can nodded in admiration, satisfying Huang Mao's little vanity. I also want to go to the front line. I also want to contribute to the cause of our tiger gang. Huang Mao patted Wang Can with satisfaction. You kid, I have high hopes for you. From now on in the gang, tell me my name, Brother Mao, and I will protect you. Wang Can nodded happily. Brother Mao, I'm going. Under the gaze of Huang Mao, Wang Can walked through the messy hall and headed towards the Bloodhead gang's base camp. Also at this time, in the side hall where the fighting was most intense, the battle situation gradually became one-sided. The Tiger Head gang with badges obviously had several times more people than the other side, and they were constantly compressing the defense line of the Bloodhead gang. Brother Lin. Behind the Bloodhead gang, two men with ugly faces gathered together. The younger man asked the bearded man anxiously. Why don't we run? If we brothers fight our way out, we should have a chance. The man just finished speaking, but was rejected by the beard. No. If we force our way out like this, our brothers will suffer heavy casualties. Even the Bloodhead gang will be seriously damaged. But even if we don't go out, we won't be able to hold out like this for much longer. The Tiger Head gang clearly came prepared this time. We responded too hastily. Boss Lin remained silent and seemed to be struggling in his heart. But at this moment, a strange shout suddenly came from the crowd fighting in front. Not far away, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the last line of defense that the Bloodhead gang had desperately built with their remaining strength. The man was wearing the unique badge of the Tiger Head gang on his chest, and everyone in the Bloodhead gang immediately became alert. A thug from the Bloodhead gang just picked up the stool in his hand and smashed it towards the man without thinking. But the man just turned his body to the side and dodged it easily. Then he raised his foot and kicked the Bloodhead gang thug several meters away. The person who came was Wang Can. This scene frightened everyone present for a moment. Many of those who were fighting fiercely paused. Everyone in the Bloodhead gang is facing a formidable enemy. Boss Lin at the back even narrowed his eyes. He's actually a martial artist. Su Lago from the Tiger Head gang really spent a lot of money to invite such a master. You two hurry up and don't let this guy get over here. Two young men from the Bloodhead gang rushed up again, but they were easily knocked down by Wang Can before they could last more than 2 moves. In less than a few seconds, the defense line held up by a dozen people from the Bloodhead gang was torn open from the front by Wang Can alone. No matter how many people from the Bloodhead gang came up, they were all kicked away by Wang Can. With his physical strength improved in God-level analysis, it would be no problem for Wang Can to defeat 10 such weaklings at once. The Tiger Head gang nearby was greatly encouraged by the ferocity of their comrade, and their offensive became even more fierce. The Bloodhead gang's front line was suddenly defeated and they were forced into a corner. No! If this continues, our Bloodhead gang will really be destroyed today. Boss Lin looked at the sudden change in front of him and gritted his teeth. If they lose this battle, the foundation of their Bloodhead gang will be completely destroyed. I'll meet this guy. Boss Lin rushed forward with a quick step and grabbed Wang Can's face with his tiger claws. Should we say that he is the boss? He is much stronger than the ordinary thugs. But that's it. Wang Can just bent down and dodged it easily. Boss Lin was startled and was about to attack again. But at this moment, a thin voice suddenly came into his ears. Are you Boss Lin? The sound was so quiet that no one else could hear it except Boss Lin, who was standing nearby. Boss Lin was stunned, thinking he was wrong. But soon the voice sounded again. Don't worry, I'm actually here to help you. Is this young man in front of me talking to me? Boss Lin looked at Wang Can's slightly moving lips, but sparks appeared in his eyes. You beat down 5 or 6 people in our gang, and you said you were here to help me? As if he knew what the other party was thinking, Wang Can continued. If not, how can I see you so easily? While talking, the two of them did not slow down. Boss Lin kept attacking, but Wang Can just dodged and didn't fight back at all. It looked like he was at a disadvantage. Time is running out, Boss Lin, I'm here to make a deal with you. Boss Lin still didn't reply, but just snorted coldly. Obviously he still doesn't believe it. Wang Can continued. Don't rush to refuse. Do you have any other options now? Chapter 33 Transaction. In just over 10 seconds, the two men exchanged more than 10 moves. To outsiders, it seemed that Boss Lin was constantly attacking and suppressing Wang Can everywhere. Seeing this, the morale of the Bloodhead gang was boosted, and they actually stopped the decline and stabilized the defense line. But in fact, only Boss Lin himself knew. The young man in front of me is totally not on the same level as me. Even though he used more than 10 moves, he didn't even touch the corner of the guy's clothes. The reason they were able to fight for so long was entirely because this young man had no intention of attacking at all. What do you want? Finally, Boss Lin asked in a low voice. Wang Can finally showed a smile on his face, and in a voice that only the two of them could hear. I'll help you escape if you agree to one condition. What conditions? I'll tell you after I escape. Is there such a good thing? Boss Lin doesn't dare to easily believe in good things that fall from the sky. Your condition will not. Don't worry, my condition will not threaten your interests, nor will it harm your Bloodhead gang. You can even easily meet this condition without paying any price. Boss Lin's eyes widened. Really? Certainly. Time was running out, so there was no time to hesitate. Moreover, Boss Lin can't think of any other way now. Make a deal. A bright smile suddenly appeared on Wang Can's face. How are you going to lead us out? Are you going to just fight our way out? Boss Lin asked quickly. This was the only solution he could think of. Although the Tiger Head gang on the opposite side has a large number of people, the guy in front of him is really powerful. Even if he used all his strength, he couldn't defeat the Tiger Head gang. But it should be no problem to get myself and my second child out. As long as he and the second brother were not caught, even if their Bloodhead gang was seriously injured, they still had a chance to make a comeback. Just as Boss Lin was thinking this, he saw Wang Can opposite him slowly shaking his head. You can call the police. As long as the police come, won't your fight stop naturally? Call the police? Boss Lin's eyes lit up slightly, but he quickly shook his head. You don't know that Su Laobo of the Tiger Head gang has some connections in the Public Security Bureau. If we call the police, they might stop us by force. Although we can't directly control the Public Security Bureau, it will be enough to delay until the Tiger Head gang completely defeats our Bloodhead gang. Wang Can smiled and shook his head. Not the Public Security Bureau, but directly to the police department. The police department? Boss Lin's brows furrowed even deeper. Gang fights are not a small matter, but they are not a big one either. Moreover, in this kind of gang fight, everyone actually has unspoken rules that are known to each other. No one can be killed, and no one can be seriously injured. This way, the matter won't be too big and can be handled by the Public Security Bureau. At most, he'll just have to stay in the police station for a few days, and nothing will happen. Just as Boss Lin was shaking his head secretly, Wang Can continued. Just call them and tell them that Wang Can showed up at the Suin bar. Or to be safe, you could take a picture of me and send it to me. In less than 5 minutes, someone will be here to deal with this matter. Hearing Wang Can's firm tone, Boss Lin raised his eyebrows. Wang Can? He whispered this strange name. It seems that I haven't heard of such a person on the North City Road? Although I still don't understand what this man means. But in the end, Boss Lin gritted his teeth and nodded. We can only try our best to save the situation. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the two men who were fighting fiercely suddenly stopped. Boss Lin quickly took out his cell phone, took 2 photos of Wang Can, and then quickly dialed 110. At this time, Wang Can paused and suddenly began to retreat in the surprised eyes of everyone. In just a few seconds, they retreated to the door of the side hall. Everything happens in just a moment and changes rapidly. These two were fighting fiercely just now, why did they suddenly stop? Before anyone on the field could react, Wang Can had already retreated to the door. Before leaving, he said his last words to Old Man Lin. Remember my conditions. I'll come to you soon after things are settled. After saying that, Wang Can quickly rushed out. Along the way, no one from the Tiger Head Gang or the Bloodhead Gang dared to stop them. With Wang Can's skills, several people can't stop him at all. Soon, Wang Can disappeared outside the Suin bar. Brother Lin. At this time, the second in command of the Bloodhead Gang hurried up. Brother Lin, you actually beat this guy away? He didn't hear the conversation between the two and thought that Boss Lin had defeated the other party. I didn't expect that Brother Lin, who is already over 50 years old, still has such skills. He just thought that their Bloodhead Gang would definitely be defeated this time. However, Boss Lin shook his head solemnly. No, this person is here to make a deal with us. Trade? Before the second brother could react, Boss Lin quickly gave the order. Second brother, I just called the police. Use your phone now and send a photo to the police. Although the second child was still a little confused, he still did as he was told. Brother Lin, who is this Wang Can? I don't know either. You don't know either? The second brother's eyes widened instantly. So will his method work? When the police department receives a case of fighting, it will usually be transferred to the local police station. Ah. Although they are the leaders of the gang, Boss Lin and the second boss have a good understanding of some of the rules and operating mechanisms within the system. The more gangster it is and the more gray industries it involves, the more it needs to establish good relations with people within the system. I don't know either. I can only give it a try. As the two waited, time passed quickly. In just these few minutes, the situation in the bar changed again. Although the Bloodhead Gang relied on Boss Lin's previous effort to establish his authority, they gained a lot of momentum and barely managed to block the charge of the Tiger Head Gang. But after all, the difference in numbers is too big. Soon, the number of members of the Bloodhead Gang began to decrease at an increasingly rapid rate. Their defense line began to retreat little by little, and finally they were forced into a corner with nowhere to retreat. Brother Lin, I'm afraid we were deceived by that guy. The second brother finally couldn't bear it anymore and yelled unwillingly. Although Boss Lin's face was calm, his clenched hands revealed his nervousness. Although I can't understand why such a master would lie to me. But looking at the Bloodhead Gang, which had only a few members left and was still struggling to hold on, there was also a hint of unwillingness in Boss Lin's eyes. Could it be that God really wanted him to be reborn? He clenched his teeth. Damn you, old dog Sue. You. But Lin Zhongxing had not yet finished his last harsh words. At this moment, a rapid siren suddenly sounded outside the Suing bar. Chapter 34 Pick up people. The sound of sirens outside the door interrupted the fight between two groups of people in the bar. The people from the Tiger Head Gang looked confused. The few remaining members of the Bloodhead Gang were ecstatic at first. Then he collapsed to the ground, having survived the disaster. Actually, it really came. Boss Lin and the second brother looked at each other and saw disbelief and ecstasy in each other's eyes. They were all prepared to fight to the death and die together with the opponent. Soon, there were bursts of noise outside the hotel. The younger brothers of the Tiger Head gang who were still stationed outside the door let out various screams and were subdued one by one. There are dozens of police officers in total. They were all armed with guns and rushed in quickly from outside the door. Everyone, don't move. Everyone raise your hands. This scene scared all the young people with yellow and red hair at the scene. No. I was just having a bar fight, not a bank robbery. In the past, there were only about 10 security guards with a few batons, and that was all that was needed. At most, the leader has a real one, which is already a very high standard of treatment. After all, few people dare to attack security personnel, as that is a serious crime. But now, what is going on? Dozens of police officers, all armed with real guns, surrounded the entire bar? It's not that serious, right? Everyone looked at each other. Could it be that, among the people fighting, there is the mayor's stupid son? The leading female police officer had a serious expression on her face and walked up quickly. Who have you called the police? That tone, that nervous look. It's like there's a wanted criminal hiding here. It's me. Boss Lin at the back was also startled and spoke cautiously. He has lived for most of his life, and this is a rare situation, right? Where's Wang Can? You said you saw Wang Can, where is he? Lin Zhongxing quickly replied. Wang Can. That Wang Can, he just ran away from the main gate. Run away? Luo Shui frowned instantly. Which direction did you run in? I didn't see it clearly. Luo Shui waved her hand, and all the police officers put away their guns one after another. Su Tao, you take 10 people and stay here to handle this matter. Wang Can should not have been gone for long. Everyone else should go out and see if you can find any trace of Wang Can. Yes. With the superintendent's swift and well-trained actions, the scene was quickly brought under control. Without any resistance, the usually arrogant and domineering gangster obediently squatted on the side with his head in his hands. This is the police station. The level, identity and status are all higher than those of the Public Security Bureau. Even if they were given 100 courages, they would not dare to cause trouble again. Soon, the police officers who were sent out searched the vicinity inside and out. Captain Luo, no results found, the person has disappeared. Luo Shui had no choice but to order the troops to withdraw. Hand these people over to the Public Security Bureau for processing. Luo Shui said casually after looking at Lin Zhongxing and others squatting on the ground. There was already a complete judicial process for managing fights, so she didn't have to worry about it. Soon, people from the sheriff's department rushed over, and then dozens of police cars from the superintendent's department quickly left. 3 days later. In front of the Public Security Bureau. Boss Lin and Boss Number 2 had just been released by the Public Security Bureau. A Bloodhead gang member who had been waiting for a long time quickly came forward. Boss, you finally came out. We have set up a special table for you at the Donghai Hotel to celebrate your triumphant return. Lin Zhongxing waved his hand. What triumph? Our Bloodhead gang has been severely damaged this time. Hurry back to the Suin bar, and then gather all the members of our Bloodhead gang who are still able to act. The younger brother nodded quickly. Understood, I'll do it right away. Wait, what about the thing I asked you to check earlier? The younger brother was well prepared. He quickly took out his cell phone, displayed various information, and preached with saliva flying. Boss, we have found out. This Wang Can has become quite popular on the internet recently. This guy is actually guilty of a murder. He was able to escape the police's dragnet several times. He is a ruthless guy who has not been caught yet. Lin Zhongxing's face changed. Murder? He snatched the phone and quickly browsed the information. It doesn't matter if you don't look at it, but you'll be shocked when you do. He killed someone in the hotel, then knocked out the police officer and escaped. He robbed a police car from the police station and drove it in the wrong direction during the evening rush hour on the main road around the city. A puppet show was broadcast live on the entire network at Jincheng University, and then a shocking escape was staged in the 38-story Jincheng Hotel. Each of these things is shocking if they happen once. This Wang Can actually made so many pieces in just a few days. Boss, the car is over here. After getting in the car, Lin Zhongxing and the second brother Qianlong were still in shock. The driver secretly glanced at the two people who were still in a daze in the rearview mirror. Boss, I heard that Wang Can negotiated a deal with you? Boss Lin nodded subconsciously. Do you think we should make a deal with Wang Can? Boss Lin was about to reply when he suddenly realized something was wrong. No. How did you know this? Only he and Wang Can knew about the transaction. Apart from that, Lin Chongqing didn't even tell the police chief. At this time, Qianlong on the side suddenly said in a deep voice. No, this is not the way to the Suing bar. Who are you? Is he from the Tiger Head gang? Under the two people's nervous gaze, the flattering expression on the man's face suddenly disappeared. There was a strange arc on his face. Then he raised his hand and slowly tore off a human skin mask from his face. It's you! Wang Can? The two of them exclaimed in unison. Wang Can smiled calmly. Haven't seen you for a long time. Where are you taking us? Qianlong on the side was about to take action, but was stopped by Lin Zhongxing. Qianlong didn't know, but he had actually fought with Wang Can. If a fight really breaks out, even if the two of them are combined, it wouldn't be enough for Wang Can to deal with just one hand. Don't worry, if I really want to harm you, you won't even have the chance to go to the sheriff's office. Wang Can didn't look back, but just smiled faintly. Here, we are just ahead. As they were talking, the car gradually slowed down. The two of them looked at it carefully. Donghai Haoyuan Hotel. Chapter 35 Plan. What did you bring us here for? Lin Chongsheng looked at the magnificent hotel in front of him. Apart from Jincheng International, the second best hotel in Jincheng should be Donghai Haoyuan. This guy had been searched out of Jincheng International before, and now he's actually living here again. Is he going to try all the most upscale hotels in Jincheng during his escape? You live here so brazenly, aren't you afraid of being discovered by the police? Wang Can got out of the car. I don't know when the human skin mask was put on his face again. I'm not Wang Can. I'm just a little brother of your bloodhead gang. However, Lin Zhongxing continued to question. You are just a wanted criminal. You can't possibly have any source of income. How long can you stay in this high-end hotel? What Lin Chongqing said makes sense. In fact, 3 days ago, Wang Can had almost spent all the several $1,000s he had. Wang Can just laughed. Don't worry, the money used to stay at the hotel these days is your bloodhead gang's gang fees. Lin Zhongxing and Qianlong looked at each other in shock. Qianlong couldn't help but sneer. How is that possible? Why would anyone from our bloodhead gang help a wanted criminal like you for no reason? Wang Can was in no hurry to explain. You two, you don't want to talk about this here, do you? How about we go upstairs first and then we can talk it out? The two had no other choice but to follow Wang Can to the top floor suite of Donghai Mansion. Although the presidential suite here is a little smaller than the one in Jincheng International, it is almost the same. It has an entertainment room, a bathhouse, and all kinds of luxurious decorations. Lin Chongsheng and the other person sat down on the sofa, feeling a little uncomfortable. They are the top two leaders of the Bloodhead Gang, well-known local tyrants, but they can only live in some dark areas. But this guy, a wanted criminal in the whole city, can live in such a luxurious hotel and eat delicacies every day. Now, can you tell us what's going on? After sitting down, Lin Zhongxing couldn't help but ask. Wang Can poured a glass of Lafite and sat on the plush sofa chair. It's actually very simple. I told you guys that I saved you that day. That I asked them to find a name to help me get a room here for a few days, as it should be. It's actually like this. Indeed, although the two of them were fighting at the beginning that day. But with a little thought afterwards, it was easy to see that it was Wang Can who saved Lin Chongxing and the other two. I see. Your Excellency helped us that day, and we should thank you for it. Lin Zhongxing clasped his fists politely. If Wang Can had not appeared that day, they would probably have been controlled by the Tiger Head Gang by now. Regarding this, although Qianlong's face was not very happy, he didn't say anything else. It's just that I don't know why you asked us to come here now? You promised me a condition that day, you probably haven't forgotten it, right? Lin Chongxing nodded quickly on the surface, but he was a little worried in his heart. He was unaware of it that day, but now that he knows that Wang Can is a murderer, he can't help but feel a little worried. Rest assured. It was as if he saw through both of them. I've said before, my condition will not harm you, any innocent people, or the interests of your gang. Lin Chongxing frowned. If this was really the case, then he really couldn't think of any reason why such a powerful person would ask him for help. You should know that the reason why I am wanted by the whole city is because I have a case on my shoulders. But in fact, I was also slandered. At this time, Chen Long on the side spoke coldly. Then you should go to the superintendent, not us. Obviously, Chen Long had no good feelings towards this guy who had brought him here for no apparent reason. He would not think at this moment that if Wang Can was not there, he might not even have the chance to appear in this 5-star hotel. Wang Can didn't pay attention to the other party's tone. The police won't believe me. They have evidence in their hands. If I turn myself in now, I will end up in jail. Lin Zhongxing nodded. I just don't know what exactly you want us to do. Although his tone was more polite, he was actually just as confused as Chen Long. They are just gangsters, they can do some fighting to keep up appearances. But what kind of case do we want to investigate and clear up the injustice? This is not professionally related, right? Wang Can shook his head. I won't let you do anything big. Again, I won't let you get involved. That's good. Lin Zhongxing just breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Can just sighed. I am now wanted by the whole city. Even if I can hide for a while, I can't hide forever. But the police are now encircling me like a dragnet, and I can't leave Jincheng at all. So I want you to help me capture a police superintendent as a hostage, so that I can have a chance to get them to let me leave Jincheng. Bump! Chen Long couldn't bear it any longer and slammed the table. Are you kidding me? His eyes widened, unable to suppress his anger. Help you catch the superintendent? Do you think our lives are too long? Even Lin Zhongxing had a serious look on his face. Wang Can, regardless of what you plan to do, how are you going to get through the tight network in the police station? Even if you succeed, when we are held accountable afterwards, our crime will not be less serious than your crime of murder. In fact, helping you escape, overturning the verdict, and even assaulting a police officer, these charges combined will be even more serious. But at this moment, Wang Can smiled and shook his head. How to capture the hostages and leave is my business. Don't worry, I won't put you in danger. Why don't you listen to my plan first? Lin Zhongxing wanted to say something, but Chen Long had already slammed the table and stood up and roared. Impossible. No matter what plan you have, we can't help you with this. Brother Lin, stop talking nonsense with this kid, let's go. After saying that, he was about to walk towards the door. Although Lin Zhongxing looked apologetic, he did not refute Chen Long's words. Being involved with a murderer is risky enough. Now they are asked to fight against the superintendent? There is no way they would agree to this. Looking at the backs of the two people standing up, Wang Can's expression remained unchanged. Instead, he took a sip of the red wine in his hand. The two walked to the door and pulled it hard. But unexpectedly, the door didn't move at all. I tried again, but the door was still locked in place. The security level of the presidential suite is very high, and the doors are specially made. It would be impossible for the two of them to force their way out. At this time, Wang Can's voice came from behind. Don't bother. I've modified this door. You can't get out without me. The two turned around. Mr. Wang, what do you mean? You're negotiating a deal, or are you forcing a sale? Wang Can stood up and the expression on his face gradually disappeared. He looked up and stared at the anger in Chen Long's eyes. You promised me 3 days ago. That's why I rescued you. So now, you don't have the right to choose again. Another climax is coming soon. Chapter 36 begins. Chen Long came back, his face full of anger. Mr. Wang, don't think we are afraid of you. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Wang Can's neck. I advise you. He hadn't finished his harsh words yet, and his hand hadn't touched Wang Can. Wang Can suddenly pushed out his palm towards his abdomen. Chen Long's voice stopped abruptly. His pupils suddenly shrank and he wanted to fight back. But in fact, he couldn't see Wang Can's movements at all. This guy's strength and speed are several times greater than Chen Long imagined. Bump! Chen Long was hit directly by Wang Can, and then his body flew backwards instantly and hit the wall of the suite heavily. You'd better not fight me. Wang Can's voice suddenly became extremely cold. You! Chen Long wanted to get up and say something, but the severe pain in his body made him unable to speak for a while. Lin Zhongxing on the side hurriedly came over to stop him. Sir, please talk nicely. Wang Can's eyes were no longer as cold as before. Boss Lin, this is the only time I will give you face. You should do what you promised me. I'm not asking for your opinion, I'm informing you. Lin Zhongxing subconsciously bent down slightly. He had lived for most of his life, yet he actually sensed a powerful aura from this young man in his early 20s that was extremely inconsistent with his age. It was as if he was not a college student at all, but a powerful superior. You, okay? Please, sir, tell us your plan. Forced by the current situation, Lin Zhongxing could only nod and agree. But Wang Can saw through his little thoughts. Are you planning to deal with me temporarily and then deny it when we return to your territory? Sure enough, these gangsters all appear to be righteous on the surface. But in reality, integrity and promises are just bullshit. Everything comes first. A few beads of sweat appeared on Lin Zhongxing's forehead. Absolutely not. It doesn't matter if there is one or not. Wang Can walked up to Qianlong, who was lying on the ground, and grabbed him by the collar. You, the second in command of the Bloodhead gang, will temporarily stay in my hands for the next few days. I'll let him go soon once I've completed my plan. Lin Zhongxing breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. Fortunately, it wasn't him. Although he is a very loyal man, when disaster strikes, he has not yet realized that he is willing to sacrifice himself for Qianlong. But at this moment, Wang Can came over. You guys who are in the mafia, your backgrounds should all be dirty. This guy is your second in command. I believe he knows a lot of your secrets. If something happens to me, all these secrets of yours will follow me to the police station. So, I hope you are a sensible person. After saying that, Wang Can ignored Lin Zhongxing's constricted pupils and walked to the gate and opened a mechanism. The door of the suite slowly opened. Lin Zhongxing, you can go now. You no longer need to know my plan. You just need to obey all my orders unconditionally. But I still say that I promised you that I would never let you fall into danger, and I will keep my word. I wish us a pleasant cooperation. Wait until Lin Zhongxing walked out of the room. Wang Can closed the door and walked back to Qianlong, who was lying in the corner with a look of fear on his face. As for you, don't worry, I'm a very kind person. His face showed his signature harmless smile, and he was completely different from before. You heard what I just said. As long as you cooperate with me and tell me everything I want to know, I won't touch you. The next morning. Jincheng Police Station. All the superintendents were still catching up on their sleep in their chairs. They have been working non-stop for several days and nights, but still have not found any clues about Wang Can. 4 days ago at Suyin Bar, that was where they last heard from Wang Can. From then on, Wang Can seemed to have suddenly disappeared from the face of the earth, and no trace of him could be found anymore. Wake up! Director Huang walked in quickly from outside the door and stood next to Luo Shui. Luo Shui resisted the urge to sleep and opened her eyes. The latest order from above has come down. There are only 3 days left. If we still can't catch Wang Can in 3 days, I'm afraid that everyone in our task force will be punished, and even I won't be spared. Luo Shui nodded, but said nothing more. Catch? How? This Wang Can is extremely skilled in anti-reconnaissance techniques, and he can also disguise himself. Surveillance, which is the most important part of modern criminal investigation, has greatly reduced its effectiveness. Once he is completely out of police surveillance, how easy will it be to catch him again? Director Huang also understood the difficulties faced by the task force, but he could only sigh helplessly. What Luo Shui and the others have done these days is actually perfect. Even if Director Huang were 20 years younger and did the job himself, he might not be able to do a better job. We can only blame Wang Can, he is so difficult to deal with. But being in the system, especially in the profession of police superintendent, many things are like this. Failure to meet target requirements, no matter what the reason, sometimes cannot avoid being held accountable. Director Huang, what will happen if we still can't catch Wang Can after 3 days? The entire task force will be punished, and the province will select more elite criminal investigators to join the task force. Director Huang said in a deep voice. Luo Shui nodded, and then woke everyone up. The entire police station became busy again. It's just that everyone was a little depressed and their movements were weak. Wang Can's incident was a heavy blow to the entire police station. Ding ling ling. But when there is still no clue. Suddenly, the phone on Luo Shui's seat rang. Hello, I'm Luo Shui. Captain Luo, we just received a report from the public that someone in a chemical mold factory in the south of the city found traces of someone who looked like Wang Can. Xiao Zhou's somewhat excited voice came from the phone. Luo Shui's eyes suddenly lit up. This is the first time I have received news from Wang Can in these few days. Can you confirm it's Wang Can? It cannot be confirmed completely, but there is more than one witness at the scene. After hanging up the phone, Luo Shue's eyes showed a hint of uncontrollable surprise. This wine can finally showed up again. Xiaolu, notify Huaqing Sun Xiaoqian and tell them to be ready at any time. Because the special project had not made any progress, many police officers from the Huaqing police station were withdrawn. As a result, there is a lack of local manpower in Huaqing. Sun Xiaoqian had already brought most of the Huaqing police officers back to the Huaqing police station a day ago. Despite this, she did not leave the task force and continued to assist in finding Wang Can's whereabouts. At this time, the phone rang again. This time, Xiao Zhou's voice was a little anxious. Captain Luo, the people nearby just reported that they heard gunshots in the mold factory. Gun? Luo Shue's body trembled suddenly. How did he get a gun? What does this damn Wang Can want to do again? Guns are one of the most lethal weapons in modern society. No matter what, such a dangerous thing must not be in the hands of a murderer. Team 1, follow me. Team 2, be on standby at any time. Chapter 37 Continuous Explosion Points. Luo Shui and others responded to the call as quickly as ever. In just over 10 minutes, they arrived at the mold factory where the incident occurred. Xiao Zhou and some security officers from the Public Security Bureau were already waiting at the scene. What's the situation? Is Wang Can still in there? Luo Shui asked as soon as she got off the car. Xiao Zhou's face looked a little solemn. We have checked the entire factory and have not found Wang Can yet. Luo Shui continued to ask. Who are the people who provided eyewitness testimony? 2 or 3 men walked out from the crowd standing nearby. You said you saw the suspect? Yes, the police officer is at the factory gate. And we saw it in the mold factory. Yes, I also heard gunshots from inside. Those people spoke immediately, one after another, with thick local accents. Where is it? Right at this gate. No, not in this room. However, what these people said was really confusing, and a lot of the information was inconsistent with each other. Luo Shui, who was listening nearby, frowned. She had no choice but to look at the worker on the other side. You heard the gunshot? Where did you hear it? The workers pointed and gestured. It was right over there, next to the machine. I was still working when I heard this sound. Luo Shui frowned even more tightly, and looked at the others. Did you hear it, too? This time, most people shook their heads. There were a few who nodded, but when they saw others shaking their heads, they shook their heads again. What the hell? Luo Shui looked at the scene in front of her and became more and more confused. At this moment, her cell phone suddenly rang again. Captain Luo. A carjacking occurred on the North City Expressway. According to the driver's description, the carjacker fits Wang Can's physical description. Currently fleeing towards the northern Flower City. North of the city? How could it be in the north of the city? You know, this mold factory is almost the southernmost in Jincheng. From the time they received the report to the time they responded to the call, it took no more than 15 minutes. How come Wang Can has already gone to the Changbei Expressway? Changbei Expressway, that seems to be the place bordering Huaqing. Notify Sun Xiaoqian and ask them to see if they can help. Luo Shui called Sun Xiaoqian in Huaqing and soon received a positive reply from the other party. But this is not the end yet. Xiao Zhou's phone rang again. After answering the phone, Xiao Zhou said to Luo Shui with a serious expression. Captain Luo, the police said they just received a report from the sheriff's department. A large-scale fight suddenly broke out in the west of the city. The Public Security Bureau is somewhat overwhelmed and is requesting assistance from our superintendent's office. West of the city? Why did you change the place again? Luo Shui was even more confused. Let Su Tao take Team 2 to take a look. Good. At this moment, suddenly, there was a sound from Luo Shui's cell phone. It turned out to be Wang Can's Dolu account, and he updated a new work. You know, since Wang Can finished his last live broadcast in Jincheng International a few days ago, he has not updated for 3 whole days. Unexpectedly, a new work was suddenly released at this time. That's a video. I saw Wang Can sitting in the cockpit of a civilian experience aircraft with a professional helmet on his head. Friends, I highly recommend this aviation flying club in the east of the city. For only 200 yuan per time, ordinary people can come up and fly a plane. Highly recommended. In the comments section below, there were already hundreds of comments within 10 minutes. Is the anchor released from prison? I thought the blogger was arrested after not updating for a few days. Oh my god, I happen to be in this flying club in the east of the city right now. I'll see if I can bump into the host. Have to. Luo Shui put down her phone. East, west, south, and north, all 4 directions are covered. Luo Shui took out the walkie-talkie. Police department, this is Luo Shui. Ask Lao Lu to take the reserve team to the east of the city to take a look. Receive. Lu Guoshuo's sonorous reply soon came from the intercom. Obviously, although the police force has been on guard the whole time, the deputy captain of the police station has also been following the progress of the case in real time. That's right. Luo Shui suddenly reminded. Old Lu, remember to go to the armory and get a few more guns for self-defense. Why, is there any danger? I don't know, but it feels a little weird. It's better to be careful. Good. After ending the call, Luo Shui continued to interrogate him but still had no clue. The testimonies given by these people seemed to be varied, with all kinds of information flying around. But in fact, when comparing them one by one, they cannot be connected together and there is no internal logic at all. In desperation, Luo Shui could only give up asking for the time being and instead took a map of Jincheng from Xiaozhou. At this time, Sun Xiaoqian's voice came from the intercom. Captain Luo, the carjacker in the north of the city has been detained. However, this person is not Wang Can. He is just an ordinary habitual criminal who is registered and has several previous convictions. His identity information can be found clearly in the police computer. Not Wang Can? Luo Shueme suddenly thought of something. Look carefully? That Wang can disguise himself. But soon, Sun Xiaoqian's helpless voice came. It has been confirmed. It is the habitual criminal himself. Let's not talk about it for now. We just received another carjacking case on the nearby highway, and they also said that Wang Can was seen again. I'll go take a look. Sun Xiaoqian ended the call. Then, Lu Guoshuo's voice came again. Captain Luo, I have arrived at the flying club in the east of the city, but I didn't see any Wang Can. Besides, today's weather forecast clearly says it will rain. Is this flying club closed today? Don't open the door? How so? Luo Shui looked at the video sent by Wang Can again and noticed that the weather in the background of the video was sunny. But when I walked out of the factory, the sky outside was gradually getting darker. In the dark clouds, it seemed that a downpour was brewing. So, this video of Wang Can was not shot today at all? But why did he release this video at this time? Luo Shui felt a little uneasy. She returned to the police car and opened the map of Jincheng. Afterwards, she circled several places in Jincheng where reports of crimes had been received today. They are located in the east, west, south, and north of the city respectively. Apart from the fact that they can form a rhombus when connected together, there is no other connection. Suddenly, Xiao Zhou on the side said, Captain Luo, there seems to be something wrong with those workers? How? Xiao Zhou hesitated and said, I just saw their palms, they were all very fresh and tender, with plenty of blood. But generally speaking, shouldn't the palms of workers working in a mold factory be calloused and rough? The moment Xiao Zhou finished speaking, Luo Shui's pupils suddenly shrank. Could it be that these so-called eyewitnesses are just temporary workers? That is to say, these people were most likely temporarily assigned to the factory to provide us with misleading information. She opened the map again and looked at the 4 small circles on the map with an extremely solemn expression. An incredible thought flashed through his mind. This Wang Can, is he trying to divide our forces? And then find another opportunity to attack the police chief's men? Chapter 38 Tiger Head Gang. Boom! A flash of lightning streaked across the sky, and dark clouds covered the sky. Luo Shui sat in the car with her pupils dilated. Even now, she still couldn't believe her idea. Captain Luo? Xiao Zhou at the side couldn't help but remind him. Have you thought of anything? Luo Shui woke up suddenly and immediately took out the walkie-talkie. Everyone, reply received. But this time, a chaotic hissing sound of electricity came from the intercom. Damn it, the intercom channel is occupied. This terrifying conjecture is now being confirmed little by little. Luo Shui's face looked extremely ugly. She took out her cell phone and called Su Tao. Quick, call Captain Lu and the others. But soon, the phone started to sound unable to connect. Xiao Zhou on the side also put down his phone and shook his head. Luo Shui tried to call Sun Xiaoqian again. It can be the same result. Fuck. Our contact has been completely cut off? Luo Shui was extremely angry, but also very shocked. You know, they are now divided into 4 teams, but distributed in 4 directions of Jincheng. How could Wang can completely cut off the communications of the other 3 teams? This should require a very strong communication technology team. How did Wang can do it alone? But at this moment, Xiao Zhou on the side suddenly said hesitantly, Captain Luo, is it possible that the communications with the other 3 teams were not cut off? But our communications have been cut off from the outside world? Luo Shui was suddenly stunned. This means that the communications of the other 3 teams should still be normal. Only they themselves might have been temporarily cut off from the outside world by some signal shielding devices that had been installed long ago in the factory? Suddenly, her pupils shrank violently. Based on this inference, does it mean that among the 4 teams of the police department, the target chosen by Wang Can to attack this time is them? Quickly gather everyone in the factory. Just at this moment, suddenly, there was a loud noise coming from the factory gate. Luo Shui looked solemn. She opened the safety of her gun and slowly got out of the car. I saw a group of young people wearing all kinds of clothes, with hair dyed in various shades of yellow and red, holding various sticks, clubs, and other things in their hands, walking in from outside the door. The manager of the mold factory hurried over to meet him. My dear brothers, I don't know. But before he could finish his words, the leader, a big man with a ferocious tiger tattooed on his arm, pushed him away impatiently. Stop talking nonsense and let that loser Lin Zhongxing come to see me. Lin is reborn? The people in the mold factory looked at each other, and the last one said cautiously. It seems that there is no one named Lin Zhongxing here? The big man was stunned, then slammed the stick in his hand. Are you kidding me? Didn't you and the Bloodhead gang meet here to negotiate? The factory owner was so frightened by this that he almost cried. No, big brother, we are not the Bloodhead gang at all, and we don't know any Lin Zhongxing. Don't know him? The tiger-striped man who was leading the group was stunned for a moment, then he realized something was wrong. Meow, this guy surnamed Lin dares to play tricks on Su Lao San of the Tiger Head Gang? This old thing. Brothers, smash it. The boss wanted to stop it. I don't even know you, why did you destroy my factory? Su Lao San lifted up the short and fat factory director like a child. No reason. Grandpa was unhappy, so I smashed it for you. Are you satisfied? He threw the factory manager away and ordered his younger brothers behind him to take action. Don't move. But at this moment, Luo Shui suddenly stepped out from the side with a pistol in hand. Although they were arresting Wang Can, and although they still hadn't figured out why only a group of thugs came. But she couldn't just sit there and watch when she happened to encounter this kind of thing. Su Laosan looked at the police uniform on Luo Shui, but just sneered. Girl, are you trying to scare me? Do you really think you can become a superintendent just by wearing a police uniform? Facing the black muzzle of Luo Shui's gun, he didn't care at all. After all, how could it be such a coincidence that you would run into a police superintendent just by walking into a factory? He walked towards Luo Shui with the hammer in his hand, his eyes wandering around her unscrupulously. Girl, you have a nice figure. Sleep with Grandpa tonight. Maybe I'll be in a better mood and won't hit you. He just extended his hand towards Luo Shui's seemingly fragile body. However, he did not expect that the opponent suddenly grabbed his palm, then grabbed his entire arm, and gave him a standard shoulder throw in front of his dazed eyes. Su Laosan struggled to get up from the ground, but was stepped on the back by Luo Shui. Brother! Seeing this, the younger brother behind him hurriedly picked up his weapon and was about to come up to help. Suddenly, more than a dozen police officers in uniforms and holding guns in their hands walked out of the factory opposite. Dozens of black gun muzzles were pointed at the Tiger Head Gang's younger brothers. Suddenly, the group of yellow-haired guys who had been clamoring just now froze in place, not daring to move. I have already found out. This is a local gang called the Tiger Head Gang. To put it bluntly, they are just a bunch of hooligans from all walks of life. Luo Shui nodded. Have you found the signal device that blocks the signal? Xiao Zhou nodded. I have already sent the accompanying technical staff to investigate. I believe there will be results soon. Sure enough, not long after, the walkie-talkies and mobile phones regained their signals one after another. The anxious voices of Su Tao and others came from the intercom. Captain Luo, please reply if you get it. I'm Luo Shui, I'm fine. Immediately, the other three breathed a sigh of relief. Our three teams have already joined together and are heading towards your mold factory. Obviously, they also realized that something was wrong and found that Luo Shui's communication had been cut off, so they rushed over immediately. Captain Luo, have you captured Wang Can? Sun Xiaoqian's voice came from the intercom. Now that Luo Shui's crisis has been resolved, does that mean Wang Can has been dealt with? Luo Shui could only respond helplessly. No, Wang Can still hasn't shown up. Didn't show up? How so? Don't worry, let's reunite first. Within 10 minutes, the four teams gathered in front of the mold factory. Luo Shui unfolded the map and asked about the situation one by one. But there are still no clues, and the situation in other places is similar. Simply put, there was nothing there, it was just to lure the superintendent over and then make a feint. What exactly does this Wang Can want to do? Everyone gathered together and looked at the map, but still couldn't figure it out. Forget it, let's pack up first and go back to the police station. Luo Shui was about to get in the car. But at this moment, Sun Xiaoqian suddenly seemed to think of something. By the way, has any of you contacted the headquarters? Everyone was stunned, and then their expressions changed. Luo Shui turned on the intercom and wanted to contact Haitao, who was still in the police station. But no response was received. Almost all of our police forces were dispersed in various directions to hunt down Wang Can, and then they rushed to this mold factory because their signal was blocked. It has been more than an hour since we went out to respond to the call, and during this time there were simply not enough police officers to guard the police station. In other words, our headquarters is now a complete empty shell. And the time, it's already been more than an hour. Chapter 39 The real plan: surprise attack on the police station. The sky is overcast. Under the gloomy sky, Wang Can slowly stopped. At this moment, he was on the rooftop of a huge high-rise building. Not far below was the headquarters of the special operation to capture Wang Can Jincheng police station. In fact, he never thought of escaping, let alone kidnapping a police superintendent. From the very beginning, the goal assigned to it by the system was to find out the truth, prove innocence, and find the real culprit. Therefore, the real purpose of his action this time was only one: to sneak into the police station and read the files. If he wants to solve the case, he needs a lot of information clues. It would not be enough for him to do this alone. In this society, the only one that can provide him with such help is the police department. He must see the case file on his case. To this end, he asked the entire Bloodhead gang to cooperate and set up baits in various places in Jincheng to lure Luo Shui and the others to go out one by one. Then he deliberately pretended to attack the police superintendent to confuse Luo Shui and others. It is to eventually create an opportunity where the police department is at its weakest. Wang Can's eyes were calm, and he quietly took out a pocket-sized exquisite crossbow from his hand. Don't be fooled by the fact that this thing is only the size of a palm, it is very lethal. Fortunately, Wang Can had modified it to weaken its power, thicken the crossbow arrows, and then coated them all with anesthetic. In this way, as long as the bullet doesn't hit some fatal parts, the most you will feel is some pain and then you can sleep. After making all the preparations, Wang Can slowly stood up, and a huge modified black paraglider slowly unfolded from behind him. In the dark night and strong wind, he stared at the police station below. Then, without hesitation, he jumped down from the rooftop. While Luo Shui and his men were hunting down Wang Can all over the city, no one noticed that a black streak of light, taking advantage of the cover of night, quietly landed on the roof of the Jincheng police station. Wang Can jumped off the paraglider and after a few tumbles, he landed silently above the police station. There is no rooftop here, so there is no surveillance on the roof for the time being. There's no need to worry about being discovered so quickly. Long before, he had searched for some architectural drawings of the Jincheng police station. Of course, it is impossible to really show the entire police station. At most, it can only show the simple layout of some halls and rooms for receiving ordinary reporters. As for the armory, archives room, power distribution room, etc., it is definitely impossible to find them on the internet. Wang Can opened the only ventilation duct on the top floor and quickly got into it. The Jincheng police station has 2 floors and a basement. Although there is no precise information, it can be basically inferred that the most important place such as the armory should be in the basement. The first floor is where the reception desk and other places are located. As for the second floor, it should be the police superintendent's office, as well as the offices of the captain and deputy captain. The file Wang Can is looking for may be in the police superintendent's office or in the archives room. But Weinken was not sure about the location of the archives room, so he could only take it one step at a time. Weinken held a flashlight in his mouth and crawled slowly in the pipe. He was now above the second floor of the police station, and it didn't take long for him to see the first window. Through the gap in the window, you can see that there is a room below with the words distribution room written on it. Arrive. Weinken gently pulled up the pipe door, and after confirming that there was no one there, he quickly jumped down. Mr. Hi. But at this moment, several conversations suddenly came from the front. Weinken reacted quickly, immediately went into the distribution room, and then stayed close to the door. Suddenly, a man and a woman walked out from another room not far away. This is the check-in registration information for all high-end hotels in our city over the past 3 days. It has been transferred to your computer. I only heard the woman speaking respectfully to the man. Thank you. Go on with your work. Soon, Haitao separated from the woman and walked into the office on the second floor. The woman walked towards the other staircase and then went downstairs. After that, there was no other movement in the corridor. Last name Hai? Weinken in the switch room pondered for a moment. When I checked the information of the police department before, I didn't hear of such a person. And judging from the tone of the female police superintendent, this man is of a very high status. It is possible that he is a technical consultant specially hired by the police department. Without thinking anymore, Weinken looked back at the various tangled wires and electrical appliances in front of him. This is the power system center of the entire police station, which is also equivalent to the main switch for the operation of all electronic equipment in the entire police station. Weinken first took out a seemingly inconspicuous small box from his arms. Don't underestimate this ordinary thing. It is a signal blocking device that Lin Chongqing and his team found on the black market after a lot of effort. There were only 2 of them, and one of them had been placed in the mold factory as bait. The other one is the one he has in his hand now. Although it is only half the size of an arm, its coverage area can reach a radius of 1 kilometer. It's enough to cover the entire police station. He pulled down the main switch and all the switches in the distribution room, and the entire police station fell into darkness in an instant. In the corridor, emergency lights came on. Weinken activated the signal blocking device. On. An invisible wave instantly enveloped the entire police station. What's going on? In the office, Haitao looked a little surprised when he saw the computer screen and various instruments suddenly turned black. He looked to the side and saw several people from the police station who also had confused expressions. Did the circuit breaker trip? Shall I go to the power distribution room next door and take a look? A young male police superintendent picked up a flashlight and was about to stand up and walk out the door. But at this moment, Haitao suddenly made a wait gesture. He took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Sorry, the number you dialed is currently unavailable. Sorry. Ron. Haitao lowered his voice and gathered the remaining people together. Not only is there a power outage, but the signal to the entire police station here has been blocked. Someone sneaked in. The other people stared and thought of something. It's Weinken. Considering the series of events that have happened recently, it is hard not to think of this person. There should be a jammer installed in our police station, but it shouldn't be difficult to crack. They are all members of the superintendent's technical team, and are elite technicians selected from among thousands. The little gadget that Weinken bought from the black market would not even catch their attention under normal circumstances. But now, the situation is different. They can't use the internet or computers. It's like an NBA superstar who has both hands crippled. Even though he has all kinds of skills and experience, he probably can't even beat a few little brats. Chapter 40 Mysterious Shadow. Don't worry yet. Haitao was the first to calm down. There are only 4 people in the office including him. We don't know if Weinken has a gun or other lethal weapon, so let's not confront him head on for now. Well, let's split into 2 groups and go find other people in the police station. Xiao Zhang and I will go to the first floor, and you guys go to the basement and see if you can get 2 guns from the armory for self-defense. However, the police officers shook their heads. Mr. Hai, our police department has regulations that the gun storehouse cannot be used without the permission of the deputy captain or above. Haitao remained silent after hearing this. He is not from the police department and is not very clear about these things. Forget it, we must protect the armory. If a murderer breaks into the armory, the consequences will be disastrous. Also, go to the backup power distribution room on the first floor below ground and see if you can restart the power. In the unknown darkness, Haito was surprisingly calm and composed, and arranged things in an orderly manner, which made the other police inspectors feel inferior. Wang Can, who was not far away, stuck his head out of the darkness and watched several people leaving the office one by one. He walked out of the distribution room only after he made sure that there was no one else on the second floor. There must be other people in this police station. If he is discovered, he will be in danger. He had to find the files and leave here before the backup power was activated. But where is this file? Since the case has not been closed yet, the file may be in the archives room on the first floor below ground, or it may have been retrieved and placed in an office somewhere. On the entire second floor, apart from the ordinary police superintendent's office area, there is only Luo Shui's captain's office and Lu Guoshou's deputy captain's office. After thinking for a while, Wang Can took the lead in opening the door of Luo Shui's office, who was the most likely candidate. But at this moment, unexpectedly, a person suddenly appeared from inside. A police inspector who had been waiting behind the door for a long time suddenly pounced towards Wang Can the moment Wang Can was watching the door. Surprisingly, there is someone else. Wang Can was shocked, and analysis was triggered instantly. He stepped back, bent down, and just managed to avoid it. But it wasn't over yet. The flying dive missed and a sweeping kick came towards Wang Can's lower body. Even though he was just an ordinary police inspector, he was well trained and his fighting power was completely on a different level from those thugs Wang Can had fought alone against 10 people before. In close combat, even if Wang Can could win, it would still take a considerable amount of time. This is extremely disadvantageous. In an instant, Wang Can kicked his feet and retreated 2 or 3 meters behind him, and at the same time, the miniature crossbow that he had prepared for a long time slipped out of his sleeve. After analysis, although in the dark, Wang Can could still roughly infer the man's location. He moved quickly, aimed at the superintendent, and pulled the trigger. A modified crossbow arrow immediately flew towards the superintendent. Due to the darkness, the police officer's vision was limited and he had no way to avoid the crossbow arrow. After struggling for more than 10 seconds, he fell asleep. With a sigh of relief, Wang Can quickly dragged the police officer into Luo Shui's office. He is a male police superintendent, and his build is similar to Wang Can. After confirming that there was no one else in the office, Wang Can began to search the rooms quickly. Desktop, bookshelf, drawer. After spending a lot of time, Wang Can still couldn't see his file. Wang Can did not dare to delay and immediately came to Lu Guoshou's office. He reloaded the crossbow in his hand and then pushed open the door of the deputy captain's office. Fortunately, this time it went smoothly and I didn't meet the second police superintendent. Wang Can quickly searched the office again. Unfortunately, after searching, Wang Can still didn't find what he wanted. It seems that my file should be on the underground floor. But if it is on the underground floor, how should I get in? While Wang Can was thinking, suddenly, he heard several intermittent electric current sounds from the light bulbs around him. Then, the lights in the entire police station gradually lit up. Although it is a little darker than before, it is enough. Is this the backup power being activated? There's some trouble. Wang Can was thinking this. Suddenly, the light bulb in the sky trembled and then went out again. What's going on? The power system of the entire police station was cut off again? This was not in Wang Can's plan. Who could have done that? If it was the superintendent, there would be no reason for him to turn off the backup power supply again. Before I could figure it out, there was a muffled sound outside the door. Someone. Wang Can stood behind the door against the wall. Then, the voice sounded again. It rang 3 times in total. All of them were low, muffled sounds, as if someone was throwing some duds. Moreover, the voice was very close to Wang Can, almost as if there was only a wall between them. But soon, the voice ended. Through the translucent door, Wang Can could only see a dark shadow passing by hurriedly outside the door. I don't know if it was an illusion, but the black shadow seemed to pause slightly when passing by Wang Can's door. It was as if he knew there was someone in the room. Wang Can waited for a few dozen seconds, but there was no more movement outside. He opened the door slightly and poked a piece of glass out. In the darkness, I could only see vaguely, and there was nothing unusual around me. Wang Can held the crossbow tightly in his hand and walked slowly out of Lu Guoshou's office. It was dark outside the door and completely silent. The man seemed to have left quietly. The entire corridor was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. The door of Luo Shui's office opposite was opened at some point and was left half closed with a gap. Wang Ken remembered that he closed the door when he just left Luo Shue's office. In other words, the mysterious black shadow just entered Luo Shue's office and then came out again? Wang Ken was a little confused and walked into Luo Shue's office cautiously. The various information and facilities inside were arranged almost the same as when Wang Ken had just left, and there seemed to be no changes. Wang Ken glanced around the entire room, and finally his eyes fell on the police inspector who had just been knocked unconscious by Wang Ken's crossbow. The next second, his pupils suddenly shrank. He squatted down in disbelief and approached the police superintendent who had just been knocked unconscious by Wang Ken. I saw the superintendent half lying in the corner with his head tilted. 3 bright red holes appeared on the chest, forehead and heart, 3 places that could be fatal. The hot blood was still flowing out uncontrollably. Wang Ken checked the police chief's nose and mouth and found that he was no longer breathing. This police superintendent is actually dead. Was he shot to death by the black shadow from before? At this moment, Wang Ken suddenly realized what the 3 muffled sounds were. That's the sound of a silenced pistol being fired at close range. Chapter 41 Reviewing the Files. Wang Ken stood up, his eyes full of solemnity. The male police superintendent's body on the ground was still oozing blood. Wang Ken came to his senses and hurriedly stripped off the male police superintendent's uniform to prevent him from being stained with more blood. Moreover, he realized a problem. The dark shadow has disappeared. But no one except Wang Ken knew the existence of this black shadow. The surveillance of the entire police station had been cut off by Wang Ken himself. In other words, in the eyes of other police superintendents, the dead male police superintendent was killed by him, Wang Ken. Could it be that the mysterious black shadow was deliberately trying to frame me? Doesn't that mean that this person is very likely related to his case? It is even possible that this is the person who framed you. Wang Ken's heart skipped a beat. After investigating the case for so long, this was the first time he was so close to the real murderer who framed him. Unfortunately, this guy had a gun in his hand, and Wang Ken didn't dare to chase him and confront him head-on. What is the identity of this person? Wang Ken had never mentioned his real plan of action for tonight to anyone, which basically ruled out the possibility of being followed. Appearing in the police station, could it be that the shadowy figure who framed him is a police inspector? Or maybe he also had some purpose and was planning to sneak into the police station, but he just happened to bump into Wang Ken. Wang Ken picked up the dead superintendent's police uniform and put it on himself. Although there were some bloodstains, fortunately the surrounding lighting was relatively dim and Wang Ken handled it in time. It's not too obvious. He found a flashlight, lowered his police hat, and walked quickly towards the stairs. Also at this moment, in front of the armory on the underground first floor, Haitao and the remaining 7 or 8 police inspectors gathered here, ready for action. How could this happen? Didn't I just ask Xiao Sun to turn on the backup power supply? Haitao's tone was also somewhat heavy. The backup power supply was indeed turned on, but I'm afraid it won't be on for long before someone destroys it again. Several police superintendents trembled slightly. Could it be that Xiao Sun? You guys stay here, I'll go take a look. Haitao was about to walk towards the backup distribution room. Behind the metal door of the armory, the police superintendent who was guarding the armory quickly handed over a gun. Mr. Hai, the guns in the armory cannot be used. Please use my gun to defend yourself. After thinking for a while, Haitao shook his head and refused. The security of the gun vault is more important. You cannot be without weapons to protect yourself. Okay, then Mr. Hai, please be careful. Haitao walked out of the armory and then slowly walked towards the distribution room. Soon, he separated from the several police superintendents behind him. But just when he reached the stairs, suddenly, there were some noises coming from upstairs. I saw a police inspector with a flashlight in his hand, walking quickly towards the underground floor. The flashlight was on very brightly, causing Haitao to squint his eyes, and for a moment he could not see the police chief's face clearly. You're not hurt? Haitao said to the person who came. The man walked downstairs quickly. It's okay. Wang Ken is on the first floor. I came to inform you. Haitao was stunned when he heard this. Wang Ken is on the first floor. If that's the case, then who turned off the backup power switch on the underground floor just now? Before he could figure it out, the man had already walked up to him. The police hat was worn a little low, covering half of his face. The flashlight was raised seemingly unintentionally, shining right on the waves. Where are the others? Do you know where they are? Haitao pointed behind him. They are already blocking the entrance to the gun depot. However, it is possible that there are others we have not discovered. I just asked Xiao Sun to turn on the backup power supply, but it tripped again. I was just about to go check it out. The man seemed to raise his head and glanced behind Haitao. Is that the gun depot? But where is the archives room? That's right, the person walking down from upstairs was Wang Can, who had just changed into a police uniform and was about to come down to look for the files. He said calmly, "Have you looked in the archives? There might be someone in the archives." Haitao subconsciously glanced towards the archive room behind Wang Can. "I haven't been to the archives room." Wang Can nodded. "Then I'll go check out the archives in the switch room. I just grabbed a gun for self-defense in the evidence room." The police station's evidence room stores some gun evidence from previous cases or guns waiting to be scrapped. It's quite reasonable. Of course Haitao would not refuse. He nodded and turned around. "Then I'll leave it to you." He was not a police superintendent, and he had no choice but to take the risk and go to the switch room alone. Now that there is an armed police inspector to handle the matter, he is naturally happy to do so. "It should be, sir." Wang Can also turned around and walked in the opposite direction. Haitao turned his head and walked slowly back towards the armory without saying anything. Following the darkness, Wang Can took the lead and walked to the backup distribution room. But as soon as I reached the door, my pupils shrank. In the backup power distribution room, there was another dead body of a police superintendent in police uniform. It looked like he had just died, and blood was still oozing out. He was still shot to death, and the way the police chief died on the third floor was almost exactly the same. Another one died. The police superintendent who was shot should be Xiao Sun, who came to turn on the backup power supply. Where is the mysterious man who killed him hiding? Wang Can raised his head and looked around. But apart from this, there was no one else in the distribution room. Obviously, the guy who committed the crime had already run away. He quickened his pace and walked quickly forward. Soon, a plaque appeared in his sight. Archive room. Wang Can immediately dove into it and quickly started searching through various cases. In front of the archives room are some cases that have not yet been archived, but the number is not too large. Soon, Wang Can found his target. 11.28 Caesar Hotel female corpse case. Wang Can squatted down and held the flashlight in his mouth. At this moment, time was running out, and he didn't care about covering up the traces. He violently tore open the bag and quickly browsed through the contents of the case. It's a thick book, with more than 50 pages. Wang Can flipped the pages one by one as quickly as if he was counting money. If there were other people present, they would probably be shocked. At this speed, ordinary people may not even be able to see what is written on it. But after the analysis, Wang Can's insight and memory have already surpassed ordinary people. It can almost be said that I can read 10 lines at a glance and remember them all. In less than 2 minutes, he had flipped through the entire thick file. How so? But after reading the case file, his expression did not relax, but became more solemn. It's actually true. Then who killed Su Qing? Chapter 42 Finding Traces. Be careful, Wang Can might be just ahead. In the darkness, Haitao and several police inspectors walked slowly forward together. One of the police superintendents was holding the only pistol given to him by the superintendent stationed in the gunroom. "Mr. Hai, are you sure?" Haitao nodded. "I'm not from your police department, but he calls me sir, which means he doesn't know me at all. You, as well as Captain Luo and Deputy Captain Lu, can all be found on the official website. I am the only one who was considered a special assistant in your project, so this fake superintendent doesn't know me." Upon hearing this, the leading police officer tightened his grip on the gun in his hand. They soon reached the door of the switch room. With just one glance, he saw the police superintendent who had come to turn on the power switch and had been dead for a long time. "Brother Sun." Several police inspectors rushed forward with their teeth gnashing in anger. These are the people as heroes who have worked with them for many years to maintain social order. Both relative and friend. Several young police superintendents even had tears in their eyes. Haitao also stood by silently. After a long time, several policemen took off their uniforms and wrapped the deceased superintendent in clothes. This is also the agreement of every police superintendent here. Even if one day they die, their comrades in arms will wrap their bodies in horse skin and return them to their hometowns. This damn Wang Can. In the eyes of several police superintendents, who else could have killed their colleagues? Several people couldn't help but grit their teeth. Haitao wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't open his mouth. After temporarily dealing with the sacrificed police superintendent, the few of them continued on their way. The archive room is not far ahead. This is also the last room on the entire underground floor. Several police inspectors were already getting a little emotional and quickened their pace, as if they wanted to execute the criminal Wang Can on the spot. Haitao shook his head in his heart. Especially at times like this, the more you need to stay calm. But he was not a police superintendent after all, and he didn't know how to persuade him. Soon, several people walked to the archive room. The gun-wielding superintendent took a deep breath. He rushed in first with a gun. "Don't move." The archive room was a bit messy, obviously having been rummaged through recently. There were several files scattered on the ground. But no human figure was found. Where on earth did this damn Wang Can go? They searched the entire basement floor carefully but found no trace of Wang Can. Just when everyone was confused, suddenly, the light on the ceiling came on. Power supply was restored throughout the police station. Not long after, the signals on several people's cell phones were restored. There were urgent sounds of sirens outside the police station. They went upstairs and saw Luo Shui, Sun Xiaoqian, and other police inspectors running hurriedly towards the police station. How about it? Looking at this strange thing in front of them, how could Luo Shui and the others not understand what was happening? The police station was attacked by Wang Chan. Haitao came out. Did anyone die? Looking at the silent people, Luo Shui suddenly felt something was wrong. Dozens of police officers rushed into the police station in an instant and checked the entire place carefully. The results came out soon. Captain Luo, the power supply system was damaged, but it has been repaired and the signal blocking has been lifted. In addition, we found a body in the backup power distribution room on the first floor below ground level, and in your office on the second floor. Xiao Sun and brother Wang both died. These words hit everyone like a bolt from the blue. All the police superintendents stared, not knowing what to say for a moment. Have you found Wang Can? Several people shook their heads. How could this happen? Has Wang Can already left? But at this moment, Xiao Zhou came running from behind. Captain Luo, I just asked the security guard Xiao Zhang. But he didn't see anyone coming in or out from beginning to end. How could this happen? How did Wang Can get in and how did he leave? Soon, several people thought of the hang glider that Wang Can used to escape from Jincheng International Hotel. They looked towards the sky above the police station in disbelief. Could it be that this Wang Can flew in? Quick, go to the roof and have a look. Is there any used paraglider or something like that? As Luo Shui gave the order, she became even more confused. If that is the case, how should Wang Can get out? He can't really fly from low to high again, right? Tell me, is it possible that Wang Can hasn't left yet and is still hiding in our police station? No one replied. But everyone frowned, saying that they were all thinking about this speculation. It's not impossible, and the possibility is very high. Luo Shui called over and said to the people behind her, seal the doors of the police station. And search it thoroughly. If this Wang Can is still here, we must find him even if we have to dig deep into the ground. Thinking of the two police comrades who had just died, Luo Shui couldn't help but burst into anger in her eyes. Wang Can, I swear, I will bring you to justice. But just as he was thinking this, he suddenly felt as if someone patted him gently. She turned around and saw it was Haitao, who had quietly walked up to her at some point. At the same time, Haitao patted Sun Xiaoqian and winked at the two women. Although they were a little confused, they still followed Haitao to a quiet corner. What's wrong? They still respect this technical consultant. Haitao said softly. There seems to be something wrong with this attack. I feel like it wasn't just Wang Can who did this. The two women looked at each other, both confused. At this point, apart from the audacious Wang Can, who else would dare to attack a police station? I only heard Haitao say. There are a few details that are hard to explain at the moment. Is he Wang Can's accomplice? Not sure, but very likely. It's just that this matter is a little strange, so, you understand. Luo Shui and the other girl understood and nodded. If Wang Can was not the only one who broke into the police station tonight, how did the others sneak in? The police station is heavily guarded. Even though most of the police officers have been transferred today, not everyone can break in. Based on this inference, this mysterious person is most likely someone from their own police department. Even if not, there were people in the police station who helped him and sneaked into the police station. In other words, there is a high possibility that there is a mole in their police station. If this is true, the fewer people who know about it, the better. The few of them ended the conversation tacitly, and the police superintendent who had just gone to search also came back. Chapter 43 Secretly attacked Jinsong. Captain Luo, we've searched the entire police department, but we still haven't found Wang Can. How so? So where is this guy hiding? Just at this moment, suddenly, several people's cell phones vibrated. The My Escape life you are following has been updated. 1 minute ago. Wang Can? 1 minute ago? Several people clicked on Wang Can's latest work, which was a video of only 3 or 4 seconds. Wang Can was seen wearing a black night suit, standing on the side of the road, smiling and waving at the camera. Everyone, long time no see, I missed you so much. Thank you for your concern, my friends. It was quite exciting to visit the police station today. After saying that, he turned to the side towards the camera, and immediately revealed the gate of Jincheng police station across the street. The video ends. This Wang Can, has he really left? Luo Shui gritted her teeth in anger and was about to put down her phone. Haitao, who was standing by, suddenly grabbed Luo Shui's arm. Look here. Luo Shuisu and Xiaoxian looked over and saw a line of words written below Wang Can's video. LP address, Jincheng. What's the problem? The two women couldn't help but wonder. Isn't Wang Can in Jincheng right now? Haitao was a little excited. We have located Wang Can's phone before, but it was either in another province or abroad. But now, the address suddenly appeared in Jincheng, which means that the anti-positioning device in Wang Can's phone may have failed. We may be able to locate his phone now. Haitao's words instantly excited the two women. Do you need me to get you a computer? Haitao took out his cell phone. Time is tight, no computer is needed, a mobile phone is enough. After saying that, he quickly tapped away on his phone. During this period, several people from the technical team were called in to assist. Before long, a signal source on the Beidou map appeared in the center of Haitao's mobile phone screen. Found it. Haitao excitedly handed the phone to Luo Shui. It's on Zhanze Road, less than a kilometer away from our police chief. That should be correct. Luo Shui didn't waste any words either, she waved her hand quickly. Team 2 stay at the police station, everyone in Team 1 get in the car. After suffering a previous loss, Luo Shui no longer dared to take all the police officers away from the police station. Soon, one police car after another drove out of the police station gate. Haitao's eyes were fixed on the moving red dot in the middle of the phone screen. It should be just ahead, no more than 500 meters away. The target was not traveling very fast and probably did not use any means of transportation. Then this Wang Can shouldn't be able to run far. In the leading police car, Luo Shui's voice was a little hurried. We're going to catch this cunning guy soon. Thinking of this, Luo Shui couldn't help but feel a little excited. All the police cars, sirens blaring, quickly stopped in front of a dark alley. The superintendent got out of the car and loaded his pistol. Are you sure it's in there? Haitao looked at the red dot on his phone that was less than a few dozen meters away from them and nodded. The positioning error will not exceed 3 meters. Luo Shui nodded, suppressing the excitement in her eyes. Stay outside to prevent Wang Can from doing anything. The rest of you, come with me and go in and catch this Wang Can. Yes. All the superintendents responded loudly, and everyone couldn't help but show excitement in their eyes. This wanted criminal had been playing tricks on them for almost a week and had caused the death of one of their colleagues. He is finally going to be caught today. Just as all the police superintendents were stuck in front of that dead end. No one noticed. At the back of all the parked police cars, the trunk of a police car suddenly moved slightly, and then was gently pushed open a gap. A figure came out silently from inside. Wang Can. Surrender. You are under arrest. Luo Shui shouted into the dark alley. Seeing no one respond, the few of them looked at each other and slowly walked into the alley with guns raised. The dark dead end was not very long, and the scene inside soon became apparent. The ground was littered with all kinds of garbage and there were piles of wooden boxes stacked high. Stop hiding, Wang Can, and come out on your own. Luo Shui pointed the gun at the tall pile of boxes. After all, there is no other place to hide here. Still no response. Following Luo Shui's signal, several police inspectors slowly approached and pushed down the pile of wooden boxes. To everyone's surprise, there was nothing behind the wooden box. How so? Haito looked at his phone in disbelief. My position almost coincides with the red dot on the map. This signal, could it be that the positioning is really wrong? But at this moment, suddenly, a strange sound came from under their feet. Woof! I saw a little black dog sitting on the ground, sticking out its tongue and breathing, looking at Luo Shui and others. What shocked the few people even more was that there was a small black opaque plastic bag hanging around the Haba's neck. Several people suddenly had a bad feeling in their hearts. Luo Shui grabbed the plastic bag and found a mobile phone inside. It looked like a shabby knockoff phone bought for a few $100s, with a phone number hanging on it. Calling Wang Can. Wang Can's voice also came from the phone at this time. Bye, officers, see you later. Then, the sound of a car starting suddenly came from behind them. Luo Shui was shocked and turned back. Suddenly, a police car at the back started without any warning, and backed out in a drifting motion. Launch start. The car turned around and rushed out along Zhengzhou Road. At the last second, Luo Shui also saw the face of the person in the driver's seat of the car. Damn it, it's Wang Can. Everyone, chase. Luo Shui picked up the phone in her hand that was still being dialed and rushed back to the police car. Sun Xiaoqian and Haitao were also sitting in the same police car. Wang Can, you can't escape. Stop the car immediately, otherwise you will be guilty of a more serious crime. As she spoke, she drove the police car quickly towards the rear of Wang Can's car in the distance. At this time, Haitao and his gang were muttering to themselves. How on earth did this guy do it? Sun Xiaoqian on the side also had a serious expression. The video we just saw on Dolu was probably prepared by Wang Can in advance. That guy should have been still within the police station at that time. While we were searching the police station, he sneaked into the trunk of a police car. Before sneaking into the police station, he first attached his phone to the little black dog and recorded a video in advance and set a timer to release it, giving us the illusion that he had escaped. Then, he can follow us and leave the police station together. After saying that, Sun Xiaoqian let out a long breath. This approach is really unimaginable. Chapter 44 Driving Away. On Zhengzhou Road. Wang Can was driving very fast. And just like before on the main ring road, he drove into the wrong lane. There were only a few police cars that could keep up. Luo Shui is one of them. She gripped the steering wheel tightly, beads of sweat appearing on her forehead. I had only heard about it from Su Tao before, but now I can personally feel how terrifying Wang Can's driving skills are. There were quite a few cars on this road, and Luo Shui had to concentrate fully to barely keep up with Wang Can. Just look at Wang Can, those beautiful and near-perfect drifts, the graceful arcs he draws on the ground. It's totally effortless and leaves a lot of energy to spare. It takes not only skills but also many years of experience. It can even be said that some professional racing drivers cannot accomplish it as smoothly as Wang Can. He is a student who has not even graduated from college. Could it be that he has been driving since he was in his mother's womb? At this moment, Wang Can's voice came from the phone. Captain Luo, why do you have to keep holding on to me? Luo Shui couldn't really concentrate, so Sun Xiaoqian, who was sitting in the passenger seat, spoke for her. Wang Can, you attacked the police station and even killed the police superintendent. I advise you to surrender as soon as possible, otherwise. Before he could finish his words, Wang Can interrupted him. Otherwise? If I turn myself in for these crimes, can I be spared the death penalty? Sun Xiaoqian's voice suddenly paused. Wang Can quickly continued. Today, I am not the only one in your police station. After these words were spoken, the air in Luo Shui's car was quiet for a moment. Haitao, who was behind, also came over and looked at Sun Xiaoqian. This is consistent with Haitao's previous inference. Sun Xiaoqian quickly said in a deep voice. If you can turn in your accomplices, we can apply for a reduced sentence for you. Wang Can's voice soon spread out. You are Chief Sun from the Huacheng Police Department, right? You don't need to test me. Those people are not my accomplices. Sun Xiaoqian sneered quickly. Those? You know the number of them, and you still say they are not your accomplices? Wang Can's voice was calm and unaffected. That's just my inference. I was on the second floor when the backup power was shut off. Later, when I went down, I ran into a police superintendent who could testify for me. But at that time I saw a dark figure on the second floor. He was the one who killed the people in your police station. Luo Shui and the other two were silent. Haitao nodded silently. The police superintendent that Wang Can mentioned should be Haitao. Wang Can continued. But if that person was on the second floor at the time, then who turned off the backup power supply on the basement floor? So there should be more than one person in this group. Several people did not answer immediately, but thought for a while. Who can prove what you said? All surveillance in the police station was stopped at that time. Haitao and his companions left the second floor, and no one could prove what Wang Can said. Wang Can sighed softly. No proof. It was also at this time that Luo Shui finally found some energy to reply. Although she didn't say anything just now, she heard everything clearly. Wang Can, if what you said is true, then come back to our police station and cooperate with our investigation. But Wang Can's tone was firm. I'm sorry, it's precisely because there is no evidence at all now that I can't go back with you. Once that happens, I'm afraid all my crimes will be proven true. After reading the files, Wang Can became more determined to escape. Based on all the evidence presented now, Wang Can is the murderer. I have to escape. Believe it or not, I can't control it. But, officers, I must remind you. Even if the other people who sneaked in today are not from your police department, they probably have some connection with your police department. Your police department has been infiltrated by unknown forces. Take care of yourself. After saying everything, Wang Can hung up the phone without wasting any more time. Sun Xiaoqian looked at Su Tao behind her. How about it, can you accurately locate Wang Can? Haitao shook his head. It's impossible. The phone Wang Can used to make this call has been through an anti-detection system. The anti-detection device in his phone was always on. The previous signal was just a bait he deliberately released to lure us. Haitao's face looked a little unhappy. Before this, he had become a pawn for Wang Can to escape from the police station. At this moment, Luo Shui in the driving seat suddenly spoke in a deep voice. No. Wang Can is heading towards Zhenze overpass? Zhenze elevated? The two people on the side also changed their expressions when they looked at the road ahead. That elevated road shouldn't be finished yet? This Wang Can is such a lunatic. Luo Shui couldn't help but curse through gritted teeth. Sure enough, not long after, Wang Can's police car crashed through the construction fence and rushed up to the elevated road above. The elevated road section has not been completed yet, and there are various unfinished wooden frames underneath, which do not look solid at all. There are no protective measures such as fences on the road. Do you want to chase me again? Seeing this situation, Sun Xiaoqian and Haitao couldn't help but feel worried. Chase. But the next second, Luo Shui gritted her teeth and followed without slowing down. You actually dared to follow me. In the car in front, Wang Can glanced at the police car in the rearview mirror that was following him closely. These police officers' desire to arrest me has not diminished at all because of Wang Can's words. On the empty road, Wang Can's speed gradually increased, almost reaching the limit of this police car. This place was also the escape route he had planned long ago. In that case, let's get rid of them here once and for all. Within a few hundred meters, a gap several meters wide appeared on the overpass ahead. This is the connection between the two sides of the elevated road, which has not been completed yet. This police car, which had not been professionally modified, could no longer withstand such a speed, and the body of the car kept making various noises. Wang Can's car speed did not slow down, but instead got faster and faster. Luo Shui and the others at the back couldn't help but widen their pupils. Does Wang Can really want to fly over there? When it was less than 20 meters away from the gap, Wang Can suddenly changed to second gear and then stepped on the accelerator hard. The entire front of the car suddenly lifted up after 1 second. Under the shocked gazes of the people behind, Wang Can's police car just sped straight through the gap in the section. Then it landed steadily on the other side of the gap. The principle of this flying car is still possible, you can try it. The main author is afraid of death, so he has never tried it. Chapter 45 Case Restoration. In the sky, after a thunder, a light rain began to fall. Luo Shui behind slammed on the brakes and finally stopped right at the gap in the overpass. Half of the front of the car was already hanging in the air. The three of them could only watch Wang Can on the opposite side quickly leave and finally disappear from their sight. Unable to help but swear, Luo Shui's face gloomy as she quickly notified the other police officers to continue the hunt for Wang Can. But based on past experience, the chances of catching Wang Can are very slim. This Wang Can probably drove the car to a corner long ago, and then changed his appearance to easily escape their surveillance. Luo Shui's guess was correct. After driving off the elevated road, Wang Can quickly drove to an old town area. Then he put on the human skin mask he had prepared, walked back to the main road and hailed a taxi. Donghai Haoyuan Hotel. Along the way, Wang Can saw several police cars with sirens on passing by his taxi several times. However, no one noticed the inconspicuous passenger in this ordinary taxi. Not long after, he returned to the presidential suite on the top floor of Donghai Mansion. After confirming that there was no one else in the house, Wang Can walked over to the sofa and sat down. Chen Long, who was left behind by Wang Can, was still sitting on the sofa. Wang Can didn't do anything to him, but just handcuffed him. After all, here, unless Wang Can is willing, Chen Long can't even get out of this door. Wang Can glanced at the other person. Don't worry, my goal has been achieved. I will let you go tomorrow. Chen Long looked resentful. Until now, he still didn't know Wang Chan's real plan and thought he was really going to attack a police superintendent. After a while. You promised us that you would not endanger the Bloodhead gang. Wang Can smiled. Of course not. Your role is just to help me create some chaos everywhere. Chen Long retorted. But even so, it is a disturbance of public order and can result in a fine or even detention. You guys are gangsters, are you still worried about these things? Wang Can shook his head. Don't worry, there won't be even that. I have arranged everything with your boss. Today, 3 people with my appearance indeed showed up at the scene of the crime. So the cases reported by your people are indeed real. Wang Can said as he untied Chen Long's handcuffs. Please stay here for another day. I will leave tomorrow and you can leave then. Although Wang Can now has enough secrets, even if he really lets this person go back, the other party probably won't report him. But Wang Can decided to keep a hand just to be on the safe side. Go get me some paper and pen. Chen Long was a little angry. He is the second in command of the Bloodhead gang, do you really treat him like a slave? But thinking of Wang Can's methods, he swallowed the words on his lips and took out a pen and some white paper. Then left the room. Wang Can, lying on the sofa, slowly closed his eyes. All the information in the file began to play through his mind carefully, like a movie. This information is huge and he needs some time to sort it out. After a long time, Wang Can picked up the pen. Analysis started, and all the clues of the whole case were constantly integrated in his mind. Let us go back to the day before the incident, November 27th. The hotel's surveillance was deleted by Wang Can at that time. However, it was restored through the efforts of the police technical team. It was 3:10 that afternoon. Wang Can and Su Qing appeared in the surveillance footage hugging each other and checked into room 311 of the hotel. However, in Wang Can's memory, he had no relevant memory at all. He had no recollection of what happened on November 27th. After they checked into the room, they never left. During this time, only one delivery man delivered dinner, but he just placed it in front of the door and did not enter the room. In other words, from the moment the two of them checked into the room, the entire room 11.27 was a completely sealed secret room. No one comes in or out, and no one leaves. Then, it was the next morning. At around 9 o'clock in the morning on November 28th, he woke up at the Caesar Hotel and regained his memory. Wang Can fled the crime scene. Later, the police found Su Qing's dead body in his 311 hotel. The bloodstains at the scene were splattered, indicating that room 311 of Caesar Hotel was the first crime scene. The police extracted some hair in the hotel and the DNA test matched that of Wang Can Su Qing. This also proves on the other hand that it is a secret room where there is no third party. Afterwards, the police also interviewed the waiter and tenants who were on duty that day. The answer is still the same. Fortunately, the murder weapon, the dagger with Wang Can's fingerprints, was taken away by himself. Otherwise, this is almost a foregone conclusion. Even now, based on the evidence the police have, it is enough for them to arrest and even convict Wang Can. Wang Can let out a breath. It's really difficult to deal with. Judging from the current situation, even Wang Can himself has some doubts. Could it be that he really killed Su Qing? But he quickly shook his head. Impossible. He and Su Qing have always had a good relationship, although there are occasional minor frictions. But it hasn't even reached the point of breaking up. Not to mention killing people. Wang Can has not yet figured out how the real murderer killed people. but he soon thought of another idea. Motive for murder. Why did the murderer kill Su Qing, and why did he put the blame on Wang Can afterwards? In the past, he was very cowardly and was often bullied. But because of this, he has no enemies. As for Su Qing, he is a cheerful and generous person. There shouldn't be any hatred that can only be resolved by killing someone. While thinking, Wang Can suddenly paused. On page 48 of the file in his mind, a seemingly ordinary statement caught his attention. That page is an investigation into the victim's social relationships and behavioral trends before his death. Su Qing is a sophomore at Jincheng University and is in a boyfriend relationship with Wang Can. 2 days before the accident, from November 25 to 26, Su Qing took a leave of absence from school and took a train from Jincheng to Huacheng. Even Wang Can didn't know about this. Recently, he has been concentrating on reviewing for the final exams and has not seen Su Qing for a few days. They didn't meet until the 27th. During this period, Su Qing actually went to Huacheng, but he didn't even know about this. But really, it's not a big deal. Maybe just go to the Flower City to play for 2 days, or meet some friends or close friends. After all, Su Qing had never mentioned any important people or things in Huacheng. Since I haven't even told my close boyfriend about it, it doesn't seem to be important. Just as he thought of this, Wang Can suddenly had an idea. But there is another possibility. Even his boyfriend cannot be told. Maybe there really is some secret in Huacheng that is extremely important to Su Qing. Chapter 46 Get in the car. 3 days later. Jincheng Police Station. The punishment from above has already come down. Director Huan looked very serious. In the police station of Jincheng Huacheng, almost everyone looked over, waiting for the final ultimatum. Captain Luo Shui, the captain of the Jincheng police who was in charge of this special case team, performed the arrest operation improperly. He is demoted half a level to deputy captain. Lu Guosho is temporarily appointed as the acting captain of the Jincheng Police Department. Everyone looked unhappy. Even Lu Guosho had a blank expression. All other superintendents need to submit a self-reflection to me within 1 day and reflect deeply on their mistakes in this special operation. After saying this, Director Huang waved his hand. Let's adjourn the meeting. Luo Shui, Xiao Sun, and Mr. Hai, the 3 of you stay for a while. After the others left, Luo Shui raised her head. Director Huang, have you also been punished? In fact, the punishments just imposed on them were not that severe. The arrest operations had failed repeatedly, and allowing a wanted murderer to appear everywhere in Jincheng was a serious dereliction of duty on the part of their police chief. However, the Captain Luo Shui received a substantial punishment, which was already very light. I originally thought that even Huacheng Sun Xiaoqian would be punished. The only possibility is that someone took it down for them again. Director Huang nodded, but did not elaborate. Instead, he immediately changed the subject. Don't worry about me. The key is to catch Wang Can as soon as possible. In fact, the higher-ups have been paying close attention to this special operation, so your abilities have been clearly seen by everyone. In fact, the province has not blamed you too much in private, but this matter must be explained to the public. You must temporarily give up your position as captain of Jincheng. Luo Shui nodded. She didn't really care about official positions. Okay, now comes the main point I want to talk about. Director Huang said seriously. It has been more than a week since the wanted order was issued, and Wang Can still has not been arrested. Now, even our Jincheng Police Department has had such an incident. 2 comrades were sacrificed. The higher-ups have decided to give us greater mobilization authority and power. The province has specially assigned a Dragon Team special police team to assist us in the arrest. Dragon Group? The 4 of them were shocked. They all knew that they needed to recruit more people, but they didn't expect that even the Dragon Team would be sent down. That is the elite special forces unit built by Central China Province with all its efforts. On weekdays, they are responsible for assisting the province and even the country in combating armed forces of some terrorist organizations at home and abroad. Unexpectedly, even the Dragon Group came for Wang Can this time. It seems that even the higher-ups really take the attack on the police station very seriously. At the same time, we have also recruited a criminal investigation expert to join our special casework. Criminal investigation expert? The 4 of them couldn't help but feel confused. After taking the information from Director Huang, several people's pupils shrank slightly when they saw the first line of words. He is actually a working Interpol? After leaving the police station, Luo Shui, Sun Xiaoqian, and Hai Tao got into a car. Sun Xiaoqian stared at Luo Shui beside her and didn't speak for a long time. Finally, Luo Shui took the lead and said, "You want to ask me why I didn't tell Director Huang about my assumption that there might be other infiltrators in the police station on the day the station was attacked?" Sun Xiaoqian didn't say anything, as if she agreed. If there really was a third force that infiltrated the police department that day, it means that our police department has really been infiltrated unknown to us, and the level is not low. Sun Xiaoqian raised her eyebrows. "Do you suspect Director Huang?" Luo Shui shook her head. "No, I just don't trust anyone. Since this traitor is among us, the fewer people who know about it the better." Luo Shui looked at Sun Xiaoqian. "You should understand what I mean." Sun Xiaoqian was silent again. She and Luo Shui have known each other since college. They are both rivals and comrades in arms who know each other well. As for Hai Tao, he was the discoverer of this incident. Apart from the three of them, she really couldn't think of anyone else she could trust 100%. Hai Tao also said at this time, "Captain Luo is right. This matter really shouldn't be known to too many people. By the way, didn't Director Huang say today that an Interpol-level expert would be coming? You too may want to see if this expert can help you. Beijing-Sichuan Railway reminds you that the next station is Jincheng South Station." The train slowly stopped. A middle-aged man wearing glasses and carrying a briefcase got on the bus. "Mr. Wang Shan, your seat is over here." The beautiful conductor took the ticket from the man and immediately put on a warm smile. That's right, the person who boarded the train was Wang Ken in disguise and under a pseudonym. Under the guidance of the young lady, Wang Ken sat on a spacious sofa chair in a business VLP. Don't ask where the money comes from. Some time ago, the Tiger Head gang was in a mess and they were complaining bitterly. In the end, Susan from the Tiger Head gang paid both land and money to make Boss Lin from the Bloodhead gang stop temporarily. Of course, Wang Ken's contribution was indispensable here. Lin Chongcheng also consciously handed over most of the money to Wang Ken. After sitting on the chair, Wang Ken looked around. The business class compartment is much quieter than the ordinary compartment. The people around him were either bosses or managers. Some of them even looked familiar to Wang Ken, as if he had seen them on TV. There was a woman sitting next to Wang Ken. She looked to be under 30 years old, which was quite young. He had a rather cold temperament, and was playing with his phone with his head down, looking as if he was keeping people at a distance. As if she had noticed Wang Ken's gaze, the woman suddenly looked up and made eye contact with Wang Ken. Wang Ken immediately smiled naturally and politely, without looking like there was anything unusual. The woman nodded as well, then looked away. Wang Ken sat down quickly and closed his eyes to rest. Beijing-Sichuan Railway reminds you that the next stop is Huaqing South Station. Wang Ken went to Huaqing to trace the last route Su Qing took to Huaqing before his death. Although that is not a very important or meaningful clue. But apart from this, Wang Ken couldn't think of any better direction of investigation for the time being. The train started moving slowly. The trip takes approximately 40 minutes. Wang Ken had just gotten on the car less than 10 minutes ago and was still resting with his eyes closed. Suddenly, several somewhat chaotic voices reached Wang Ken's ears. "I wish everyone a happy reunion and peace." Chapter 47 Train Robbery? The sound seemed to come from the front car. Wang Ken opened his eyes and leaned forward to see clearly. However, there is no light between the business class and the ordinary compartments. Not long after, a familiar loud noise suddenly came through the partition and reached Wang Ken's ears. Bump! The other people in the business class were still a little confused, but Wang Ken's pupils suddenly shrank. Is this gunshot? Startled, Wang Ken suppressed the shock in his heart and looked around. All the bosses and managers around me looked confused and a little impatient. What's going on? I was just writing a proposal, why is it so noisy all of a sudden? A bald fat man behind me was muttering to himself in front of the computer. Others are in a similar situation. Only the woman next to him who had just been looking at her phone raised her head at some point and stared ahead in surprise. The woman suddenly turned her head and looked at Wang Ken. The two of them instantly saw the shock in each other's eyes. This woman seems like she also recognized the sound of gunfire? This woman's identity is probably not simple. At this moment, suddenly, in the business class, a man in a seat suddenly stood up. Don't move, everyone, get down on the ground with your head in your hands. Wang Can turned around and saw a guy wearing a cat mask standing on the aisle of the train with a gun in his hand. That's not a pistol, it's an AK. As soon as the man finished speaking, there was a commotion in the entire business class. Was this a carjacking? These white-collar leaders and the like, although they appear calm and composed on weekdays. When it really came to this, they were not much calmer than ordinary people. Several people stood up hurriedly and wanted to run. The bald guy behind Wang Can's seat was even more. He was cursing just now, but now he rushed towards the door in a panic without thinking. But the masked man was not panicked at all, instead he cursed. MD, I told you guys to stay still, you don't understand, right? As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his gun and pointed it at the bald man closest to the door without hesitation. 2-2 means 2 shots. Suddenly, 2 bloody holes appeared on the back of the bald man's heart. The bald man struggled for only a few steps before his bloated body fell on the aisle, bleeding profusely. Ah! Several passengers in the car suddenly screamed. The masked man had no scruples at all. Don't bother me. Thump, thump, thump. He didn't care about the bullets and fired his machine gun at a few people who were already frightened. He didn't even aim, and several men next to him who didn't speak were also shot and fell in a pool of blood one by one. In less than a minute, the number of people in the carriage, which originally had dozens of people, suddenly dropped sharply to less than a dozen people. This guy. Wang Can squatted behind the seat, staring at everything the man did. He never considered himself a savior or a good saint. But there is one thing. He always believed that people should respect and revere life. Killing people without any regard for right or wrong and without caring about the authority of the law. This is no longer a criminal act, this is an act of terror. Such people should not exist. At this moment, the masked man finally stopped what he was doing. At this time, the survivors in the carriage no longer dared to make any sound. Everyone was trembling and squatting under their seats with their heads in their hands. Yeah, that's so nice. There were several evil laughs from under the mask. At this moment, a middle-aged man's voice suddenly came from the radio. Dear passengers, I have taken control of your train. It seemed to confirm the words of the voice on the radio. The high-speed train suddenly began to slow down visibly and then slowly stopped. Through the window, Wang Can quickly recognized his approximate location. This is a suburb and should still be part of Jincheng. But it should be the northernmost part of Jincheng, very close to Huacheng. There was no other sound in the entire car. The broadcast continued. But you don't have to panic. As long as you cooperate with us, you can all survive. Captain Luo, Captain Sun. Something happened. Jincheng Police Station. Luo Shui and others who were still busy with Wang Can's case looked at Xiao Zhou, who rushed in hurriedly. What's wrong? What happened? Have you found any trace of Wang Can? Xiao Zhou was panting. No, just now, a train passing through Jincheng was hijacked. Within 2 minutes, dozens of police cars set off from the Jincheng police station and rushed towards the place where the train stopped. A train that was almost full was hijacked. How many passengers and related personnel will be on this train? This is no longer a simple public security criminal case. This was a terrorist attack that happened in their Jincheng. It just happened and the news hasn't spread yet. It won't be long before the entire central China province and even the entire Dragon country will be shocked. Compared with this, what Wang Can did was just like a child playing house. 20 minutes later, Luo Shui and her companions arrived at a cordoned-off area. As soon as she got off the car, Luo Shui said hurriedly, "How is it going? Has the armed support from the province arrived? These terrorist organizations are likely to have heavy weapons with extremely high lethality. It is not enough to rely on the police force of one place to control the situation." Xiao Lu, who had already arrived at the scene, shook his head. It happened so suddenly. The SWAT Dragon team is on their way here. It will take about 10 minutes. Luo Shui nodded and pointed to a train several kilometers ahead that had stopped for a long time. Why are you so far away? Have you contacted the kidnappers inside? We've contacted them. The people inside asked us to retreat at least 3 kilometers, otherwise they would blow up a carriage directly. Other than that, they haven't said anything yet. Xiao Lu's tone was somewhat helpless. Obviously, the police have lost the initiative in this matter. What exactly do these people want to do? Luo Shui stared at the train, as if she wanted to see clearly inside through the window. Sun Xiaoqian, who followed along, suddenly asked. Do you have any identification information for the passengers? Yes, the Traffic Management Bureau has just sent it to me. Sun Xiaoqian gave up her seat. Are there any important government officials among the passengers? Or any famous people in the country? Xiao Lu shook his head. None of what you said is true. However, there is a woman whose identity is very mysterious. When I checked it just now, it showed that we don't have enough permissions. Woman? Sun Xiaoqian and Luo Shui looked at each other, as if they had thought of something, and took the computer. After seeing the familiar face on the screen, they both looked up in shock. It turned out to be her. The Interpol officer that Director Huang mentioned earlier was specially sent to join the task force. Chapter 48 Interpol. Just when the police superintendent outside was at a loss. In the business class car of the train, the masked man directed everyone in the carriage to gather in the corner. They were searched all over their bodies. Wang Ken was also in the crowd, and squatting next to him was the woman from before. At this moment, the door on the other side of the carriage was suddenly opened. A man wearing a dog mask walked in from behind the door. Behind him, several related personnel were tied up. It looks like the train's driver, a conductor, and 2 service staff. Boss. Seeing the person coming, the cat-masked man put away his previous lawless look and spoke respectfully in a low voice. Well, everyone is here. Cat, keep an eye on them. If anything goes wrong, you should know the consequences. The dog-masked man had a deep voice, and it seemed to be the same voice that had been speaking on the radio before. Throwing several tied-up train personnel in front of Wang Can, the man continued to walk forward. I'll go check out the back and keep an eye on these people. Don't worry. The cat man nodded. Only after the boss left did he look back at Wang Can and the others. Wang Can quickly lowered his head and acted panic-stricken and frightened. In fact, Wang Can had just been observing the movements of these people. It is obvious that this group of people are not ordinary petty thieves, but a group of well-trained members of a terrorist organization. They looked relaxed and casual, but they always held their guns tightly in their hands. Moreover, they will deliberately maintain a sufficient safe distance from the hostages. Even with the help of analysis, Wang Can was unable to find any flaws that could have allowed him to subdue the opponent with one blow. It's really difficult. Considering the abilities Wang Can currently possessed, he really couldn't think of any way to escape immediately. Bite. Host, long time no see. It is detected that the host is currently in the middle of a terrorist attack. Release mission, start live broadcast, subdue all criminals in public, and save all survivors on this train. Complete the task and get the god-level potion making skill as reward. System? Wang Can was subconsciously stunned. I almost forgot the existence of this golden finger. However, the mission required me to subdue these criminals live. This is by no means an easy task. After pondering for a while, Wang Can did not rush to take out his mobile phone, but quietly approached the flight attendant in front of him who had just been thrown by the dog-masked man. He made a tone of trembling fear. Officer, what on earth are these people trying to do? The conductor turned around, unable to suppress the trembling in his eyes. But he still forced himself to stabilize his tone and whispered. Dear passenger, please, don't worry, we will definitely escort you out safely. Wang Can was speechless. You are said to be dedicated to your job, but your hands as a flight attendant are shaking so much. You are unprofessional. You are still comforting people at this time. At this moment, a man who looked like a big boss came over. Are these people here to rob? I have money, can they let me go? The flight attendant wanted to say something else. The cat-masked man holding AK suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Under the mask, a pair of pupils with a sinister smile stared directly at the man who had just spoken. You said, you are rich? The man suppressed his fear and nodded tremblingly. The masked man looked at the others again. What about you? Are you rich too? Those who can sit in business class must at least have considerable financial resources. The masked man nodded slightly. Okay, in that case, all of you, as long as you are a man, immediately transfer 5 million to this overseas bank account. As long as you can do that, I'll let you off. Hearing what the masked man said, several men in suits were overjoyed and hurriedly took out their mobile phones to operate. 5 million is not a small amount of money for them. But compared with their lives, it is nothing. There were also a few women who looked like female bosses, and their faces looked a little ugly. Could it be that this group of robbers favors boys over girls? Wang Can remained calm and did not join the transfer. In fact, he didn't have as much money as 5 million. Suddenly, for some reason, he looked at the woman next to him. I saw that woman, for some reason, was also looking at me, with a faint flicker in her eyes. Seeing Wang Can's gaze, the woman finally spoke first in a low voice. You're not an ordinary person, are you? At this time, Wang Can did not deny it and nodded. I am Interpol, and I need your assistance now. As she spoke, the female detective spread out her hands, revealing a police badge. Interpol? Although Wang Can didn't know that an Interpol agency was about to participate in the special project. But Jincheng is so small, how could it have a figure like Interpol? Thinking about what happened recently in Jincheng, Wang Can quickly had some guesses in his mind. Oh no, are they here to arrest me? Wearing a human skin mask on his face, Wang Can remained calm. What do you need me to do? Although the policewoman did not recognize Wang Can, it was impossible for Wang Can to agree to help her so easily. It is definitely not Wang Can's style to turn his back to someone he has just known for 2 minutes. The Interpol stared at the man in the cat mask who had his back to the two of them. The purpose of this group of people cannot be as simple as robbing and collecting money. I'll need you to make some noise and find a chance to help me subdue this guy. In this case, I don't have to take any direct action, I can just assist in the work. Wang Can thought about it for a moment. That's not a big problem. He nodded. Okay, how sure are you? The policewoman was silent for a few seconds. Let him get within 3 meters of me. 80% sure. 80%? It's already very high. You know, these are not ordinary people, they are a terrorist organization with guns. Even if Wang Can takes action himself, his chances of success would not be much higher. What's your name? Huang Qian. Officer Huang. Wang Can silently took out his mobile phone and opened Dolu. Huang Qian looked over and was stunned by the serious expression. It's already this time, and this guy still wants to watch short videos? What are you doing? Start a live broadcast. Huang Qian was a little suspicious. Could it be that I had made a wrong judgment? Was this person actually a fool? Was it not wise for me to rashly seek cooperation with this person just now? It was also shortly after the two of them had just finished their conversation. The man in the suit stood up from the ground with some excitement. Transfer is complete. The cat-masked man came up to the man, then looked at the transfer information on his phone with a smile. At the same time, other people also completed the transfer one after another. Although they were still afraid, there was also uncontrollable excitement on their faces. Can they get off now? Chapter 49 God-level hypnosis. Looking at the few people standing up excitedly from the ground. There was a hint of laughter in the masked man's tone. Of course, go if you want, the door is over there. The man in the suit immediately rushed towards the carriage door excitedly. But in the next moment, the masked man instantly raised AK. Thump, thump, thump. The smile on the suit man's face froze, and the back of his clothes was slowly soaked with bright red. Bump! His body fell heavily to the ground. The other men who were also preparing to leave froze in place. Leave? Why don't you leave? The cat chuckled, as if he had just killed not a person but just stepped on an ant. I did let you out, but whether you have the chance to get off the bus or not is up to you. Everyone was silent. At this time, Wang Can quietly opened the dull live broadcast room. Outside the train. In the originally clear sky. Suddenly, dozens of black and green military spiral helicopters flew rapidly from the horizon. Ropes dropped from the sky. Immediately afterwards, one after another, the well-equipped police inspectors slid down the ropes and landed quickly on an open space about 50 meters behind Luo Shui. To be precise, this is not a police superintendent, this is the Dragon Country Dragon Group, which is famous throughout the Chinese military and police circles. Luo Shui and Sun Xiaoqian hurriedly stepped forward with a group of police inspectors. Huazhong Province Sunlong Team 2. A young man in black special operations uniform who looked like the captain pounded his chest with a serious expression. I am the leader of this team codenamed Song Air. Luo Shui's expression suddenly froze. The Dragon Group is prestigious, but also extremely mysterious. Even the captain of police, Luo Shui, only knew that there were 4 major dragon groups in the central China province. This Sanglong should be one of them. Luo Shui stretched out her hand and shook hands with the other party. Thank you all for coming. As time is short, I will get straight to the point. There were 12 people from the Dragon Group, who followed Luo Shui and walked quickly to the temporary base camp. Is this small number of people enough for the Dragon team? A few younger police superintendents at the back looked at this group of people and couldn't help but mutter. But before they could finish their words, Sun Xiaoqian glared back at them. The Dragon team ignored them and quickly walked to a makeshift map. You are Captain Luo, right? Can you tell us about the situation at the scene? Luo Shui nodded. The train ahead is numbered G4, and it belongs to the Longba Fuxing train, which is the hijacked vehicle. Luo Shui pointed to the stopped train in front. There are 8 carriages in total. Carriage number 1 is near the front of the train and is the business carriage. The remaining 7 carriages are all second-class hard-seat carriages. Song Er nodded. Can you tell me what's going on inside? Luo Shui said. I spoke to the kidnappers on the phone, but they haven't explained why they hijacked the car, or what conditions they put forward to us. We have used thermal sensors to search the carriage. The passengers in each carriage were confined to the rear corner of the carriage. There are 9 robbers in total. There should be 1 robber in each carriage. There is another one who has been walking around the entire train. He may be their leader. Son Er proposed his own plan. If we can get within 1,800 meters, we are confident that we can kill with the thermal sensor. Luo Shui raised her eyebrows. 1,800 meters, nearly 2 kilometers? This is already beyond the range of many ordinary sniper rifles. Moreover, there were 9 kidnappers in the train. This person was actually confident that he could shoot them all to death in an instant. Is this the Dragon Group? Unfortunately, Luo Shui still shook her head. The kidnappers asked us to keep at least 3 kilometers away from each other before. I think they took this into consideration. I see. Song Er thought for a while. We still have to find a way to figure out the specific situation inside. However, Haitao behind him shook his head. This group of people is very capable. They just set up a relatively advanced firewall for the train's network in a short period of time. The leader of the Dragon team raised his eyebrows. Mr. Haitao, you are here too? Luo Shui and Sun Xiaoqian were stunned. You guys knew each other before? Well, I have assisted them in their work before. Haitao didn't elaborate. The man couldn't help but be surprised. Can't even you break through the firewall of these kidnappers? Haitao shook his head again. No, I just broke through their firewall. But during this time, they have destroyed all the cameras and signal transmitters on the entire train. So even if I was connected to the internet, it wouldn't do anything. There was a brief silence around. The difficulty of this matter is far beyond everyone's imagination. But just when a few people were still racking their brains to think. Suddenly, Haitao in front of the computer let out a sound of surprise. When a few people looked over, they saw that there was a live broadcast room opened on Haitao's computer. My life on the run. Live broadcasting. The scene in the live broadcast room was actually a scene inside a train compartment. This is Wang Can. Looking at the scene on the computer, everyone's eyes were filled with disbelief. Train. Car. I wonder what several people at Lenovo are doing now. An incredible idea came into their minds. Could this Wang Can be in the hijacked train in front of us? While the police were shocked, the comments section of the live broadcast room was also going wild. Here it comes, it's finally on again. How long have you been waiting? I thought the king god was caught. Wait until the little king god in your belly is about to come out. God Wang, don't do non-tongue. In addition, many people also noticed the live broadcast. Is this on a train? Is Wang Shen trying to sneak into Panda Country? That's not right. Did any of you watch the news just now? I heard that a train was hijacked this morning. You think the king god is on that train? As soon as this was said, it immediately caused a lot of comments. Some people who didn't know about this just searched it on the internet. You won't know unless you search, and you'll be shocked when you do. An entire, almost full train. I was kidnapped just like that. At this moment, the live broadcast screen shook and moved up slightly. A person wearing a cat mask and holding a AK in his hand appeared in the picture. Is this a gun? AK. Am I seeing things? It's bad, Wang Shen is really on a pirate ship. The live broadcast room went completely crazy. Likes, gifts, and views skyrocketed. In the carriage, Wang Can, who was holding the phone quietly, suddenly moved his eyelids unconsciously. A voice sounded in my mind. Side quest: My Escape Life. Current account number of followers, 100,086 100,000. Number of live broadcasts, 3. Highest number of viewers in the live broadcast room, 100,27,3000. Goals have been achieved. Reward host God-level hypnosis. The host can perform psychological hypnosis on any target. The effectiveness of hypnosis is related to the time required, whether the target has received training, whether the target has a professional and sound psychological defense, and the target's level of mental vigilance at the time. Chapter 50 Take action. Also at this time. In the carriage. The Catman held up the AK in his hand and looked at the people who were about to get off the bus with a smile. Why, do you still want to get off? No. I won't get off. A group of people waved their hands in fear. But the masked man smiled grimly. Regret now? Isn't it a little late? As he spoke, he raised the gun in his hand and slowly aimed it at the group of people. You can't do this. But at this moment, a voice came from behind the masked man. Oh? The masked man seemed a little surprised. At a time like this, how could someone dare to stop him? He turned around and saw it was the train conductor. Although his body was shaking uncontrollably, the conductor still pretended to remain calm and looked directly into the eyes beneath the mask. Behind the flight attendant, Wang Can frowned as he looked at the flight attendant who stood up in front of him. Even if you want to be a hero, you have to do things within your ability, right? How can you stop these people in your current state? Is it you? Why, you, the flight attendant, are you trying to punish me? Ha 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 ha. The masked man suddenly laughed crazily. His laughter echoed throughout the carriage. They laughed one moment and suddenly wielded a butcher knife against innocent ordinary people the next. It seems that this masked man is mentally unstable. The flight attendant looked at this scene and swallowed unconsciously. We are in a society ruled by law now, you can't. The masked man's laughter suddenly stopped. His eyes turned cold from curiosity in the previous second. He stared at the police officer. Okay, you still want to consider others, right? In that case, then you should die for them. After saying that, the man suddenly raised his gun. Not good. Behind the flight attendant, Wang Can's pupils suddenly shrank. Given this madman's personality, I'm afraid he will not only kill the flight attendant, but will also directly shoot here. Moreover, the masked man did not say you, but you guys. Once this guy opens fire, Wang Can and the others will probably be in danger of death. Damn, what a burden. Although I am not completely sure, I must act. The next moment, Wang Can suddenly stood up. He swung his hand hard, and a small red object flew out of his hand and instantly flew towards the masked man's face. That was the train window breaker that Wang Can had quietly pulled off the wall. Everyone was shocked by this sudden scene. The masked man was also a little slow to react. But he had deliberately kept a distance from Wang Can and other hostages, and he was also quite skilled. At the last moment, I bent down. The flying window breaker just brushed the tip of his masked nose. You actually dared to attack me? The masked man stood up and looked at Wang Can, who had an expressionless face. There was not only anger in his eyes, but also a hint of crazy laughter. Okay, I like crazy guys like you. You should die too. He raised the gun sharply. But at this moment, his scalp suddenly felt numb. Looking up, he saw a huge black shadow suddenly falling from the cargo rack next to him and hitting him directly on the head. It turned out that the window breaker had hit a protruding suitcase above, knocking it down. That window breaker wasn't aimed at the masked man at all. Damn it! The masked man's voice changed. He dodged, but the distance was too close this time, and his left arm holding the gun was smashed by the fallen suitcase, making him a little unsteady. Now! Wang Can shouted loudly. In fact, he didn't even have time to speak. Huang Qian, who had been ready and waiting for a long time, suddenly flew out in an instant like a cheetah pouncing on its prey. Although she is a woman, her speed is no slower than Wang Can. The two men flew past the stunned conductor like two sharp arrows and pounced in front of the masked man. The masked man was shocked and wanted to raise his gun to resist. Still want to shoot? Sorry. 7 steps away, the gun is fast. but within 7 steps, I'm fast. Wang Can formed his palms into a sharp blade and chopped down mercilessly at the masked man's left hand holding the gun. Ah! The masked man screamed and couldn't help but loosen his gun. At the same time, Huang Qian grabbed his other right arm and fell to the ground and rolled sideways. The slender thighs turned into a pair of scissors, clamped the masked man's left leg, and twisted it fiercely. The masked man suddenly lost his balance and was stepped on by Huang Qian. At the same time, his hands were held tightly by Wang Can and Huang Qian respectively. He wanted to shout to attract the attention of others. Wang Can was quick-witted and quick-handed. He kicked the man in the mouth with a violent volley like kicking a ball. The man suddenly felt dizzy and lost consciousness. Although it seems complicated, in fact everything happens in a flash. Before the others could react, the guy who had held the entire carriage hostage at gunpoint was already lying on the ground, motionless. Wang Can and the other man were still not at ease, so they tied him up and stuffed some paper into his mouth. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief and threw it to the ground. The flight attendant behind him couldn't help but open his eyes and mouth wide. No. Is this the ordinary passenger who just came to ask me questions in fear? Why do I think you look more like flight attendants? This is actually not bad. The people on the train didn't know that just those 10 seconds had already caused an uproar on the internet. The number of people in Wang Can's live broadcast room has reached a historical high. Come on, stop sending me gifts. If you continue sending me gifts, I won't be able to see anything. I'm going to go. Wan Shin Nyobi. Did you see it just now? The king god was like an afterimage, even the camera couldn't capture it clearly. This is the king god, AK? There's nothing to be afraid of. Don't tell me, the woman next to the king god is also very skilled. I knew from the first glance that this beauty was not an ordinary person. Also, did you see that saintly police officer? She was so scared. It was this fellow who almost killed our king god. Not just online, but outside the trains as well. All the police superintendents couldn't help but sweat after watching the scene just now. This Wang Can was so bold just now. Yeah, but you know what, Wang Can's skills are really. Although he is still a wanted criminal, Wang Can's move just now is equivalent to saving the lives of everyone in the carriage. Even the police chiefs who had been trying to capture Wang Can couldn't help but feel a little strange in their hearts. At the front, Luo Shui, Sun Xiaoqian and Haidao also breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, even the three of them had their heartbeats slowed down. This guy. In the eyes of other police inspectors, Wang Can's behavior just now was actually a helpless act. After all, if he had been a little later and the masked man had opened fire, it might have been Wang Can himself who would have died. But Luo Shui and the other two couldn't help but recall what Wang Can had said in the car before. A wanted criminal is now assisting the police in their investigation in disguise. Could it be that there is really another hidden story behind Wang Can's previous case? Happy New Year! I wish all of you great fortune and prosperity. Chapter 51 Hypnosis. You are not an ordinary person. In the carriage, Huang Qian looked at the middle-aged man's human skin mask on Wang Can's face. Are you a veteran? Or are you involved in some confidential work? Although she was smart, it was hard for her to imagine that the person standing in front of her would be a wanted murderer. Wang Can looked at the woman in front of him calmly and shook his head. Huang Qian didn't ask any more questions when she saw this. It was at this time that the other people in the car finally reacted. They all had ecstatic looks on their faces as they looked at the masked man on the ground who was subdued by Wang Can and the other man. Very good. Thank you so much, both of you. The group of people didn't care about anything else. They picked up their briefcases and suitcases and walked quickly out the door. Thank you both, we will repay you after we get off the bus. The rich people are about to get out of the car. Huang Qian raised her eyebrows when she saw this scene. Wait, you can't go out now. The smiles on the group of people's faces suddenly froze. What do you mean? Why don't you let us get off the bus? Didn't you hear just now? The kidnapper's accomplice may come back at any time. What should we do then? The group of people had just looked so grateful, but now they were glaring at Huang Qian in the middle of the carriage. Huang Qian continued. If you step out of the box and get off the car now, you will definitely alert the enemy. By then, these robbers may shoot you immediately, or they may indirectly endanger the hostages in other carriages. So before that, please don't get off the bus for now. As soon as Huang Qian finished speaking, she didn't expect that this group of people would become excited instantly. So what? We're just waiting to die if we stay here. What the hell do I care about the people in other carriages? I'm the boss of Huahai. Can those people's lives compare with mine? I don't care, I want to get off now. In the face of life and death crisis, the true nature of human beings is revealed. These bosses and managers always talk about people and customers. At this point, ordinary people actually still cherish their lives and are selfish. Faced with the masked man who had just assaulted them, they obeyed obediently and transferred money when asked to do so. But facing Huang Qian and the other person who saved them, they dared to resist at will. The reason is very simple. These people know that these police inspectors dare not do anything to them. At the same time, there was a lot of discussion in Wang Can's live broadcast room. I never thought that these usually glamorous people would be like this. What a CS! Aren't other people's lives lives? Actually, I can understand it. After all, it's a matter of life and death. If it were me, I would probably do the same. Although there were many voices of criticism, there were also many people who expressed understanding. Luo Shui and others watched this scene in the live broadcast room in silence. They also wanted to retain these restless people so that they could carry out the next rescue operation. But unfortunately, they don't have this power. In the carriage, Huang Qian frowned as she watched the scene in front of her. Don't underestimate her because she is an Interpol officer and has a special identity. But she had no way to force these people to stay in the car. Behind him, Wang Can sighed. That's human nature. Originally, he didn't want to care. But the task given to him by the system is to save everyone in the car. So, the next second, Wang Can suddenly raise the AK on the ground. Bump! The sound of a gunshot silenced everyone in the carriage who were preparing to take action. They looked back in disbelief. The man who had saved them before actually picked up the gun on the ground and pointed it at the door of the carriage. His eyes were extremely cold, just like the god of death. I said, don't move, so don't move. Those people looked at Wang Can in disbelief. The police officer said quickly, friend, please put down your gun. If there's anything, let's talk it out. Some of the passengers were even angry. What are you doing? Can a police superintendent kill people at will? I can get off the bus whenever I want. It's my freedom. Obviously, the scene just now made these people think that Wang Can and Huang Qian were both police inspectors. I want to get off the car, if you dare, beat me to death. A female passenger refused to believe it and continued walking towards the door. Bump! The next second, a bullet was fired. He rubbed the female passenger's ear hair and shot it into the gate. Everyone looked back in disbelief. Even Huang Qian, who was beside her, looked over fiercely. This police superintendent actually dared to shoot them? I told you not to move. Besides, when did I ever say I was a superintendent? At this point, no one dared to speak anymore. This guy is not a superintendent at all, he is a lunatic. They have just escaped from the tiger's den and fallen into the wolf's mouth. Huang Qian on the side stared at Wang Can, seeming to want to say something but stopping herself. Wang Can ignored it and said with his head tilted, what are you going to do next? It was more than 10 seconds later that Huang Qian looked away. No matter how the process went, Wang Can did temporarily control the people in the car. Save as many people as possible and find out the purpose of this carjacking. Obviously, Huang Qian also believed that the purpose of this group of people could not be just money. After all, if it's just for money, there's no need to spend so much manpower and resources. Wouldn't it be better to just kidnap a wealthy man? So what exactly do you plan to do? Obviously, Huang Qian hadn't thought it through either. Although the two men took control of a carriage, it was only temporary. There are 7 more carriages like this, and it is obviously not enough for just the 2 of them. Moreover, after a while, the boss will come back for inspection. It was only a matter of time before they were discovered. Seeing Huang Qian silent, Wang Can could only shake his head. Sure enough, I have to rely on myself. He bent down and removed the mask from the unconscious man on the ground. A strange young face appeared. Huang Qian also squatted down, her eyes moving slightly. It's actually him? Apparently, Interpol knew this guy. But Duo Pan would never tell Wang Can, so the latter didn't ask any more questions. He took a pot of boiling water from the carriage and poured it directly on the man's face. Ah! The man woke up instantly and looked at Wang Can and Huang Qian in front of him. A flash of fear flashed across his face, and then immediately turned into a hideous sneer. So it's you. I advise you to let me go, otherwise when the boss comes, you will die in a very ugly way. Wang Can didn't care at all. I saw him suddenly take out a pocket watch from somewhere. Then, in front of everyone's surprised gaze, he threw the pocket watch in front of the man. God-level hypnosis activate. The man was completely unprepared and suddenly felt dizzy as he stared into Wang Can's eyes. It was as if I had suddenly fallen into an endless abyss. A true hypnotist often does not need various languages like in the movies. One action, one look, can suddenly make people fall into a hypnotic world. At this moment, Wang Can's voice rang softly in the man's ear. My name is Wang Shan. From now on, I am the only master you must obey. Tell me, who are you all and what is the purpose of your visit? Chapter 52 Plum Blossom. Huang Qian beside him looked at Wang Can in shock. This guy, is he hypnotizing me? As an Interpol agent, she has a broad vision. She has also met many psychological hypnosis masters across the country and even the world. But there is a master who can hypnotize people so easily in just a few breaths. Which one of them has not been studying psychology for decades? Looking around the world, there are only a handful of such people. But this middle-aged looking man in front of me can actually do it so easily? The robber on the ground began to lose focus. I don't have a name. They all call me Cat. The lack of names suggests that these people have joined this mysterious organization since birth or when they were very young. From this perspective, the power of this organization is probably even greater than we imagined. Wang Can continue to ask. What is the purpose of your carjacking this time? The man continued. It seems like he's looking for someone. But the boss didn't tell me who it was. Boss? Wang Can remembered the man wearing the dog mask before. Suddenly, Huang Qian next to her suddenly asked. Is it a woman you are looking for? Woman? Wang Can's mind moved. All of this man's previous actions seemed to be directed only at the men in the box. Yes. Huang Qian looked at Wang Can seriously. This must be relayed immediately to my superintendent outside. Wang Can pointed to the live broadcast on his mobile phone. Don't worry about that, they should already know. Outside the train, Luo Shui and others were listening to the conversation in the live broadcast room. Quick, retrieve the identification information of all the women in this car. Soon, a long column of information appeared on the computer screen. At the same time, the Dragon team had received supplies through airdrops and were now wearing green ghillie suits. Everyone is equipped with a Dragon country's latest technologically developed Dragon Sniper M200 sniper rifle. Not far ahead, extending all the way to the foot of the train, was a vast expanse of deserted grassland. Song Long Team 2, be ready and on standby at any time. Song Air, who was in the lead, was extremely serious. Although they are the most elite special forces in central China province and have a very high status. But now within Jincheng, everyone has decided to give the command decision-making power to Luo Shui, who is most familiar with the situation in Jincheng. Luo Shui took a deep breath and felt a little stressed. The lives of an entire train depended on her. Act according to the plan just now. Everyone from the Dragon team will approach the target, and then use the thermal sensor to accurately kill the kidnappers inside. As she finished her words, the 12 members of the Dragon team immediately lay down on the ground, wearing ghillie suits and blending into the grass, and quickly approached the direction of the train. Inside the car, Wang Can finished his questioning and was about to stand up. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye he caught a glimpse of the strange pattern on the man's arm. This is... Lifting the man's sleeves. A blood-red plum blossom tattoo the size of a palm was revealed. This looks like an organization's icon. You don't know him? Huang Qian shook her head. Although she is from Interpol, she doesn't recognize all the organization's icons. What's next? What are you going to do? Huang Qian pondered. Wang Can suddenly said. I do have a plan, you might want to listen to it. Huang Qian's eyes narrowed slightly and she looked over. 2 minutes later, a man wearing a cat mask walked out of the carriage and headed towards the next private room. Huang Qian was tied up and held in the man's hands. The one wearing the mask is of course not the original Cat, but Wang Can, who is wearing a mask. The next carriage is all ordinary second-class seats. As soon as you walk in, you can see bodies shot everywhere. Without exception, these people were all male corpses. There were nearly 20 surviving hostages huddled in a corner. It seems that the person in charge of this carriage does not know the identity of the woman he is looking for. Wang Can carried Huang Qian and soon saw the masked man standing in the middle of the carriage. This is a tiger. Seeing that, Wang Can, Tiger's voice was somewhat puzzled. Cat? Why are you here? The next moment, he saw the expressionless Huang Qian in Wang Can's arms. As if he had thought of something. Have you found the person the boss wants? Wang Can nodded and said nothing. After all, even with a mask on, the voice is different. Tiger's eyes flickered under the mask. What about the other people in your carriage? Were they all killed? As he spoke, he looked at the only 20 hostages left in the carriage. If the target has been found, then there is no need for these hostages to exist. Under the terrified gazes of those people, Tiger slowly raised his gun and pointed it at the desperate passengers on the ground. Bang, bang, bang. 3 bullets in a row. His hands dropped limply. Tiger looked at the man in front of him who was wearing a mask like him with an expression of disbelief. Blood gushed out wildly from the bloody hole on his forehead. You. Before he could finish his last sentence, Tiger fell to the ground helplessly. The survivors, who had already given up hope, looked at this scene in disbelief. What followed was an unparalleled surprise. They were struggling to get up from the ground. Another black gun muzzle turned and pointed at them again. Don't move. Wang Can's cold voice came from under the mask. I'm not here to save you. If you dare to move, you will die even more miserably than before. Everyone's movements suddenly stopped. They looked at the gun in Wang Can's hand and no more sound was made. After subduing the passengers in this carriage, Wang Can continued to walk to the next carriage holding Huang Qian's rope. At the same time, the robbers in carriages 1 and 2 on the train have been subdued by Wang Can. Luo Shui stared at the scene on the live broadcast screen, and her hand holding the walkie-talkie was shaking with excitement. They never expected that 2 of the criminals who gave them so much headaches could be subdued so easily by Wang Can. Captain Luo, all members of the Dragon team are within 1,500 meters of the train. It's within shooting range, please instruct. Luo Shui picked up the intercom. Are you sure you can identify all the robbers and shoot them all at once? All the windows of the train have been sealed. The Dragon team can only see the general situation in the car through thermal imaging. The only people standing in each carriage should be the robbers. Excluding carriages 1 and 2, there is 1 person in each of the remaining 6 carriages, and 1 person between carriages 4 and 5. We are sure to shoot all 7 robbers to death. Hearing Song Air's firm tone, Luo Shui no longer hesitated. Okay. Then. Etc. But at this moment, Haitao suddenly shouted. He was staring at the computer, on which there was an email that had just been sent. Officers. I'm a kidnapper on a train. In carriage 8, there were 2 hostages standing and the kidnapper squatting. You guys take care of yourself. Chapter 53 See-Through. Luo Shui walked over and saw a few lines of words on the computer. The pupils trembled violently. Wait, everyone stay where you are. Luo Shui raised her cell phone and stopped the 12 members of the Dragon team who had already tightened their grip on the trigger. This group of people is really troublesome. Sun Xiaoqian also stared at the computer with a serious expression. This was clearly a threat from the kidnappers. It was somewhat similar to the fake bomb that Wang Can escaped from in Caesar the first time. To put it bluntly, it's psychological warfare. The entire view inside the car was cut off. In other words, they had no idea whether what the kidnapper said in the email was true or false. But the more this happened, the more Luo Shui and others dared not to shoot. Even if what the kidnapper said was all lies, they wouldn't dare. Even if there is a 1 in 10,000 chance that would result in the death of 2 hostages. Can you think of any other solution? Luo Shui's brain has almost reached its limit. Wait, let me think about it. Her eyes were fixed on Wang Can's live broadcast screen. In the train, Wang Can and Huang Qian then walked to the next carriage. In the third carriage was a man wearing a fox mask. Wielding dual submachine guns, she appears to be a woman. Cat? Why are you here? The woman looked at Wang Can. I came to find the boss, and I found the person he wanted. The fox glanced at Huang Qian in Wang Can's hand. Is she the one the boss is looking for? Wang Can nodded and threw Huang Qian at the woman's feet. The woman bent down and squatted. The time is now. Wang Ken was just about to raise his gun and try the same old trick again. But at this moment, behind the woman, the doors of carriages 3 and 4 suddenly opened. The man wearing the dog mask suddenly appeared behind the woman. This is the boss of this gang. Under the mask, Wang Can's expression suddenly tensed. He put the gun down again as he was about to raise it. Cat? Fox, what are you doing? The fox heard the noise and turned around. Boss, Cat just said that he found the person you wanted. Found it? The dog's voice sounded suspicious. He never told them who he was looking for. He walked forward and looked at Huang Qian lying on the ground from a distance. His face changed. No, this is not the person I'm looking for. Cat, roll up your sleeves. The dog's voices have changed. He suddenly raised his head, and his pupils stared at Wang Can. There are 20,000 people in the live broadcast room. Luo Shui, Haitao and his group almost held their breath and stared at the screen. Oh no, we're going to be discovered. Is King Shen really going to be killed here? Don't wow my king god, I'm still expecting the king god to save the train. Wang Can must hold on. Luo Shui clenched her fists unconsciously. She didn't know since when, the balance in her heart had vaguely tilted towards Wang Can. After all, the police haven't come up with a better solution yet. It was Wang Can who, through unexpected actions time and time again, had saved dozens of lives in 2 carriages. Under the watchful eyes of the public, Wang Can stood there without moving. Fox immediately realized something was wrong and raised his dual-wielded submachine guns at Wang Can. You're not a cat, who are you? The black muzzle of the gun. Just when everyone thought Wang Can was doomed. Unexpectedly, Wang Can was not panicked at all, but suddenly smiled. Who said I'm not a cat? If you're a cat, pull your sleeves up. There will be a plum blossom mark on your hand. The fox screamed. Okay, as you wish. Wang Can nodded slightly. After saying that, he slowly stretched out his hand and slowly unzipped his sleeves, pulling open the cuffs on the arm. A blank. There are no markings at all. He. The fox sneered and started shooting without even talking. Suddenly, she felt as if a pair of huge scissors were locking her ankles. She lowered her head and saw that Huang Qian, who had just been tied up, had somehow broken free from the ropes. Huang Qian exerted force with her legs. The fox lost his balance and fell flat on his face. The double guns in his hands flew out directly. At the same time, Wang Can immediately raised his gun and aimed at the dog in front. Bang, bang, bang. Several bullets were fired without mercy. But unexpectedly, the dog's reaction was not slow at all. As soon as Huang Qian took action, this guy immediately took 2 steps back and then turned around and broke open the door of the middle toilet. Rushed in. Such a quick reaction? Wang Can frowned, but did not relax at all, and kept the muzzle of the gun pointed at the toilet door. Meanwhile, the fox on the ground was still trying to struggle. Huang Qian didn't give her any chance and pressed her leg on the back of her neck. The fox girl struggled for a few times and then fainted. Huang Qian lifted up the woman's sleeve. The blood-red plum blossom appeared again. It's almost exactly the same as the one on the cat's arm before. Really? She whispered. Awesome. God King. And that woman, they are so awesome. Everyone, I want all the information about this woman. From now on, she is my goddess. I want to start the great baby-making plan with her. A group of Dragon Kings flooded the live broadcast room with barrages of comments. Obviously, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. After what happened just now, they all thought that Wang Can and Huang Qian were definitely dead. This woman's name is Huang Qian, and she's an Interpol officer. Soon, the resourceful netizens found out all the information about Huang Qian. What about blowing up the Golden Triangle hideout and leading the team to raid all the major drug lords in Southeast Asia? My former buddy, you still want to be with this woman. At the same time, Wang Can in the carriage raised his gun and pointed it at the wall next to the toilet. Don't struggle, it's better to just come out. I don't need to walk to your door. I can just use AK to punch through the wall of this toilet. As he said that, he aimed at the wall of the toilet and slowly tightened the trigger. But at this moment, the deep muffled voice of a dog suddenly came from the toilet. I advise you not to do this. Wang Can frowned. Suddenly, a figure walked out from the toilet door slowly. It was a woman with a terrified face, trembling, being pushed out of the toilet little by the dog behind her. Wang Can's eyes fixed. He actually knew this woman. He was the host of the evening party when I performed at Jincheng University before. It seems her name is Lin Qin? One of the dog's arms was tightly locked around Lin Qin's neck, and its entire body was completely hidden behind Lin Qin. I didn't expect that the woman I've been looking for so long would actually be hiding in this toilet. Hearing this, Wang Can and Huang Qian paused for a moment. Lin Qin, is this the person this terrorist organization is looking for? A female college student from Jincheng? How could an ordinary female student cause this group of people to go to so much trouble? It seems that Lin Qin might have gone to the toilet before the carjacking, and then turned out to be a blessing in disguise and has been hiding in the toilet until now. But even so, she couldn't hide forever. I just didn't expect that I would be found by this dog at such a critical moment. I advise you to put down your guns immediately, otherwise, I might kill this beautiful lady. The dog chuckled, then deliberately revealed a pistol that was pointed at Lin Qin's back. Chapter 54 Active Exposure. Huang Qian stood up from the ground and looked at Lin Qin, who was being held hostage in front of her. What do you want? The dog sneered. Both of you, get out of the car, or I'll shoot him to death. Impossible. Huang Qian refused immediately. If they retreated, they would wait for this guy to gather the 5 robbers in the remaining carriage. Even though both she and Wang Can are quite skilled, they probably won't be able to handle these 6 guns. The dog sneered sinisterly. My lord superintendents, don't you even care about the lives of the hostages? As the dog spoke, its body was completely hidden behind Lin Qin, leaving Wang Can no chance to hit it. He tightened the pistol against Lin Qin's waist. Lin Qin's whole body trembled violently. Her delicate face was full of fear. I'll say this one last time, get out of the car. Otherwise I'll shoot her to death right now. The dog's voice became extremely sharp, and it shouted at the two of them. Hurrah! But at this moment, Wang Can, who was holding AK, suddenly chuckled. Just shoot, kill this woman who is in the way. Everyone was stunned. Huang Qian immediately looked over. After more than 10 seconds, the dog said in a low voice, Don't scare me. How can you, a police inspector, ignore the hostages? Before he could finish his words, Wang Can suddenly interrupted him loudly. Superintendent? Who told you I'm a superintendent? After saying that, he suddenly tore off a lifelike human skin mask of a middle-aged man's face from his face with one hand. A handsome and youthful face that belonged to Wang Can was suddenly revealed to everyone. Who are you? Huang Qian's pupils suddenly shrank. She was originally transferred here to hunt down Wang Can, so of course she could recognize Wang Can's face. But he didn't expect that this wanted criminal actually traveled with him all the way, and just now the two of them cooperated with each other to deal with several kidnappers. Considering Wang Can's previous series of unreasonable actions, I should have thought of this earlier. Wang Can ignored Huang Qian's sharp gaze and said quickly in a low voice. Lend me a cell phone. Huang Qian didn't move. If you want to save someone, hurry up. I may be a wanted criminal, but I've never hurt anyone before. After a long time, Huang Qian finally took out her mobile phone silently. Wang Can grabbed the phone, typed his name into the browser, and threw it at the dog's feet. Take a good look at who I am. This time the incident happened suddenly and Wang Can did not prepare another mobile phone. But his own mobile phone is a god-level mobile phone rewarded by the system, and he can't just throw it away like that. I can only temporarily requisition some of the Interpol officers next to me. The dog didn't move, but his eyes under the mask slowly looked at the few lines of words on the phone screen. Wanted criminal? Murderer? After seeing the information above, he couldn't help but murmured softly. The dog stretched out his mobile phone and saw Wang Can's face in the reflection of the screen. Exactly the same as on the wanted poster. Wang Can had no expression on his face. That's right, I'm a wanted criminal hunted by the whole world. So I don't care about the life or death of the woman in your hand. Kill her. Then we can kill you with one shot. Wang Can spoke in a cold voice, ignoring Lin Qin who was looking terrified, and Huang Qian who was staring at him. He held AK in his hand and slowly approached the dog. Besides, you wouldn't kill this man at all. Because she is the person you are looking for in this carjacking. Although I don't know your purpose, you can't kill her so easily. just when he was only 2 or 3 meters away from Lin Qin. Wang Can's finger was already on the trigger. At this distance, he just needs to shoot. Even with Lin Qin standing in front, it would still cause considerable trauma to the man behind. Combined with Wang Can's skills, subduing this man is at least a sure thing. As long as we take down this core boss, the other robbers in the train are nothing to be afraid of. Even if this happens, Lin Qin is likely to be sacrificed. But nearly 100 other survivors on the train could have been saved. In this way, I am afraid no one will say anything to Wang Can. Stop. The dog reacted and let out a low growl. You're right. I wasn't going to kill her. But if you push me too far, I won't care if a few more people are buried with me. His voice has begun to become hoarse. This kind of desperate criminal becomes more and more crazy when times get like this. In the end, Wang Can did not shoot. Although, he was never a good person. Although many people have died this time, this one doesn't seem to be the most common one. Although, he had already been charged as a wanted murderer. The superintendent was arresting him, and the others were just watching the show. He has long been a murderer and no one believes in his innocence. But even so, in the end, Wang Can still couldn't do it and kill an innocent life at will. He released the trigger. We can't leave the carriage. Tell us your terms. The dog's voice was no longer as cold and gloomy as before. Obviously, after knowing Wang Can's identity as a wanted criminal, he no longer dared to make those excessive requests. Boy, you are awesome. To be honest, originally this time, we were going to blow up the entire train afterwards. Sure enough, these terrorist organizations' carjackings are definitely not just for the purpose of kidnapping an ordinary person. Wang Can shook his head helplessly. The man behind Lin Qin continued. However, I can take a step back this time. If you let us go, I will hand over all the survivors in the car to you. Wang Can didn't speak for a long time. Although this man appeared calm, he was already frightened by Wang Can's identity. How much is this hostage worth to a murderer? He immediately said again. Just let me and this lady go. There are 5 of my people in the back carriage. I can keep them all for you. Wang Can couldn't help but sneer. Ha, I thought you cared about your subordinates. The man didn't care at all. These brainless idiots are dead if they die. A man who wants to accomplish great things must not lose his plan for a watermelon just because he is unwilling to sacrifice a sesame seed. What do you think? At this point, his voice suddenly changed. Your name is Wang Can, right? But I am very interested in you. Besides, you have become a wanted criminal. Dragon Country has no place for you. Why don't you join us and work together to do something big? What do you think? Chapter 55 Evacuation Plan. Join hands? Wang Can still held the gun tightly. I killed so many of you, and you still want me to join you like this? The masked man just smiled. They are just a bunch of useless trash. To tell you the truth, after this operation is completed, I will blow up the entire train. Everyone on the train, including those 5 remaining losers, must die. Wang Can raised his eyebrows. This guy is so cruel that he doesn't even intend to let his own people go. But you are different, Wang Can. You have a chance to survive. A lightning-like gaze suddenly shot out from under the mask. You are able to escape from the pursuit of the Dragon Country police superintendent again and again all by yourself. And just now, you were able to subdue our people step by step from being unarmed at the beginning. Your abilities and talents are far beyond what these people can compare to. As long as you are willing to join us, we will do our best to train you and make you a person that the world will fear. You have the right to deploy all kinds of firearms and weapons in the organization, as well as our huge domestic and foreign capital chain worth tens of billions. As long as you join us, I can forgive the 3 people who died earlier. You can kill as many of these 5 losers in the back carriage as you want. Hearing the conditions the man offered, almost everyone gasped. Even Wang Can himself had to admit that he was really moved for a moment. After all, the other party's conditions were really terrifying. Oh my god, this kidnapper's offer is so horrible. Do you think the king god will agree? If it were me, I would definitely agree. We have a funding chain worth tens of billions. Who cares? The guy upstairs was shot. The number of viewers in the live broadcast room has reached 100,000, ranking among the top 10 online viewing lists on the Dolo platform. Dolu, the largest short video live streaming platform, has thousands or even tens of thousands of anchors every day, but the number of anchors that can exceed 100,000 is extremely rare and can be counted on one hand. Beside Wang Can, Huang Qian was also tense all over, and her hands were unconsciously clenched. As long as Wang Can shows any intention to agree to the other party, she will take action immediately. Just as she was thinking this, a thin voice suddenly reached her ears. In a moment, go get me the briefcase I brought into the car earlier. In the moment she was stunned. Wang Can, who was standing beside him, suddenly turned his gun and pointed it at Huang Qian, and said loudly, "I'm sorry, Officer Huang. I want to have a good chat with this brother. Please step aside for a moment." Huang Qian was a little slow to react because of the previous words. When she came to her senses, the black muzzle of the gun was already pointed at her body. "Believe me." Wang Can lip-synced silently. Huang Qian stared at Wang Can's eyes. "Briefcase?" Wang Can did seem to have brought a briefcase with him when he got on the bus. "What exactly is inside?" But she didn't have much time to think. Wang Can shook the gun in his hand. "Officer Huang, I hope you won't force me to shoot." This was done for the man in the dog mask to see, and was also a threat to Huang Qian. After all, if it weren't for this gun, this Interpol officer probably wouldn't have obeyed his orders so easily. Half coerced and half hesitant, Huang Qian could only slowly exit the car with an expressionless face. This bastard. Outside world. A group of police officers looked at Huang Qian, who was forced to leave by Wang Can, and couldn't help but curse angrily. What a birth! Luo Shui was also staring at the live broadcast screen and suddenly felt a little self-deprecating. I was actually shaken just now and wanted to believe the words of such a murderer. The online trend changes rapidly. The netizens who had been praising her before suddenly changed their expressions. My king god, are you really going to join this disgusting group of guys? Where is the king god? I really don't know what's the mentality of you who worship a murderer. I was so blind that I actually wanted to give birth to a baby for this scumbag. If the rescue of this train fails because of Wang Can, I will fight him to the death. We should support the police and catch these criminals who are causing chaos as soon as possible. Bump! The carriage door was closed. Why didn't you kill that woman? The dog suddenly asked. Being soft-hearted is not a good quality. Wang Can turned his head and said calmly. This woman is an Interpol agent. Killing her would only cause trouble. The masked man wanted to say something, but Wang Can interrupted him coldly. I made the decision myself, it's none of your business. The masked man was not angry at all, but there was a gleam in his eyes. Hee hee, that's interesting. The atmosphere in the car fell silent for a moment. Wang Can still holds the gun tightly in his hand. The masked man's gun was still pressed tightly against Lin Qin's waist, without any slack. The two of them remained in a weird stalemate for more than 10 seconds. I really want to join you. There's no need for us to be so awkward. The man just smiled sinisterly. Mr. Wang, we have to be cautious in our line of work. I hope you can understand. Wang Can suddenly asked. What's next? How do we evacuate? There are police officers outside. There's no way they'll let us go like this. The man laughed strangely under his mask. Don't worry. Wang Can, our abilities may be far beyond your imagination. It's about time. My people should be coming to pick me up. As he finished speaking, a huge roar suddenly came from outside the train. The police superintendent outside stared at the horizon in disbelief. Suddenly a black dot appeared. Then, a huge plane appeared out of nowhere in everyone's sight and flew towards the site at a high speed. What on earth is going on? Luo Shui was shocked and quickly took out the walkie-talkie to ask. Soon there was a reply from inside. This is a civilian cargo transport plane in operation. We lost contact with the tower 10 minutes ago. It's very likely that the plane was hijacked. Hearing the answer, Luo Shui's heart was stirred up by an unprecedented wave. This group of people not only hijacked a train, but also hijacked a plane? A cargo plane, the captain and the rest of the hostages were hijacked just like that? She had already overestimated this group of terrorist criminals, but she still didn't expect them to do such a crazy thing. Such behavior will definitely lead to crazy retaliation from the entire Dragon Country. Inside the train, the view is completely blocked. But even so, listening to the huge noise in the sky, one can quickly guess something. They actually used planes to evacuate? The masked man suddenly said excitedly. This plane will land next to us soon. I will also restart this train and then the plane will take off again. The locomotive will be relatively still for a moment. The masked man didn't say anything more, because Wang Can already understood. At that time, all they would need was a rope or a freight elevator to get on the plane and leave Jincheng. Even leaving Dragon Country directly. I have to say, this is a really crazy plan. When airplanes and trains are traveling at high speeds, any small mistake could result in death. So this plan is so crazy that it's like gambling with your life. But in a way, it was also a genius plan. Because behind this plan, there is actually extremely careful preparation. For example, where the train is parked right now is an open flat area. It is conducive to aircraft landing and taking off. Moreover, the train tracks are relatively straight, which will make it easier for locomotives to dock during evacuation. Obviously, this was all carefully planned by the robbers in front of us. How about it? Looking at Wang Can, who said nothing, the masked man showed a crazy smile in his eyes. Isn't my plan amazing? Wang Can nodded sincerely. Indeed, it's very good. It seems that it is a completely correct choice for me to join you. Chapter 56 Bomb. Captain Luo, what should we do? The huge cargo plane in the sky finally stopped abruptly on the grass at a relatively steady speed. You know, although this place is relatively flat, it is not an airport runway after all. It was able to make a perfect emergency landing in such a place in one go, and there was no obvious damage to the fuselage or the pulleys. This is enough to prove that the hijacker has extraordinary skills in flying the plane. Can you confirm that the hostages on the plane are safe? Song Air's solemn voice came from the intercom. Although this is a cargo transport plane, there are still quite a few crew leaders and related staff inside. As the plane lost contact, all the hostages on board were also cut off from contact and their lives were unknown. Luo Shui shook her head helplessly. Leave it to us. Song Air said solemnly. Now the kidnappers in the train are all focused on Wang Can. We can try to get closer to the carriage and subdue the remaining kidnappers. Luo Shui's voice was a little hesitant. Are you sure you want to do this? Don't be fooled by the fact that the train windows seem to be sealed. But the kidnappers inside must still have some control over the situation outside. In such an open plane, once they are discovered, they will face horrific firepower crushing them. By then, even if the Dragon team is well equipped, they will probably suffer heavy casualties. But Song Air's tone was extremely firm. Captain Luo, we have no other choice now. There is still a whole train of passengers in danger. We, the Dragon team, have an obligation to help. Luo Shui closed her eyes and pondered for a few seconds before finally making up her mind. Good. Sun Longting 2, execute the sneak plan immediately. Whether this operation is successful or not depends on you. Please make sure to complete the mission. Clear. Song Air responded and then no longer hesitated. Everyone in the Dragon team, take action. A group of 12 people, all wearing lucky clothes, were prostrating themselves on the ground. Started to approach the train several kilometers away rapidly. Inside the car. The masked man's voice suddenly came from behind Lin Qin. It's no use for us to just stay here forever. Well, since we can't stay in Longwei anymore, why don't you let me leave first? Once we're all on the plane, how about we have a good chat? Wang Can stared at Lin Qin, who looked panicked, for a few breaths. Good. After saying that, Wang Can took the initiative to give up the aisle. The masked man hid closely behind Lin Qin and walked over cautiously. During this period, Lin Qin always stood between him and Wang Can, not giving Wang Can any chance to shoot and kill. When he reached the door, the masked man suddenly stopped. He only showed one eye from behind Lin Qin. Hey, Mr. Wang, I wish us a pleasant cooperation. After saying that, he no longer hesitated, grabbed Lin Qin and quickly left the car. In the entire carriage number 3, only Wang Can was left, and there were a dozen hostages on the ground who dared not move. This group of people looked at Wang Can in fear, fearing that this guy would give them a family bucket of 7.62 bullets at any time. Wang Can no longer had time to pay attention to this group of people. He quickly walked to the bed and pulled up a curtain. The scene outside was peaceful and nothing seemed unusual. But after analyzing it, he soon saw 12 more police superintendents hiding in the grass and crawling quickly towards the train. These should be the police's men. As long as they can get on the train and deal with the 6 robbers, it should not be a problem to rescue most of the hostages. But it's still not enough. Wang Can's eyes were more solemn than ever before. The police were moving very fast, but after all, they were crawling forward without exposing themselves, so it still couldn't be considered very fast. The masked man has already started the train. At this speed, the superintendent might not have time to board the train before it starts moving. In that case, it would be extremely difficult for Wang Can to save everyone in the carriage by himself. Just as Wang Can expected. Less than 2 minutes later, a huge roar suddenly came from outside the train. That's a sign that the plane is about to take off. It seems that the masked man's evacuation plan is about to be implemented. No, there's no time. Through the car window, Wang Can could see that the group of police officers lying on the ground on the grass outside the car were already getting a little anxious. After all, there is no way they can catch up with a high-speed train. What to do? Wang Can lowered the curtain and slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, the analysis was developed to the extreme, and various solutions began to be simulated rapidly in his mind. There was a rare moment of silence in the mobile phone live broadcast room. The police, senior officials of the country, and ordinary people. Almost everyone who paid attention to this matter remained silent at this moment. Because no one could think of any way to stop this group of people under such circumstances. Once the train starts moving, the locomotives are docked successfully. The Longwa police still want to rescue the hostages, but it is extremely difficult. The masked man who led this terrorist attack can also use this opportunity to completely escape from Dragon Country and remain at large. The train will be blown up directly. Nearly 100 innocent lives will be killed. The entire Dragon Country's society, economy, and politics will be shaken upside down as a result. Such a cost would be unimaginable. But unfortunately, no one could come up with any solution. Luo Shui, the police, and the Dragon team, everyone has done their best. But it still doesn't help. Less than 20 seconds passed. The entire high-speed train that had stopped began to move slowly again. The evacuation plan has begun. The Dragon group was originally only 100 or 200 meters away from the train. After the train started, it left them far behind. At this moment, everyone in the country who was paying attention to this matter fell silent. Could it be that I am really going to let this group of people run away? But at this moment, in the carriage, Wang Can suddenly opened his eyes silently. A ray of light flashed in his eyes, and then, a hint of madness began to surge in his eyes. Although the risk is great, it seems to be the only way now. Wang Can looked at the group of hostages squatting in the corner, his eyes as cold as a god of death. You guys, go and move all the suitcases out of this carriage. Wang Can held the gun and the group of people didn't dare to resist at all. I could only do what Wang Can said. After the suitcases were put away. Open them all, quick. Under Wang Can's supervision, this group of people moved faster than ever before. A carriage, dozens of suitcases, and a large number of handbags and backpacks were opened one by one. Soon, a woman screamed. Wang Can walked over quickly. It was an inconspicuous black plastic bag. But what he didn't expect was that after opening it, he found that it contained a bundle of bombs that had already entered the countdown. Really? Wang Can's eyes were extremely calm. There was a kidnapper in each carriage. And the man said that he would eventually blow up the entire train. At that time, Wang Can had already guessed that there should be a bomb in every carriage. Wang Can squatted down and watched the countdown on the bomb constantly jumping. 10:47. 10:46. 10:45. Only 10 minutes left. Wang Can, what are you still doing standing there? Run. Run? That's easy for you to say. Where can you run to? Do you think Wang Can wants to defuse the bomb? The moment they saw the bomb, everyone in the live broadcast room held their breath. It was as if he was there himself, and he couldn't wait to get out of the car. Who knew that Wang Can suddenly smiled? His hand gently stroked the bomb, as if he was touching an extremely precious treasure. The next second, he suddenly whispered to himself. This car is going to explode sooner or later anyway. Then why not let me detonate this bomb in advance? Chapter 57 Car Explosion. As Wang Can finished speaking, the live broadcast room fell into a brief silence again. In a live broadcast room with over 100,000 people online, the barrage of comments stalled several times in just a few minutes. This is simply unimaginable. I did I hear you right? Wang Can, the CS, does he want to blow up the carriage directly? There was a lot of cursing online, almost cursing Wang Can's entire family. However, there are also a few smart people who suddenly have another idea. Do you think Wang Can wants to use this to stop the train? It's not impossible. Once this carriage is blown up, the train's emergency brake system is likely to be activated. And the 5 cars behind that were disconnected from the front car would lose control and slowly stop, giving the superintendent a chance to get on board and save people. The hostages there are safe now. Amid the fierce analysis by netizens, Wang Can's crazy plan finally slowly emerged. Fuck. This is crazy. Luo Shui watched the live broadcast and couldn't help muttering to herself. Sun Xiaoqian and Haidao also looked incredulous. Actively blow up the carriages and force the high-speed train to stop. They couldn't even imagine this plan. In the carriage. The speed of the train was gradually increasing, and the scene outside the window began to rapidly recede. All of you move back to carriage 2. Wang Can looked at all the remaining hostages in carriage number 3. The group of people ran to the front carriage without looking back as if they had been pardoned. Wait until everyone evacuates. Wang Can placed the bomb at the end of carriage number 3, which is closest to carriage number 4. He then retreated to the front of carriage number 3. A bottle of boiling water was poured on the face of the fox-masked woman who was subdued by them and lying unconscious on the ground. Ah! The woman opened her eyes suddenly, and before she could react, a pocket watch suddenly appeared in front of her. God-level hypnosis activate. The woman's eyes gradually changed from shock at first to dullness at last, in less than a minute. From now on, I am your master. Wang Can's voice was cold and indifferent, yet it seemed to carry a kind of alluring magic. Obey all my orders. Finally, the woman's eyes became completely unfocused. Yes, master. She lowered her head and knelt on one knee at Wang Can's feet. Go. Wang Can pointed at the bomb that was ticking over there in the carriage. Cut all the wires on that bomb. Yes. The woman's voice was devoid of any emotion. It was like an extremely cold machine, performing a very simple task. Wang Can pushed to the front of carriage number 2, keeping a distance of nearly 2 carriages from the bomb. Watching the fox woman approaching, Wang Can quickly spoke to the surviving passengers. Hurry up, find something to hold on to. There was no need to remind them, and all this group of people had already clung to the various seat-fixing railings on the train. I even wanted to stick my entire body completely with 502. At this moment, everyone already knew Wang Can's fatal plan. This is outrageous. This lunatic actually wanted to blow up the entire car. Several passengers on the ground were trembling and lying on the ground, looking at Wang Can in despair, as if they were looking at a devil. At this time, the speed of the train has soared to 200 km/h. Once the train is blown up, everyone's life or death will be unknown. Everyone held their breath, including the live broadcast room, the police, the passengers, and Wang Can himself. He stared at the fox woman as she slowly bent down, then took out a pair of scissors from somewhere and slowly cut a wire on the bomb. Pop. Lead disconnected. Live in peace. Pop. The second lead is cut. Still no. Boom. Just when everyone thought it wasn't cut right. A bright white light suddenly lit up with the fox woman as the center. The violent roar almost tore everyone's eardrums. Wang Can grabbed a safety bar in the middle of carriage 1 and 2 tightly. For a moment, he felt dizzy and his mind went blank. Even his body, which had been strengthened by the system, felt an extremely strong tearing force and scorching temperature. Kualala. The live broadcast camera also rotated along with Wang Can, and finally fell into a black screen. What happened? What happened? Hurry up and get up. I'm so anxious. There was silence for more than 10 seconds. When everyone thought that Wang Can was dead, the live camera suddenly shook slightly. Wang Can slowly stood up from the ground. At this moment, his clothes were tattered and his face was covered in black dust. But upon closer inspection, apart from his torn clothes, he didn't have any serious injuries. Fortunately, the kidnappers brought a lot of bombs in the car. This often still means that one of the bombs was not actually very powerful. Although the other survivors were in a worse condition than Wang Can, their lives were not in danger. Looking back at the train, a huge hole was blown open between carriages 3 and 4. Strong winds continued to pour in through the opening. Kerala! At this moment, the connection between carriages 3 and 4 began to crack bit by bit, turning into huge pieces and falling off completely. Under everyone's watch, the entire rear 5 carriages separated from the front 3 carriages, lost power, and were left behind by the front carriages. Hurry, now! The Dragon team and Luo Shui outside stared at this scene intently and took quick action. The police, the Dragon team, immediately activated all police cars and helicopters and moved towards the 6 carriages that were gradually becoming disconnected. At this time, they had no time to hide their whereabouts, as the kidnappers had been stunned by Wang Can's unexpected bomb. Now is the best time for the police to enter and rescue the hostages. Wang Can forced himself to come back to his senses, and his pupils focused little by little. Through the broken gap, I saw the police outside taking quick action. You don't have to worry about the last 6 carriages. It's a pity that the emergency braking system of this train did not seem to be activated, and the first 3 carriages were still running at high speed. And in the back you can already see the huge plane getting ready to take off. The masked man's evacuation plan is still in action. Moreover, according to Wang Can's guess, this guy should bring a lot of hostages on the plane. By then it will be unstoppable. Coming back to his senses from the bomb trance, Wang Can walked to the broken gap. Looking at the charred edge of the iron plate and the afterimage like scenery next to it, Wang Can no longer hesitated. He grabbed the edge of the train and jumped onto the roof of the train. Also at this time, on the other side of the car roof, the man wearing a dog mask also broke the car window and walked up from the front of the car. Maybe he was too anxious, the masked man didn't take Lin Qin with him and stood on the roof first. But when he turned around, he was shocked to find that Wang Can had been waiting for him on the roof for a long time. The two were on a train traveling at a speed of over 300 km/h. They stood in the raging wind, looking into each other's eyes, separated by several carriages. The time is now. Wang Can raised the AK in his hand, aimed at the masked man, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. In the masked man's almost suffocating eyes, unexpectedly, there was a sound of empty chamber coming from the gun in Wang Can's hand. This AK is out of bullets at this moment. Chapter 58 Boarding. Wang Can's expression suddenly changed. Everything was changing rapidly, and all his impromptu decisions were ultimately subject to some mistakes. I actually forgot to change the gun just now. The masked man opposite also saw the situation, and his eyes gradually changed from despair to ecstasy. He looked at the destroyed carriage behind Wang Can, and then he was also shocked. It was you who did it just now. Wang Can, you are really incredible. He had his own hijacking and escape plan, and Wang Can blew up the carriage to rescue the hostages and force the train to stop. Rather than saying they are 2 geniuses, they are 2 psychopaths. The masked man pulled Lin Qin out of the car, then pulled out a gun and pointed it at Wang Can. I really admire you more and more. What a pity, Wang Can, why do you want to go against me? He gradually pointed his gun at Wang Can, with a ruthless look in his eyes. Anyone who goes against me will die. After saying that, he stopped talking nonsense and pulled the trigger. Bump! At this critical moment, a black object suddenly flew out from the crack where he had come out before and hit the man heavily on the back. There was a strong wind on the high-speed train. The nature of men is to try their best to maintain the center. Being caught off guard by the sudden attack, the masked man lost his balance and took a few steps back, his hands flying in the air unconsciously. He lost his grip on the pistol and threw it out. He managed to steady himself and turned around. I saw a beautiful figure coming up from the car window at some point. This is the female Interpol, Huang Qian. What she just used to hit the masked man was the briefcase that Wang Can had taken in the car. The masked man looked at Huang Qian and Wang Can, who had surrounded him from the front and back, and his expression gradually became gloomy and ugly. He held Lin Qin tightly in his hand. This was his only bargaining chip now. Just when Wang Can was about to take action, suddenly, a huge roar sounded in the ears of the 3 people. Wang Can turned his head and looked. I saw that the cargo transport plane in the distance had started up and was speeding towards the side at an extremely fast acceleration. Oh no! The masked man looked ecstatic. Wang Can and Huang Qian's faces changed and they quickly rushed towards the masked man. But on top of such a high-speed train, the speed of the 2 was still limited. The 2 were still several meters away from the masked man. The huge plane next to them had already caught up. I saw that the cargo pallet that the plane had captured had been lowered. One of the fixed electronic lasso launchers was exposed. Someone must be controlling it. The device started to rotate slightly and pointed towards the masked man. The rope shot out with a whoosh, landing squarely at the feet of the masked man. Ha 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 ha. The masked man showed ecstasy on his face. He grabbed Lin Xin tightly with one hand and picked up the rope with the other. A second before Wang Can and the other man pounced, the man just grabbed Lin Xin and flew out of the train with a whoosh. The tools on the plane began to shrink rapidly, pulling up the masked man just before he hit the ground, and finally throwing him into the plane. Hateful. Huang Qian couldn't help but look at the figure disappearing from the plane with a gloomy face. But Wang Can was not idle. He opened the black briefcase and took out various metal artifacts from it. What are you doing? Huang Qian was still a little confused. At this moment, the cargo door at the rear of the plane has begun to slowly close. The speed of the plane has reached the speed to take off the ground, and the nose begins to rise little by little. Even though Huang Qian was starting to get a little anxious, she could only watch Wang Can fiddling with something. I saw him assemble the equipment and then insert a long rope. After the assembly is completed, at first glance, it turns out to be a mechanical hook lock. Wang Can turned around and quickly said to Huang Qian, "Go stop the car and evacuate everyone in it. There should be bombs in each of the remaining carriages. There should still be time before they explode. I leave it to you, the police." After saying this, he didn't wait for Huang Qian to answer. He raised the hook he had just assembled in his hand and aimed it at the edge of the cargo door of the plane. That is a relatively vulnerable area of the entire fuselage tail. Whoosh! A rope suddenly shot out, with an alloy hook at the end, which penetrated deep into the cargo hold door. In Huang Qian's astonished eyes, Wang Can leaped forward and finally grabbed the cargo door that was about to close just 1 second before the plane completely left. At the moment when the cargo door was about to close, he flipped into the tail cabin of the plane. Oh my god, what kind of magical operation is this? Everyone was stunned. No one could have imagined that Wang Can could catch up with the plane in this way. Too awesome, worthy of being our king god. What about those people who doubted before? Keep shouting. Is there anyone who hasn't figured it out? Wang Shen didn't even join the kidnappers. He was the one who saved all the surviving hostages. Those black guys just now, please stand up and stop lurking. Bump! The cargo hold door was completely closed. The plane fell into darkness for a moment. Very quiet. The masked man seemed to have taken Lin Xin away. After thinking about it, Wang Can suddenly took out his mobile phone and closed the live broadcast room. He had a hunch that there were other secrets hidden behind this group of people kidnapping Lin Xin. Sometimes, you have to be selfish and eat alone. Wang Can quietly moved into the plane. Not long after, he vaguely heard the conversation between two people. Wang Can hid among the messy cargo and opened a gap. At the same time, he took out the hook in his hand and disassembled it into a pile of parts again. The parts in this briefcase were specially designed by Wang Can after spending several days and nights. There are also many large design drawings that have been firmly memorized in Wang Can's mind. Using almost identical parts, various tools can be assembled according to current needs. Don't think it sounds simple, this is not something that ordinary designers can do. Even some masters in the mechanical design industry don't dare to say that they can reach Wang Can's level. While assembling, Wang Can pulled apart the pile of goods to reveal a gap. What caught my eye were a dozen people tied up on the ground. They appear to be the crew members of the plane itself, as well as some staff from the freight company. There are two kidnappers standing, one of them is the man in the dog mask. There was also a middle-aged man without a mask, who looked to be in his 30s or 40s, holding a gun. What's going on? You only brought this one up? The man frowned and questioned the masked man. The masked man's tone was not very good either, and he said unhappily, "I ran into a tough guy and I almost got screwed. It's good enough to bring this woman back." Never mind. The middle-aged man waved his hand. There are more than a dozen hostages on this plane, that's enough. He squatted on the ground, looking at Lin Xin, who was terrified. Is this the woman from the Lin family? He looked at Lin Xin's face carefully. As the school belle of Jinchang, Lin Xin's appearance is considered to be top-notch. But the man was not obsessed with sex. His eyes were very careful, as if he was identifying something. After a moment, he stood up. There are some similarities. I just didn't expect that the Lin family back then actually had surviving descendants. The masked man said. It's not surprising. There were so many members of the Lin family back then, and quite a few of them survived. The middle-aged man nodded. Forget it. Don't think about it. This matter has nothing to do with us. Hand this woman over and we will have nothing to do with it. Having said that, he turned around. It was at this time Wang Can also reassembled all the parts. A thing shaped like a crossbow was silently raised by Wang Can. Chapter 59 Shoot. This crossbow is similar to an enlarged version of the pocket crossbow that Wang Can brought into the police station before. The only difference is that the arrow this time is actually a real sharp steel bar. Raise the crossbow and start analysis. Wang Can aimed accurately at the middle-aged man's back. Perhaps because he relaxed his vigilance, the masked man did not carry a gun after boarding the plane. Wang Can naturally put him as the second choice. Puff! The steel spike, at a speed so fast that it left a blurry afterimage, crossed a distance of 10 meters and instantly pierced into the back of the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man turned his back, his eyes wide open, then slowly lowered his head and looked at his chest. Before he could figure out anything, he saw a bright red steel spike piercing straight through his entire body and exiting from his chest. He muttered something under his breath, then his body slumped over and he fell to his knees. The masked man at the side was startled, and turned around, just in time to meet Wang Can's cold gaze that was like the god of death. Wang Can? He didn't have time to think about why Wang Can appeared here, and he bent down to grab Lin Qin, who was lying on the ground. But this time, Wang Can did not give him such an opportunity. The second steel spike has already been loaded. Puff! The man just bent down and his hand had not yet touched Lin Qin's shoulder. The second steel spike pierced through his entire heart. The man grabbed the steel spike in disbelief and stepped back a few steps, still trying to pull it out of his body. But he was gradually becoming powerless, and looked at Wang Can with unwillingness and resentment, who had emerged from behind the goods. After struggling for a few seconds, he finally fell to the ground powerlessly. Blood oozed out from under the two people, eventually forming a pool of blood. Wang Can walked out from behind. When the other people in the cabin saw this scene, they were so frightened that they trembled and dared not breathe. Lin Qin, who was closest to the scene, looked at the pool of blood on the ground with such horror that she almost fainted. How could a female college student have ever seen such a scene? During the analysis and observation, it was confirmed that there were no other hidden robbers in the entire cabin. Only then did Wang Can walk up to the masked man. He lifted the corner of the man's right arm. Sure enough, there was that strange plum blossom icon on it. But this plum blossom is blue. Wang Can remembered that the plum blossoms of the masked man before should have been blood red. He pulled up the middle-aged man's sleeves again. This time it was a strange green plum blossom. Do these colors represent the hierarchy within this organization? From this point of view, red should be the lowest level, blue is higher, and green is the highest known. He searched both of them carefully, but found nothing unusual. Putting this group of people aside, Wang Can took the lead and walked over to the group of crew members. Who among you is the captain? After a few seconds, a middle-aged man raised his hand tremblingly. Wang Can cut the rope on the captain's body. Come with me. After saying that, he walked towards the cockpit first. The captain hesitated again and again, but finally did not dare to disobey and followed Wang Can carefully. In the cabin. The other two robbers were still unaware of what had just happened on the plane. One of the men was humming a song leisurely while controlling the plane to rise continuously. Another woman sat in the co-pilot's seat, staring up ahead at the sky. Is there enough fuel? The man glanced at the dashboard. There's always enough fuel for cargo transport planes. The woman nodded and said nothing more. It was at this time. There was a noise coming from the rear door of the cab. The man glanced at the screen. Brother is back. Go open the door. The woman nodded, walked over and opened the door. A middle-aged man appeared at the door. Brother, things. But she didn't even finish her words. The man raised the crossbow and shot a steel spike towards her heart. Puff! The steel spike silently sank into the woman's body. Her eyes widened, finally realizing something was wrong, and she wanted to speak up to warn the man in the driver's seat. But the middle-aged man covered his mouth. Afterwards, the middle-aged man walked behind the man in the driver's seat. Sit down, big brother. The man pointed to the third driver's seat without even turning his head. Wang Can raised the crossbow and shot an arrow to end his life. You are a devil. The captain behind him looked at this scene in horror, his body trembling slightly. Wang Can glanced at him, and that look made his whole body tremble. But in the end, Wang Can didn't do anything about it, but he didn't explain anything either. Ordinary people simply cannot understand Wang Can's current situation. From the moment he got on the train, Wang Can's hands began to be covered in blood. Although these are some extremely heinous criminals. But in the eyes of ordinary people, that is also murder. However, no one thought that if Wang Can did not take action at that time, then he would be the one who died. You, go fly the plane. Wang Can moved the man's body out of the driver's seat. Said to the captain behind him. The captain didn't dare to resist at all, but his hands and feet were shaking when he sat at the cockpit. Wang Can frowned when he saw this. Don't let your nervousness cause you to crash the plane. I'm here to save you, don't be nervous. When the captain heard this, his expression became even uglier, and he forced himself to put on a smile that was uglier than crying. Thank you so much. How should I fly? Wang Can glanced at the dashboard. The plane is now at an altitude of more than 8,000 meters and is still rising. This height is too high. Not to mention using a hang glider. Skydiving is very risky. There was still a large group of police officers guarding below. There was no way Wang Can could land with this group of people. Although after this incident, Luo Shuai and others should have become suspicious of his case. But after all, there is still no evidence to prove his innocence. All substantive evidence still points to him. Hover in the sky now, and don't leave the range of Flower City. The captain controlled the plane to stop climbing and did as instructed. Wang Can glanced at the setting sun in the sky. Time has unknowingly come to dusk. After going through a series of things, this event with a huge impact finally came to an end. Wang Can glanced at the surrounding clouds. Descend as low as you can, and keep the plane at a level you are confident you can control. Although he was nervous, the captain still had the professional ability to fly a transport plane. After thinking for a while, he cautiously tried. 300 meters? Seeing that Wang Can did not speak immediately, the captain hurriedly tried to explain. In densely populated urban areas, 300 meters is the minimum requirement of ICAO International Civil Aviation Organization. 250 meters, no lower. Wang Can waved his hand. No, 300 meters is enough. If you're afraid of hitting a tall building in the city, a higher one will do. The captain looked surprised, obviously not expecting Wang Can to be so easy to talk to. Wang Can didn't explain any further. A height of several hundred meters is completely sufficient. Chapter 60 Seed. Walking back into the cabin, Wang Can untied the ropes on Lin Qin. After taking him to a deserted corner, Wang Can went straight to the point. Why did they arrest you? Lin Qin's delicate eyes didn't dare to look directly at Wang Can, and her pretty face still showed uncontrollable fear. Although she knew that it was Wang Can who saved him, she was still afraid after watching him kill people again and again. I don't know. Have no idea? Wang Can thought about it and changed the question. What about the Lin family they were talking about before? But who knew that Lin Qin was still waving her hands? I really don't know. I grew up in Huacheng Orphanage. I didn't have any relatives until I went to Jincheng to study. How so? Wang Can frowned. Isn't this totally wrong? Not to mention this operation, a mysterious force hijacked cars and planes, just for her. He had heard about it as early as when he was studying at Jincheng University. Lin Qin is one of the campus beauties of Jincheng University, and her identity and background are very mysterious. It is said that when she was just starting school, an arrogant young man on campus was attracted by her appearance and wanted to use some tough measures to force Lin Qin to submit. But unexpectedly, the next day, this young man was lying on a hospital bed. Several weeks later, the young man was able to move around with the help of a cane. But it was said that he was so frightened that he begged his family to transfer him to another school. After that, no one dared to offend Lin Qin in school. It was also because of this incident that later on, no matter how much Chen Kai coveted Lin Qin's figure, he did not have the courage to force it. But now, Lin Qin actually said that she was an orphan? What about your clothes? You are the school host, so you should have a lot of expensive dress accessories. Where did those come from? Lin Qin thought about it. Some of them I bought myself while working, and some were sponsored by the director of an orphanage I worked with. Dean? That's even stranger. Orphanages do provide financial assistance to orphans, but the amount is limited. Like the clothes that Wang Can saw Lin Qin wearing in college, any one of them would cost 4 figures. Is this something an orphanage can fund? But although Lin Qin was terrified, there was nothing unnatural about her expression. Analysis: with God-level hypnosis, Wang Can has now reached an astonishing level in observing and judging everyone's micro-expressions. But the more he thought about it, the more confused he became. Because, in his eyes, Lin Qin did not lie. Never mind. Wang Can shook his head. In fact, there is no need for him to think too much about this matter. If he hadn't happened to be on that train this time, he would have had nothing to do with this matter at all. He hasn't even figured out his own case, so how can he have time to care about others? He looked around the entire cargo hold and suddenly his eyes fell on a glass table. There seemed to be some paper materials placed there, but there were no goods around. It seems that the kidnappers used it not long ago. Lin Qin beside her seemed to want to say something suddenly. But he hesitated and didn't say anything. Wang Can walked over and picked up a few randomly placed documents. This appears to be the identity information of some people. Luo Shui, captain of Jincheng Police Station. Rich experience, extraordinary skills, strong leadership, wisdom and ability. Bad temper, but smart. Experience. Note: focus on prevention. Wang Can raised his eyebrows. These people had indeed investigated the situation of the police station. This means that this operation was well prepared. Wang Can continued to look at the second. Sun Xiaoqian, captain of Huacheng Police Station. Experienced, skilled, calm and cautious, but also a little timid. Experience. Note: focus on prevention. This is the junction of Huacheng and Jincheng. It seems that this group of people have investigated the police superintendents in both places. He put down the second one and then picked up the third one. But just when I saw the above information for the first time, Wang Can's pupils suddenly shrank. It's actually him? Wang Can. At this moment, Lin Qin behind him suddenly plucked up the courage to call Wang Can. Wang Can turned his head and looked over. How? Lin Qin stared into Wang Can's eyes. Thank you for saving me. Even though you've been so cold, I don't think you're a bad person. Can you tell me, did you kill Su Qing? Wang Can didn't speak immediately, but looked at Lin Qin. The latter's delicate little face still showed fear, but also a bit of stubbornness. Do you know Su Qing? Lin Qin nodded. She and I were high school classmates. Although we see each other less often now that we are in different majors in college, we are still connected. Wang Can didn't even know that his girlfriend was actually in contact with the famous campus beauty of Jincheng University. He picked up the paper and walked to his briefcase without looking back. If it was really me who did it, I would have left Jincheng long ago. After saying that, he stopped explaining and squatted down to pick up the briefcase. All the remaining workpieces inside were taken out, the steel spikes that had been used before were recovered, and the crossbow arrows were disassembled. Using the spare parts, I started to assemble the hang glider bit by bit. All the parts in the briefcase are actually a detachable hang glider. As for hooks, crossbows, and many other designs, in fact, they are just assembled using some parts of the hang glider. Lin Qin on the side looked at Wang Can and wanted to say something, but seeing Wang Can's cold expression, she finally did not speak. After the hang glider was assembled, he gave instructions to the captain. The cargo hold at the rear began to open slowly. The scene outside was also revealed. The plane was only a few hundred meters above the ground at this time, and the city buildings below could be seen clearly. After the howling wind, Wang Can took a last look at the paper in his hand. The photo of the face above is still fresh in his memory. Quiet. Student of Jincheng University. Mysterious, suspected to be related. Superior IQ, calm, almost no weaknesses. Note: after going to Jincheng, you can try to win over the seeds. At the end, a black plum blossom icon filled with a dead atmosphere was printed. He tore the white paper into pieces and threw them into the strong wind outside the plane. Wang Can no longer hesitated, accelerated his run, and jumped off from the tail of the plane.